Namaste to all of you. We are waiting for our some guests who are about to connect. And Ravi sir, Ravi Swarapu sir, please you on your video. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Our one of the guests who is the CEO of Andhra University is Ravi Swarapu. Dr. Ravi Swarapu is connected. And one of the guests, Professor Abhishek Acharya, is connected with us. He is from NID Gujarat. So, Dr. Acharya, please on your video if it is possible.
Yeah, definitely. So now it is okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Namaste, Madam. Our Director Administration of Jayoti Vidyapeeth, Madam Hema Bapila ji is also connected with us. Professor Manju Sharma ji, she is the Director, Faculty of Education and Methodology, and the pioneer of this conference, our C.V. Raman Chair Professor, Professor Dr. Vinay Mohanji, who is the hosting this conference under the collaboration of Alma Award Limited, United Kingdom, London, is connected with us, and we are waiting for a little bit for some of the guests, and our chief guest of this session, opening session, Professor K.G. Suresh, who is the Vice Chancellor of Makhan Lal Chaturvedi University, Bhopal, is about to connect. He is in a meeting with UGC chairman right now, so might be he is late and he is about to connect. Another guest of honor, Professor Hira Lalji, IAS, Government of UP, is about to join us very soon. And Secretary of Alma World Limited, Mr. Sakti Tiwari, is also connecting. So just we are waiting for 1 minute. After that, by the permission of the chair, we shall try to start our this session. Very soon we will be proceeding for lamp lightning, but we are waiting for a moment for Hira Lalji, who is the guest of honor for this session, IAS, Government of UP, and a very big brain for current scenario, education, startup, and others. So we are waiting for him, and Sakti Tiwari is also about to connect. Rabi Swarapu, and I request again you that please on your video. So yes, नमस्कार सर.
नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार, कैसे हैं साहब?
हाँ, फाइन फाइन फाइन. हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं ये डॉक्टर हीरालाल, IAS एडवाइजर, मॉडल गांव, and he is supposed to be one of the best IAS in India, and he's planning his different types of models. He's going to give a lot to our all the participants. So, Director Administration, Madam, it is time to request to you that should we proceed, because some of the guests are about to connect, and it is the warrant of timing to start our this session.
Sure,
So,
sir. We can proceed.
yes. So now once again, namaste to all. This is Professor Shobha Lal, convener of this international conference on space data analytics and startups 2022. And again, I am giving a brief introduction to all. We have Dr. Hema Bapila ji. She is the Director Admission as well as Director Administration. We have our Chair Professor of C.V. Raman Chair under the Faculty of Education and Methodology, specifically for engineering stream, Professor Dr. Vinay Mohan ji. We have today's special guest, who is a very dynamic IAS, Dr. Hiralal ji, IAS and Honorary Advisor, Model GAM. I will give the details during their a brief delivery. In the meantime, I am just giving brief introduction. We have Dr. Abhishek Acharya ji. He is supposed to be a very delighted technocrat, and he is working in Malviya National Institute of Technology, National Institute of Technology, Gujarat. We have a very big brain, that is Rabi Swarapu. He is in Andhra University, and he is the CEO, Chief Executive Officer for a startup hub, and he is dealing with more than 1,000 startups, not only related to the Andhra University, but across the state and some other part of the country. And our faculty's director, Professor Manju Sharma ji, is also connected with us. So we are welcoming on behalf of all the teachers, all the students of journalism and mass communication department of our faculty. On the behalf of the students and teachers of fashion design and fine arts, as well as on the behalf of the students of computer science and engineering department. So I request our Honorable Chairperson, Madam, for lamp lightning at the tradition of our university, because for the beginning of any function, we follow the Indian tradition, and accordingly we get blessings of Ma Saraswati, and then we start our working of the function. So technical team, please assist for lamp lightning, please. Ma Saraswati create the blessing all the organization, all the women who are striving for technical, professional, medical education to boost their career. And Madam Vidyapeeth, she is the chairperson of the university. She loves all the students and teachers. Creating like Mother and a strength for all the faculty members. So thank you, madam, for lighting the lamp. And now please stand up, everyone, for the national song Bande Mataram. Everyone, please, technical team.
मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् सुजला सुफला मलयज शीतला सस्यश्यामला मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमित द्रुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
Dhanyavad. Please be seated. Thank you. So now our this international conference has formally been started, and we have one of the guests who is connected from BIT Sindri, Professor Sunil Kumarji. Dr. Sunil Kumarji is also one of the very renowned expert in a startup from BIT Sindri, Jharkhand. So Sunil Kumarji, I request you that if it is possible, please on your video. Now our collaborative partner and its secretary, Mr. Sakti Tiwari, is also connected with us. Sakti Tiwari ji, welcome to you in this international conference. Once again we are reminding everyone that Alma World Limited UK is the collaborative partner of our today's international conference, who is being hosted by C.P. Raman, Chair of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Now I request our Chair Professor, Professor Binay Mohanji, for few words, and then we shall proceed further. Then we shall request to Dr. Hema Bapila ji. So please, Chair Professor Dr. Binay Mohanji, for few words. Professor Binay sir, please unmute yourself. Technical team, please help him. Professor Binay sir.
I'm there.
Yes sir, please. Some words by your side for today's conference.
Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please allow me the opportunity. Pay our regards to Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor Sir and CEO, all our distinguished speakers, dignitaries, and friends. Good morning and warm welcome on behalf of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, in this inaugural session of the International Conference on Space Data Analytics and Startups 2022. I'm really overwhelmed by the presence of Dr. Hira Lalji, who is a well-known name, and then Ravi Ishwarapu sir. I'm also very gladdened to see that my alumni friend Sunil Kumar is here with me. I'm also from BIT Sindri, 1967 entry. Okay, so very nice to see you here. Our conference partner,
Thank you, sir.
Shakti Tiwari ji, most welcome. Abhishek Acharya ji, welcome. So, deliberating on startups, while there will be all the experts on the sector, this conference has been subdivided into 16 sub-themes. And all the sectoral experts will be delving on the related subjects. So starting off with startups, which is a very base phenomena, and India has really gained strength.
Hello.
Startup is something
Hello.
that is, am I audible?
Sir, please continue. Yes, sir, please.
Okay. So startup is something that has gained momentum now after the introduction of the scheme supported by the government, announced by the Honorable PM in 2015 and then formally inaugurated in 2016 and all that. But I mean, going by the necessity and the definition of it, anything, any company set up for providing certain commodity, certain products that is innovative, coming to the help of society, is basically a startup. So very many of the things pre this startup concept, pre-Google, pre-Facebook era, so even I mean those things can be counted as startups. Very many of the public sector undertakings that were set up by the government of India, very many of the private industries that were set up by the pioneers in India, they form a part of the startups. Now, like I mean, okay, TCS is a prime example of a startup gaining from strength to strength. So all these things has led to the development that now the concept of startup has picked up in a big way. Basically, government support, the need, the business acumen of our skilled entrepreneurs, these are the factors that have given it a revolutionary impact. As of now, I mean, we have quite a number of startups that are gaining ground. The young friends, young engineers now have the backup of not falling back upon employers for generating employment. We have very many of technocrats from private institutions who have gone into very diverse fields. Even I mean leaving aside Sri Ravi Shankar ji or playback singer Shankar. Apart from that, even mundane things as tea making or confectionaries, all these things So it has to be something that is based on the need of the society, that generates the idea of moving along with a startup idea. While there are numerous examples of Uber, Oyo, Homes, Airbnb, and all that, but then there are failures as well. So the advice to the young entrepreneurs, young engineers would be that merely startups or generating
Okay,
an idea of a
okay,
startup will not do.
Professor
One
Vinay
has
sir,
to look at. Give,
Professor
give me
Vinay
a
sir,
minute. One
just
has
sorry for
to.
interruption. Sorry for interruption. We are again coming back to you. We have slipped a stage, and I am extremely sorry for that. Before the officially beginning of this function, it is the time to remember our honorable founder of this university,
Exactly.
who
Exactly.
has given a lot, who has given the strength to speak before the people, who has been pioneer for the women education in the nation, in the country, not
Very
only
true.
in India but in abroad also. And he has been a real source of inspiration for women education in India. So technical team, I request you, please show the AV of our honorable founder of Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Sir Dr. Pankaj Garg. Please.
नमस्ते मेरे साथीगण, विश्वविद्यालय की आत्मा, सोल, शिक्षकगण और मेरी प्यारी बिटियाओं, आज हम आजाद भारत में एक समूह में इकट्ठे होकर जी रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ने का सपना देख रहे हैं।
एक सपना जो ज्योति विद्यापीठ महिला विश्वविद्यालय के फाउंडर ने बहुत पहले महिलाओं को देश के विकास की प्रथम सीढ़ी पर लाने के लिए तथा उनके व्यक्तित्व के विकास के लिए देखे गए सपने को 2008 में डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग सर ने साकार किया और जयपुर शहर से कुछ दूरी पर ग्रामीण परिवेश में इसकी नींव रखी गई। 13 वर्षों में विश्वविद्यालय ने सफलता के कई कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए और देश ही नहीं वरन विश्व में महिला शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में विशेष पहचान दिलाई। आज इस विश्वविद्यालय में छात्राएं देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आई हुई हैं और आयुर्वेद, होम्योपैथी, पत्रकारिता, मैनेजमेंट, इंजीनियरिंग, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, फैशन डिजाइन और एजुकेशन की शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रही हैं। ये जो पौधा 2008 में डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग सर ने रोपा था, आज वो पौधा पुष्प और पल्लवित होकर अपने फल और खुशबू चारों तरफ बिखेर रहा है। आज दुर्भाग्य से वो स्वप्न दृष्टा हमारे बीच नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी आवाज खुश रहो विद्या आज भी इस परिसर में गुंजायमान है।
सो हमें ऐसा लगता है कि हम सबों की आंखें नम हो गई होगी और आज एक बार फिर हम काफ़ी भावुक हो गए अपने माननीय विश्वविद्यालय के संस्थापक सर डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग को अपने साथ देखकर। पंकज गर्ग एक व्यक्तित्व जिसने अंधेरे में प्रकाश को टटोलने की अथक कोशिश की, जिसने कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया पूरे देश और दुनिया में कि महिलाएं चार दीवारी के अंदर की चीज़ नहीं हैं, उनको भी सत्ता में, प्रशासन में, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में समान रूप से भागीदारी मिलनी चाहिए। और विश्वविद्यालय के स्थापना के दिन से ही डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग सर ने डिसाइड किया कि विश्वविद्यालय का मिशन क्या होगा, education for community education leading to women empowerment. और जब कभी भी भारत में विश्वविद्यालयों का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा तो जिस प्रकार से सर सैयद का नाम अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ लिखा जाता है, पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी का नाम बनारस हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय के साथ लिखा जाता है, वैसे ही डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग जी का नाम ज्योति विद्यापीठ के साथ स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में लिखा जाएगा। ये हम पूर्ण रूप से उम्मीद ही नहीं विश्वास भी रखते हैं। डॉक्टर पंकज गर्ग को हम सबों की तरफ से एक बार फिर से सलाम। और अब नाउ इट इज टाइम टू रिक्वेस्ट Dr. Hema Bafila ma'am, who is with us, to welcome all the participants on behalf of the university administration, on behalf of all of us, and then accordingly we shall proceed for the further stage of this proceeding of this international conference of first day. Madam Dr. Hema Bafila ji, one thing I would like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Hema Bafila. Dr. Hema Bafila is a very, very dynamic lady who served 24 into 7 to the university. She is the, director for admission, as well as she is the director administration. By profession, she is a very seasoned physiotherapist, and she has very, very vast knowledge of each and every aspect of academic as well as research. Also, very minutely, she monitors each and every activity of all the micro level monitoring aspect of administration. So, Madam Hema Bafila ji, I request you that please express your view by welcoming our today's guest, specifically our guest of honor and other participants. Madam, unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And namaste. A very good morning to all the invited guests. I welcome our chief guest, Professor Dr. K.G. Sureshji, guest of honor, Professor Dr. Raviji, our chair professor, Professor Dr. Vinay Mohanji, Sri Shakti Mohanji, our collaborating partner from Alma Limited, UK, all the invited keynote speakers, our faculty members, and the students on this 2 days virtual national conference organized by Faculty of Education and Methodology on two conference themes. The first theme is National Conference on Space Data Analytics and Startups, and the second one is National Conference on NEP 2020 Implementation and Future Impact. Both the themes have been chosen to promote the technology integration, creative teaching methodologies, alternate ways of teaching for ensuring the learning outcomes. As on day one, the theme of the conference is Space Data Analytics and Startups. On this conference theme, I would like to point out that due to ever-growing number of increasing affordable satellite services, new users for space data are opening across many industries. In the public sector, they have been long been used to monitor conflicts and gather space data for research purposes. I really appreciate the Department of Engineering and Technology to select this conference theme of new, progressive, and advanced technology. Additionally, the conference theme on the startup is another good opportunity for our students and researchers to prove themselves on this great platform. They can share their startup business idea with experts of the same field who are present here. I'm sure that this conference will bring together our young future entrepreneurs and investors for fruitful outcome of this conference. At this innovative conference, all the participants will experience the flow of knowledge and ideas of various fields focused on the innovation and advanced technologies. So I hope this conference serves the best virtual conference experience to all the participants so that they can share their research work very efficiently and can do their work very progressively and in the better manner. I add my best wishes to all the committee members of this conference, especially the Faculty of Education and Methodology, the Dean and the Proctor, as well as the Proctor of our university, Dr. Shobha Lal, Director Madam Dr. Manju Sharma Ma'am, Coordinator Dr. K.K. Chaudhary, and all other faculty members who are giving their 100% for making this conference a huge success. And I also extend my sincere thanks to all the invited guests for joining us as two-day National Conference 2002. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Nari Shakti.
Thank you, madam. I hope that Dr. Hiralal sir has left. Technical team, please see whether he is connected or not, because we are interested to listen him. Since our chief guest of today's this session, Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor, Makhanlal Chaturvedi University, Bhopal, is 30 minutes late as per his scheduled meeting with UGC. So yes, I hope that Dr. Hiralal sir has already joined. Friends, before going to the other aspect of today's proceeding, let me allow to say a few words about this university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, established in 2008. And since its inception, it has written dozen of success stories. And I would like to share gladly that till today, our number of enrollments is exceeding 30,000. Means we have 30,000 plus enrollment till today, and the faculty member of this university have published 2,381 research papers, and most of the papers have been in Scopus Index journals, in SCI, in Web of Science, and other highly impact factor journals. Our faculty members have successfully completed 60 patents, and they have been published by Intellectual Property Right Department, Government of India. University has 19 startups. Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University has its own 19 startups. Out of these 19 startups, 9 startups are run and governed by the Department of Science and Technology. Also, it is our privilege to share with all of us, to all our participants, that our faculty members and students have completed 500 projects. So, in a 1.5 means 15 years of academic journey of this university, the faculty members and the students have written different level of success stories, and I hope that this is not necessary to mention, but it is remind to all that this is the first Women's University of India having 12B status. Means the students and teachers of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University are eligible for any central and state level grant and award as the students of any central or state universities. We are the first state private women's university who is having BAMS and BHMS, separate for women. So these are some special features. So far, the Faculty of Education and Methodology is concerned, who is the core host of this conference. We have Department of Fashion Design, and Fine Arts, we have Department of Journalism, we have Department of Computer Science and Engineering, we have Department of Science, means physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, mathematics, and in all the departments we have UG, PG and PhD. Also, we have integrated program in education like BA, BEd, BAc, BEd, DEd, MEd, PhD. We have all humanities subject. We have all liberal arts subject in this faculty, and faculty of education and methodology, as director administration madam has shared with us, that hosting 2 international conferences. First one we have started today, that is space data analytics and startups, and the next another conference which is scheduled for 9th and 10th of May, that is NEP 2020 implementation and their impact. So this is the brief journey story of our faculty as well as our university. Now I request Dr. Hiralal ji, I may request you, sir, please on your video. Since our chief guest, Professor KG Suresh, is about to join, technical team, please connect to Professor KG Suresh. In the meantime, I would like to say a few words about Hiralal ji IAS. I would like to give him his brief introduction that Hiralal was born in village Bagdi, district Basti in Uttar Pradesh on 1st July 1967. Initially in childhood, he lived in a deep rural area and farming environment. He acquired BTech in electrical engineering from GB Pant University of AG and Technology Pantnagar, Uttaranchal in 1990. He is a master degree in public administration from Maxwell School of Syracuse University, USA. He completed PhD in role of ICT in achieving good governance with the reference of Uttar Pradesh through a study of select village program from Dr. APJ Abul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. Duration of research is 2015 to 2019. He started his career as engineer at NTPC in March 1993. He started working as PCS in July 1994, and as an IAS, he started his journey from 2010. So there is a very big profile of our today guest of honor, Professor Dr. Hiralal ji. Sir, I request you that please you say something for our technocrats who are taking part in today's international conference, and I hope your success story, your struggle, your turning point from engineering to administration, what compelled you to mold yourself from engineering to civil administration. I hope there is some network issue. Hello. Technical team, please connect with Dr. Hiralal ji. Dr. Hiralal ji. And Dr. Lal has served as a district magistrate, DM, in the different district. He is now connected with us. So, Dr. Hiralal sir, please say a few words as the source of inspiring words for our participants. And in the stipulated session that has been assigned to you, we will be listening as according to the point you have to discuss. Now you have to make a formal discussion to inspire our participants. Dr. Hiralalji, please, sir. Dr. Hiralal, sir, please. Sir, are you getting us?
Dr. Slal sir, I think we can proceed further. Once he will connect, then we can
Okay,
transfer.
so we have Abhishek Acharya. Abhishek, Dr. Abhishek,
Yes, sir.
please.
You are audible. You are audible.
Yeah, since your session is in the next slot, but
It is from 12 p.m.
yeah, but I would like to listen few words on behalf of the participants about this conference, please.
So, first of all, I would like to thank all the dignitaries or all the administration of the university for inviting me. I wish very best from my side to this conference, and I hope that this conference will bring lot of innovations to the mind of young students, and definitely they will get benefited by listening all those speakers, all those expert members over here, especially Dr. Diyalal ji, Dr. Ravi Swarup ji, Dr. Vinay Mohan ji. So I hope that this conference will be really an interesting and fruitful virtual together for all of us. So with these words, I would again congratulate all the chairperson of this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Hiraral, Dr. Abhishek Acharya ji, Dr. Hiraral sir, are you getting us? Technical team, please connect with Dr. Hiralal. Okay. Actually, Dr. Hiralal has just informed that there is some network issue, so he is changing his location and he is connecting to us very soon. So now we are coming to our chair professor, Professor Vinay Mohan sir, again, because during his discussion or delivery, I interrupted due to my mistake. I am extremely sorry, sir. And now I again request you that please you continue the left portion of your discussion. Professor Dr. Vinay Mohan, sir.
Yes. So what I was telling was that for startups, one has to be enthusiastic with the ideas, but then for all the Ubers and Oyos, there are umpteen number of failures. So at the conception stage, what is needed is to aim for sustainable startups. Startups just for the heck of it नहीं चलेगा. It will have a life, it will die down, it will leave everybody disappointed. कहाँ से शुरू किया था और क्या हो गया? Because during my entire career, I have witnessed very excellent projects which were supposedly the products were path-breaking products of their times. But then they don't sustain. Umpteen number of reasons. So many of them. I mean, it's a vast subject. And one cannot foresee or foretell future. कैसा होगा? Because projects, they are basically based on assumptions, estimates. And estimates are bound to run into rough weather. कोई ज्योतिषी तो है नहीं. Had it been, some astrological sixth sense coming into play, then there would have been no problems. But then, having that wherewithal of facing those roadblocks, surmounting those roadblocks, circumventing those roadblocks is the essence of entrepreneurship, is the essence of startup. This was what I was trying to convey. Okay? Or let's have here, I mean, the sectoral scholars who have assembled here before we expound further on this subject. So I hand it over to you. ठीक है, प्रोफेसर शोभालाल जी?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Actually, so far I know about Professor Binay Mohan, sir. He has his own startups, and he has been a very, very successful engineer.
स्टार्टअप्स पे हैं. लेट मी गिव यू अ लाइव एग्जांपल. हाँ, 2 एग्जांपल मैं आपको बताता हूँ. आई हैव बीन एसोसिएटेड एट द फैग एंड ऑफ माय करियर एज द नंबर 1 of both those so-called startups, which after almost 50 years, they ended up on the verge of closure. Okay. So in 1964, Government of India, as a public sector undertaking, set up Instrumentation Limited, Kota. 70% of the instrumentation needs of the country was being met by instrumentation control panels. And now, after 50 years, it could not face competition from post-liberalization. The imports, etc., the foreign competitors, etc., instrumentation could not keep pace. And ultimately, in 2018, it faced closure as a public sector. In 1970, 75, 70s, 80s, it was a blue chip company. वहाँ के इंजीनियर्स को पूछते हैं तो भाई वो कहीं के वो टॉपर हैं, and instead of going to ONGC, instead of coming to Oil India, they joined here. So इस तरह की मतलब वो blue chip company थी. But then time takes care of everything. If you are not ingenious enough, you will not be able to face competition. And competition is the essence of sustaining all startups. So these are, I mean, few examples. ठीक है?
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir. Please, please. We are getting you. Dinesh sir, would you like to say anything more?
I would like to say very many things more, but then have a look at your.
Yeah. Please continue, sir. Please. Yes.
Okay. Have a look at your time constraints and connectivity issues. So if it's okay, so for startups, one has to go in for the sustainable startups. What all roadblocks can come? Up to a limit, you can foresee those roadblocks. But beyond that, you face roadblocks as you come. And you will have to cross the bridge when you come to it. So all those preparedness is essential. For even standing up, you've got to keep running. So these are the essence of developing and setting up a good business. Okay, so these are some of the things. In 1956, Birla ji had set up a railway wagon factory, one of the pioneers at that point of time. और अभी country में there would be around say 15-20 good wagon manufacturers, but this was one of the pioneers, having been set up in 1956. upon my retirement from public sector, I was tasked the with, with the project of reopening this closed factory under lockout for the past 10 years, since 2000, and it was reopened in 2010. Now it's running successfully, चल रहा है, surmounting all those labor problems and everything. So all these things, I mean, they have their say. I'm very happy to note that Dr. Hiralal ji has joined us. So let's have an
Okay,
waiting
sir,
to
thank you. And Dr. Hiralal sir, we have already given a very, big introduction of you, and our participants are expecting some facts, that is common facts, that what compelled Dr. Hiralal to move from technocrat to administrative officer. Because when we go through the profile, we see that you have been an engineer in Triple E. Then you have been in PCS. After that, in 2010 or whatever I have seen, in 2010, you completed IAS. So I hope that your this journey is a source of inspiration for our all the young brains, technocrats of all our students of Jyoti Vidyapeeth specifically, that if you are planning to shift your career from technocrat to bureaucrat, then Dr. Hiralal is an example. So, sir, please bless our participants by few words, and from 11 onwards, KG Suresh, Vice Chancellor of Makhanlal Chaturvedi University, is about to connect to us. So, sir, please, Dr. Hiralal, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. I am audible.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, so sorry because due to internet problem, I have to shift my location. Here I am getting good internet connection. I hope so
Yes,
it
sir,
will
it is
continue.
fine, fine.
So first of all, I would like to welcome all the participants, all the audiences, and the university staff under your leadership. My good wishes, and you are doing a wonderful job by organizing this international conference on space data analytics and startups. So it is very relevant topic for now. Reason being, in current situations, cyber security, data analytics, machine learning, and so many. But in the top two subject in the current scenario is the first one is, in my opinion, is cyber security, and second is the data analytics. So you have chosen very relevant topic, so thank you for this. And there will be so many deliberations on these topics, so people will learn a lot and will update their knowledge regarding the data analytics. That is the requirement now, seeing the population, seeing the connectivity through internet. By data analytics we can improve our governance. Data monitored, data driven, data analyzed governance, it will reduce your cost, it will enhance your speed, and there are so many benefits if we adopt it at different levels, district governance, at state level governance, at country level governance. So it is needed now. So everybody should adopt this data analytics. In the COVID situation, we use this tricks and techniques of data analytics, and we got good results and we got good benefits also. As regards startups, in the initial stage, IT startups, we started with the IT related startups, but now we do have startups in all the fields, not only IT. startups in agriculture, startups in finance, startup in social sectors, startup in agriculture, all sectors do have the startup. In my own language, how I see the startups. Startup is nothing but to, the, to do the same thing differently. Some people come together and they are big risk takers, having nothing in terms of finance, in terms of other resources required. So they are very risk takers. Startup are risk takers people, a group of people having the high level of risk taking, having not required resources to do the same thing differently. Why? To minimize the cost, to minimize the time, to ease the process, to ease the doing business, and so many things. That's why if you go through the literature, researches on the startup, you will find more than 70% startup are at fiasco. They are failing. But still it is booming. Right now, startup has a big market. There are angel investors, there are other type of investors to boost up the startup. So this is also a growing field in India. Unicorn, a new concept has been developed. Every month we are getting converting from small startup to big startup. Big startup have some criteria whom we say unique card. So these are the good developments to develop the country. So I'll not take much time. So my good wishes, your topic is space data analytics and startup. Both are very relevant topic. And as we have discussed, I'll join. I'll join in the second half with my topic, Model Gaon, which is also a startup in my eye and in my opinion, how to improve the conditions economically, socially of the villages, how to realize the dream of Mahatma Gandhi, Republic Village, how to realize the dream of Pura started by our missile man. So we will again meet and again good wishes. I am highly thankful for inviting me over here and for giving good topic to deliberate upon. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Before saying thanks to you, because you are again going to join us at 2:10 p.m. today. And participants, please be keep your eagerness, quite reserved to listen. Dr. Hiralal, who is a technocrat turned IAS, and he has a very bright and very successful career. So, sir, one query that is by the
Yes.
so again we shall listen to you, and there is a query by a scholar. She has
Yeah.
written, and
What is that?
she is interested to know that she is planning to start her preparation for IAS, and she is in the final year of BTech. So, what firstly how she should plan,
Okay.
because you are IAS also.
Okay. So should I answer right now?
Yes, sir, please.
In brief, in very brief, see, uh, to prepare for the IS, there are so many, first step, there are so many interviews of successful IS officers. Every year, we are getting civil services results. Toppers used to give interviews. Please, at least listen more than 20 interviews and note down what they are telling, how to prepare, what to prepare, what to read, how to read. So make a note, you will get a some common points, adopt that one thing. Second thing, prepare is cultivate a habit of reading newspapers, one Hindi, one English, or one local language, because when more than 75% questions are being taken from the taken from the papers. Third thing, all officials selected recently, all the IS officer, PCS officers selected recently on the social media, connect and request some of them to be mentor so that they can mentor you online. So do three things slowly and gradually. There are so much item, huge item in the form of video, in the form of research paper, in the form of material. There are huge materials to prepare for the civil services. But these three steps, which I told you, start with these three, you will automatically start getting the idea how to move further. So this will be enough to tell how to prepare for now.
Sir, another scholar, actually we are again taking one question by student side, participant side. She is trying to know that each CSAT, Civil Services Aptitude Test, CSAT, has made difficult for technocrats to be IAS because there is a composition of different arts subject also during the preliminary examination. So it has made difficult for engineers to be IAS due to CSAT. Are you agree with
No,
that?
no, that is not difficult. There are tricks and techniques. These regions are being analyzed at the UPSC level, and they used to do some, they used to create some formula to do the justice with everyone. So I don't agree with this.
So, sir, what will be your suggestion? If they
My
are
suggestion is you do what interests to you.
okay.
Yes.
So, thank you,
What
sir. Thank you.
what is interesting to you, adopt that, catch that, and do that. Otherwise, if you will take any topic which is not interesting to you, it will kill your passion, it will kill your everything, and you will not get the success.
Okay, sir. So thank you for sparing your valuable time for our this opening session. Your valuable delivery, remarks, comments, guidance, and blessings to all of us. And since you are an IAS and you have a bundle of responsibilities to handle, and we can understand.
One more thing I would like to add. I have written a book, Dynamic DM. So it is going to hit the market by the 15th of this month. So any person who is trying to appear or planning to appear in the civil services, they must read my this book, Dynamic DM. They will get very broad idea, very good idea how things are moving inside the administration. So that will be very helpful in preparation.
Sir, one thing I would like to share with you, perhaps I should dare to share with you. I have been a very famous classroom trainer for ISPCS aspirants. In 2002, I completed a book that is Wave of Science for ISPCS General Study Science. And today, that is one of the most demanding GS book for ISPCS examination. I hope you have gone through or not. That is Wave of Science. Wave of Science. And now in Mukherjee Nagar, in each and every, students having the photocopy at least of that book because that is in Hindi medium and that is for I request also you that kindly you discuss about this book also and we are here, we are guiding our students day and night. We are rigorously working in the direction of competitive environment and how to provide each platform for the students who are pursuing their master or UG or diploma from this university. Means we are giving competitive environment to also, and I hope that we will be connecting to you in future also, and very best wishes for your coming new book. So, sir, thank you again for your valuable comment and your timing you have spared with us. And we shall request you again at 2:10 p.m. after
Okay.
lunch. Join with us with your session, a startup and career perspective of young engineers. So thank you,
Yes.
sir. If you have time, so please continue. Or if you have no time, then thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Sorry, I'm going because I do have meetings.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, sir. Thank you. Now, technical team, please connect to Professor K.G. Suresh, sir, Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi University, because it is time for him as per his commitment. Otherwise, we may proceed for the next one. Now, technical team, please. So, Ravi, Dr. Ravi Swarapu, please, are you getting us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there.
Yeah. So now we are coming to you because our chief guest is about to connect. So please on your webcam and
Yeah, you want me to start the session, sir, or the theme, or
no, no, no,
just
no. We are going to start your session because our one guest who was supposed to join is facing some network issue.
okay.
Okay, sir. So we are doing a little bit check. Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable? Are you
Yeah,
comfortable?
just give me 1 second, sir. I'm just switching on my this thing. I'm just moving it from a towards a stable internet. Yes, sir. Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. I think this just okay. Very good morning. Namaste, and to all the dignitaries on the platform today, and
Dr.
student
Ravi,
friends.
Dr. Ravi,
Yes, sir.
please 1 minute. I would like to firstly give brief introduction of Ravi Swarapu, Harvard Managing Mentor, MS through research, is MBA and BE, CEO Andhra University Incubation Hub, Visakhapatnam, India. He is Director, Estimatex, IT Product Development and Service Startup. He is a director also, entire IoT, home and industrial automation product startup. You are again director, interview body, that is HR Tech Startup. Again, you are director, Elco Partners, that is a startup mentoring and angel investment firm. Again, you are director, Penafotech, that is US-based BPM company in healthcare. Also, you are board member, TAI app, that is the largest non-profit organization connecting entrepreneurship ecosystem. You are chairman, advisory board, ITAAP, that is IT and ITES Association of Andhra Pradesh. Ravi has 23 years of experience in heading business, strategy, sales, operations, and corporate quality across the globe for large corporate and startups. Ravi focuses Ravi, Ravi's focus areas were diversity, strategy, and leading business process, re-engineering business turnaround, new product, service development, manufacturing and supply chain optimization, Six Sigma consulting, digitalization and cost optimization initiative for Fortune 500 firms. Ravi entrepreneurial journey started in 2012 and he had a successful exit selling his stake in his first entrepreneurial outing, Pena Protect. Ravi is currently angel invested and also help in strategy and sales at the three growth stage startups that are all cash positive as of today. Ravi is a serial entrepreneur as identified by Inc. 42 as one of the top angel investors in Andhra Pradesh, India. In 2021 and 22, Ravi has conducted two AICT Atal Academy driven faculty development program on fostering startups, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Ravi, I have already shared with you that our university has 19 startups. So, by your delivery, by your presentation, I am under the impression that our participants as basically our students or girls students of UG and PG who are planning to, start their career in corporate sector or they are trying to be an entrepreneur. I would like to share with you that this is the first university of India that divides the portfolio of the students. We divide portfolio of the students just after the admission in engineering. Means on the basis of the choice of the students that she is trying to be a government officer or she is trying to be a corporate gent or she is trying to be an entrepreneur. We divide the portfolio. Our students of engineering are divided in three different portfolio. The most important portfolio that is the entrepreneur that plays important role for startups because innovation, incubation, and then a startup. These stages plays very vital role because when the idea is generated, it passes through different levels. And our students are fortunately working in that direction also. So Ravi, please, I request that please continue your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. Thank you for the very elaborate introduction. A very good morning to all the dignitaries on platform, to all the gurus and teachers because of whom is what I am today, and to all the student friends who are a part of this conference. A very apt, I would say, topic that's been picked up. One is startups, which is the in thing. This is no more like probably when people who are there on either Professor Vinay Mohan ji or Professor Lal ji or Professor Manju Sharma ji, or Abhishek Acharya ji or Sunil Kumar ji. When we were probably young and probably in the universities, there was no term, we did not know what a startup is, which is basically it's been something like in vogue for the last 5 to 6 years. Wonderful to know because yes, I know one of the speaker was talking before that TCS was a startup one day. Yes, I've seen a few. I was a very early part of Satyam when, you also hear the story of Infosys starting in a garage. So they were all startups one day to what they've grown today. So nobody starts big, everybody starts small, and slowly as they ideate and they keep changing with the changing times, adapt to it, and then become innovative and creative in ways of handling the situation, you become what you are today. So, and like when we're talking about failures too, reasons are you might start with something innovative, but over a period of time, what is innovative might not become any more innovative because technology changes so fast that over a period of a year or two, you become redundant in the market, and whatever your solution or your product that is there is already copied. There's so many me too's in the market and difficult for you to sustain going forward. So until unless you keep, like you find a lot of examples of Nokias and others who have not been able to keep up with the pace of innovation, have or a pace of innovation of competition, like an Apple's or the others that who have made Samsungs and others, who have become leaders, and there's still some people trying to catch up. Again, LGs, and then there are some people who have innovated on the price front and come up like a Redmi MI, and then different segments and other stuff. So things to change. The big wigs of today might not continue to be the big giants of tomorrow. This is a very dynamic situations that are there. That's startups great thing to be the right time, because there's a lot of support from all fronts. If you're talking from um, incubation to support to student, even student startups, up to the level of hackathons, funding, lot of mentoring support, infrastructure support, labs support, uh, uh, network support, so many of angel investors around. So all these things are collectively working towards, of course, everybody is in here to ensure success, which leads to making wealth, creation of wealth, and in turn helps the country in GDP and employment generation. But towards that, there's a huge ecosystem that got created over the period of last 5 to 6 years, which I've closely observed. Last corporate role, I know I become an entrepreneur when I nearly turned 40, late 30s and nearly turned 40. So I was a late entrant into
Mr.
entrepreneurship.
Ravi, Mr.
Yes,
Ravi,
sir.
sorry for interruption. Have you any PPT or something to share
Oh,
with
yeah,
us?
sure. I will share mine. I thought, let me share it now.
Okay, so Ravi, you continue, and it is our privilege and honor to welcome Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor, Makhanlal Chaturvedi University. Sir, on behalf of the whole fraternity of this organizing team of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, we are welcoming you. You are chief guest of this international conference of first day. Our now we have our chair professor, Professor Dr. Vinay Mohanji, who is the C.V. Raman chair professor, and Ravi Swarapu, who is a CEO of Andhra University. Who is since we were waiting for you, so we have given your slot to him. So I request you that you please continue with us. And myself, Professor Eslan. Abhishek Acharya is also connected from MNIT, Malviya National Institute of Technology,
Namaskar.
from Gujarat. He is a very renowned engineer. Sunil Kumarji from BIT Sindri, associate professor and a very expert, very well-known expert in startup and other parts of renewable energy, and the director of the faculty, a very dynamic lady, Professor Manju Sharma ji, is also connected with us. So we will listen to you and we will get your blessings, Professor K.G. Suresh. But you allow us to continue, Mr. Ravi, to say he's saying
Sure.
something about the startup. Okay,
Sure,
Ravi,
please.
please. Ravi, please continue.
Sir, is it okay, sir, for to keep you waiting, because about half an hour would be my session. So, or I'm okay if Professor Sureshji would give his address and then I get into
Okay,
the
okay,
session.
okay. So,
Yes, sir. I have no issues. Please,
okay, okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
That's great.
you know, I have no word to give the, this introduction. It is, to क्या बोलते हैं कि आकाश के बारे में क्या कहना.
अरे सर.
So, Professor K.G. Suresh is a renowned name. Professor K.G. Suresh has written different aspects in the era of academic. Wherever he has joined, when I was going through his profile, And so far, I have information with some of my colleagues from UGC and other universities about Professor K.G. Suresh. He has written different chapter of success, and he has guided dozen of students their UG PG levels. He has contributed dozen of research papers, books, and so and so. It is very, I've already said that it is beyond to explain his candidature, and it is our privilege and honor that he has accepted our invitation. And I recall in a very big function, I and Professor K.G. Suresh were on the same chapter in a felicitation function, and I was very much, fascinated when I was listening him. I become, very much happy, and I decided that in coming days when we'll be organizing any function, we'll be inviting to Professor K.G. Suresh. And Professor Suresh, one thing we'd like to share with you, that Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University has 7 faculties. There were 8 faculties, but Faculty of Engineering and Technology has been merged to Faculty of Education and Methodology. Now we have 7 faculties. The first faculty is Faculty of Ayurvedic Science. The second faculty is Faculty of Homeopathic Science. Then Faculty of Physiotherapy and Diagnostic. Here faculty means, in your language college, we have faculty. And in some language, in some other aspect, people say school. So these are the 3 faculties. The fourth faculty is Faculty of Education and Methodology. Then we have Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science. Also we have Faculty of Pharmaceutical Science. We have Faculty of Law and Governance. In this faculty, who is the core, host of this international conference of today and tomorrow, under C.V. Raman chair and Alma World Limited, under the collaboration of that very international organization. We have Journalism and Mass Communication Department also.
Great.
So our girls of this university, as well as our teachers, are very much curious to listen to you, that how they can make their career successful as a journalist in print media or in electronic media, or the other aspect of journalism, as you know well. So we have in this faculty of Education and Methodology, we have Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Fashion Design and Fine Arts Department. In the beginning of this session, we have already discussed, since we are not present here, so I would like to share all these things to you. And we have also Department of Computer Science and Engineering. In this faculty, we have Department of Science that contains, it is the ingredient of physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, microbiology, UG, PG and PhD. In our all the disciplines, since we are university, so we are having UG, PG and PhD in all the programs, in B.Ed, M.Ed, in integrated program of education, BSc, B.Ed, B.Ed, BA, B.Ed. We have also all the liberal and liberal arts subjects. So this is the brief introduction of our university, and the dynamic leader of our university is JBN Dr. Sir Vedant Gar, who is the advisor and CEO today, and he is the leading this team. And we have a mother-like administrator here, that is our chairperson, Honorable JBN Madam Mithilesh Garg ji. So this is the brief introduction of our university, and our university came into existence in 2008, and since then we have crossed 30,000 plus enrollments. We have 19 startups. We have published 60 plus patents, 500 plus projects we have completed. We have 2,381 research papers we have published. We are the single women's university having 12BA status. We are NAAC accredited, And we have a state-of-art infrastructure, and basically this is the Meru as per NEP, multidisciplinary and research university. So Professor KG Suresh, as Ravi has requested, on behalf of Ravi also, I request you that please bless all of us by your, beautiful words.
Thank you,
Professor KG
Professor
Suresh.
Lal. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much for your warm welcome. My apologies at the beginning to all the esteemed panelists here because I had informed, uh, you know, uh, Dr. Sunita Bhati also that, I was already, I had given my consent to be the keynote speaker at an international conference from Colombo, and I was addressing them till 11 o'clock. And then they had some question and answers I had to answer. And since I was representing India at that conference, so obviously, I wanted to respond to all their queries. So my apologies to all the, and my thanks to Sri Ravi Eshwarapu for accommodating me. And thank you, Professor Lal, and the for inviting me to this very important initiative that you have taken, and to enable me to place some of my thoughts before all the esteemed panelists, who are all reputed names from the industry and academia. Now, I have been given the task of talking about media. Uh, Obviously, I represent Asia's first and India's largest media university, the Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication. I had the opportunity to serve earlier as the Director General of the Indian Institute of Mass Communication and the founder dean at the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. So I have been, mass communication has been my lifeline for the last almost 40 years. So it's always a pleasure to talk about, media and mass communication in its different dimensions. And today, you have given me the responsibility of talking on uh, the role of media in the promotion of Make in India and Skill India. Now there are two aspects of this. One is how media is promoting, and how we can promote media through Make in India and Skill India. These are two aspects which I would like to briefly talk about. Uh, so, friends, let me tell you, uh, there is a uh, in media we used to teach, and I myself was taught like that, that when when a man when a dog bites a man, it's no news. When a man bites a dog, it is news. This was the definition of news, you know. So that means anything that is unusual. Dog biting man is usual, nothing new. But man biting a dog is rare. So something that is unusual is news. What is usual is not news. If I'm doing my duty, I'm supposed to do it. But if there is a dereliction of duty on my part, if there is an act of corruption on my part, then that becomes news. So a lot of people say that if you are doing your, nobody reports the good things, only the bad things are getting reported. But then they think that the whole concept is that the good thing though everybody is supposed to be doing. So it is the bad thing that has to be reported. The government is doing a good job. They are supposed to do a good job, isn't it? So what is the big deal? But if they are making a mistake, then that has to be highlighted. That was the concept on which media worked. And this is called media and government sharing an adversarial relationship. An adversarial relationship wherein I only find faults with the government. Now, this was to a great extent relevant so long as colonialism was there, foreign rule was there, you had dictatorships around. But today, you have a government of the people, for the people, by the people. In most parts of the world, you have a democratic setup in one form or the other. There are, of course, still islands of dictatorship which are there. There are islands of tyranny. There are iron curtains still in countries like North Korea, China, where you are not aware of what is happening. But by and large, the world is pretty transparent. And it's not easy anymore with the advent of digital media to hide anything. You could control earlier a few media houses. But today, at a time when the citizen himself has become the communicator, and they have technologies, including the very simple mobile phone that has used, this has become the most powerful tool of communication. You have social media, you have YouTube, you have Instagram, you have Facebook, you have Twitter. The media, the common man is no more dependent on the mediator called media houses. The common man has got a platform to voice his or her own voice. It is no more dependent on a media platform. I still remember as a youngster, I used to write articles and send it to a lot of newspapers for publication, along with a self-addressed stamped envelope. And they used to return it in most cases with a thank you note. It won't get published. Today, if I want to write anything about anybody, I can just write it straight on the Facebook and I can reach up to 5,000 people. I can reach lakhs of people by writing 240 words on the Twitter. I can write 240 letters. I can write, post photographs. And today, if I look at my own social media handles, my personal handles, I am straight away reaching out to minimum 20,000 people through my own social media handles. Now, even if I write the best of articles, I don't think 20,000 people will bother to read it. It will even reach 20,000. Even the best of article published even in Indian Express or Times of India will be read by a couple of hundred people. That's all. Now today I can reach out to millions of people. That is called the democratization of media. You are no more dependent on the middlemen in the media. So today you have a prime minister who will not interact with the so-called media, but he directly addresses the people through social media and through his Man Ki Baat. He doesn't interact with the media at all. That's a complaint the media has against him. But he feels that when he is directly talking to the people, why should he have somebody in between? This is called the big revolution that has happened, where even the common man can today use that platform to highlight issues which have always been neglected by the so-called mainstream media, because they never found it interesting. So if Professor Lal had something good to say, so he will have to invite the media first, hold a press conference, organize a good lunch, some gifts also. Even then he is not sure whether he will get into print or not. But today, Professor Lal organizes a meeting, does it live streaming on Facebook and YouTube, and he is reaching up to thousands of people without dependency on anybody. Technology has given us that power. Now, today we are talking about how media can promote Make in India, Skill India. First of all, I will talk about the first aspect. How can we groom journalists who are skilled? Because you also have a department of journalism. Today, it would be unfair to talk about preparing journalists for the print media or preparing journalists for the electronic media. Today is the era of convergence journalism. You have concepts like integrated newsroom. You have the same platform. So you have a Times of India newspaper. You have a Times Now channel, and you have Times digital platform. Call it India Times or whatever. So you are on multiple platforms, and you are catering to variety of audience according to their tastes and requirements. So to cater to this kind of an audience, you have to groom multitaskers. Journalists who can only write or who can only speak have become redundant today. They are losing their jobs. Today, if you want to survive in media, you have got to be a multitasker. You should know how to write, you should know how to speak, and you should know how to use the social media effectively to reach out to lakhs of people. You have got to be a multitasker. Multitasking is the need of the hour. And that is part of the Skill India. Let me also tell you that there are always been political debates about language issue. English versus Hindi and related issues. If you ask me, for majority of Indians, English is not a language. English is a skill. And today, India has captured the global markets. Indians are today heading global institutions from Twitter to Google, from Sundar Pichai to Parag Agrawal to, you name them. They are all dominating the Silicon Valley. They are all dominating the global hospitals. They are all dominating NASA, because apart from their ability, their intellectual intelligence, intellectual inputs, it is the skill of knowing English and articulating which has enabled them to make a presence for themselves in the global scenario. So, a boy coming from Assam or Maharashtra or South India or Uttar Pradesh or Rajasthan may be very intelligent. But if he is not aware of a skill, and that is language skill, then he cannot articulate himself and he cannot make his presence felt. So language is very important. And not just English. Today's language skills have also become very important. Everybody wants to articulate. There is no platform, Professor Lal, which does
Yes.
not Every organization wants to do public relation, wants to reach out to the public. And they have found social media to be the most effective tool to reach out to the younger generation. Today, majority of the people are on social media. And if you want to market your produce, there cannot be a better means than the social media. But we need people with a lot of social media skills. It is not a pastime anymore. Today, you have jobs like social media managers. You
Yes,
have
sir.
jobs like social media strategists.
Yes, yes.
It is no more that I am going to put my selfies and put my photographs on Instagram and become very popular. Today, youngsters are using these tools to create job opportunities. They are contacting small businesses. I know of such people who contact 10 small businesses and look after their social media at the rate of 5,000 rupees per month. And they are making a neat 50,000. Just 5,000 rupees from any small shopkeeper, they will provide you 5,000 rupees. And 10 shopkeepers, they are making 50,000. That is skill. How to do that? Now, it is important that media, so that is, I am dealing with the first aspect, that is skill. Media has to be made technically savvy. If you are looking at conventional jobs, then I am sorry, print media is winding up slowly, like in the West. There are few takers for print media. Electronic media has become almost static. The massive growth you are witnessing is in social media, in digital media, the digital space.
Now this
Where
is one of the best. Now this is one of the best startup also.
yes, so there's a
Yeah.
lot of. So today, I have renamed my media placement, my placement cell as placement and entrepreneurship cell. We are encouraging our youngsters are today launching their own YouTube channels and they are earning money. They are coming up with ideas because people require different kind of information, not just political, not just economic, not just entertainment. I have this student of mine. She used to work in mainstream media, but then she got married. She had a child. She was not finding time to go for a job and all that. She realized that as a youngster, she never had an idea about what to do after 12th, how to apply for entrance examinations. So she started a portal, a YouTube channel, where she would interview toppers of IIM, IIT, NEET, UGC NET. She will interview institutional heads, and that is how she met me also. How to get a, how to clear the NEET, how to clear the JRF, how to clear this, how to clear that. She started an entire series. And believe me, lakhs of youth are looking for these kind of opportunities. And today, she is running this channel from the comforts of her home. She has 4 staff members, fully paid, full-time staff members, and she is running this startup, which is a media startup. I can tell you so many, give you so many examples of startups which are happening. I mean, day before yesterday was Akshaya Tritiya. a lot of marriages had taken place. I can assure you that at least 10% of those marriages, the groom and the bride were wearing dresses which were taken on rent. Today, you have designer dresses which would cost a couple of lakhs, which perhaps an ordinary bride and groom won't be able to afford. But today, you have startups which are offering Manish Malhotra and Ritu Berry for a day. They are dry cleaned, they are worth lakhs of rupees. They know that the bridal dress or the groom's dress is to be worn only once in a lifetime. Nobody wants to wear the same thing for the second time, even if he goes for a second time. So, today you have youngsters who are offering you these bridal dresses at 1/100th of their cost for a day's rent. And youngsters are going for that. Now, these are the kind of startups that are, today. The other day when the Prime Minister was addressing in Germany, when he was addressing uh, the NRIs, he said that when he took over, there were hardly a couple of hundred startups. But in the last 8 years, today the number of startups are at 68,000. That's the figure he gave. So, today media startups are also there, which are offering information on a variety of subjects. Let me now come to the role of media in promoting startups, which is my final submission. Media has realized and is slowly realizing that you cannot be negative all the time. When I was the head of Doordarshan News, we started a program called Good News India, which is still watched. What we did was that we started showing the contributions of people, not governments, people who have done something to make the society a better place to live. We collected these news items in a half-an-hour capsule and named it Good News India, which was aired once in a week. Can you believe it? Not only the Prime Minister applauded the contributions of this program, but 12 of the hundreds of people whom we highlighted received the Padma Awards. Because they were people, ordinary people who were working. There was a time when Padma used to be given only to people based out of Delhi who had good connections with the political leadership. Today you have tribal women, people working in villages who are getting Padma Awards. That is because the good work is being recognized. Positive news is being talked about. Good news. India became such a success that India Today last year launched a channel by the name Good News Today. Dainik Bhaskar, all editions once in a week, they have an issue called No Negative News. On the front page, they don't carry any negative news on Mondays. Only positive news.
Monday effect.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is happening because they have realized that it is not only negative news that sells, but also positive. People want to listen to good stories, success stories. And startups and Skill India are good stories, success stories. Like the American dream, they talk about the Indian dream, the aspirational middle class, their dreams, their vision, their entrepreneurship. No government under the sun can provide employment to a billion plus population. They will have to be self driven, entrepreneurship driven. That entrepreneurship will have to be promoted. And that is what startup, Skill India, all these concepts are all about. Media can play a big role in being a catalyst in this. Globally, today we are talking about a concept called solutions journalism. That means we are no more focusing only on problems. We are looking at solutions which are available within the society. We are no more looking at up to governments alone to solve our problems. We are looking at ways and means to solve our problems. I remember the days when there used to be a power cut and we would go to the nearby substation and create a hangama because there used to be huge power cuts. I am not saying today there are no power cuts. Today also there are power cuts, but I don't even realize it because my inverter is taking care of that. I am not even realizing that when the power went. This is the big change. We are looking for our own solutions. We are no more dependent on governments. That is the big change. So we are looking at solutions today. We are looking at positive things today. We have had enough of negativity over the last 75 years. We are now looking at positive things. I started with that that Gandhiji, and let me say that in Hindi, गांधी जी ने कहा था कि गांधी जी के 3 बंदर, बुरा मत देखो, बुरा मत बोलो, बुरा मत सुनो. Now, in media, I will have to listen to Bura, speak Bura, and see Bura. If I don't do that, then I lose the role of the media. मीडिया को तो बुरा देखना भी पड़ेगा, बुरा सुनना भी पड़ेगा और बुरा बोलना भी पड़ेगा. तो हम गांधी जी
बुरा बनना भी पड़ेगा.
यस सर. तो ये तो गांधी जी के 3 बंदर का नियम हम पर लागू नहीं होता है, लेकिन उसमें एक छोटा संशोधन जरूर हो सकता है. बुरे के साथ साथ मैं ये भी कह सकता हूं कि बुरे के साथ साथ अच्छा भी देखो, अच्छा भी सुनो और अच्छा भी बोलो. So even as I look at all the negative things which a media's responsibility is, I can also give a pat on the back of those who are doing a good job. So let me promote not just the schemes of the government, but let me come out with beautiful stories of how it is changing the lives of people. Today, it is the era of storytelling. how effectively and beautifully you can tell a story, and people will watch that story. And I will end this session with a small story.
No, sir, not end. Little, very little submission to you is that say something about yellow journalism and paid news. Paid news and yellow journalism. What is your opinion?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah, please.
Uh, uh, I will tell you about this story, and then I will come to the other point you had raised. Sir, अभी इंदौर में, Indore, is the Indore in
Yes,
Madhya
yes,
Pradesh is the
yes, sir.
cleanest city in the country. Is the cleanest city. Swachh Bharat. You know what happened? Recently, if you go by taxi and if you throw out your wrapper, आपने चिप्स खा लिया और रैपर आपने खिड़की से फेंक दिया, बाकी शहर में तो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, लेकिन इंदौर का टैक्सी ड्राइवर गाड़ी रोक देगा और वो खुद जाके जो है रैपर लेके आएगा जो आपने फेंका है। उसके गाड़ी के अंदर एक छोटा कूड़ादान रखा है, उसमें वो डाल देगा और जो साहब पीछे बैठे हैं उनसे बोलेगा कि साहब आगे से जब आप इंदौर में टैक्सी में जा रहे हो ना, तो जो गाड़ी में रखी हुई है उसमें डालना। तब जाके इंदौर क्लीनेस्ट सिटी हुआ है।
Yes, sir. Yes.
इट हैज बिकम ए पीपल्स मूवमेंट, और इसमें मीडिया की बहुत अहम भूमिका रही है। ये स्किल इंडिया और स्टार्टअप इंडिया इज ऑल्सो वन वे ऑफ हाउ पॉजिटिव कम्युनिकेशन कैन चेंज द माइंडसेट ऑफ द यंग पीपल कि हमको सिर्फ नौकरी नहीं देखना है, हमें जॉब क्रिएटर्स बनना है, जॉब सीकर्स नहीं। ये एटीट्यूडिनल चेंज, ये बिहेवियरल चेंज, ये माइंडसेट चेंज, ये लाने में मीडिया की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। एंड कमिंग टू द सब्जेक्ट सर यू हैड रेफर्ड टू, येलो जर्नलिज्म और पीत पत्रकारिता। सर ये देखिए, ये एक टाइम था। आज जर्नलिस्ट को क्या पेमेंट दे रहे हैं सर? लेट मी पुट द अदर साइड ऑफ द स्टोरी। हमारे साथ दिक्कत क्या है कि ये जो जर्नलिस्ट है, ये दे हैव नॉट कम फ्रॉम हेवन, दे आर कमिंग फ्रॉम दिस सोसाइटी ओनली। एंड इस समाज में जो कमी है वो कहीं ना कहीं उनमें भी दिखाई देगा। वी एक्सपेक्ट ऑल वर्च्यूज फ्रॉम जर्नलिस्ट, बट व्हाट इज देयर लाइफ सर? आपको पता है कि बड़े बड़े अखबारों में, ऐसे बड़े अखबार इस देश में हैं जो उनको तनख्वाह नहीं देती है, उनको एक प्रेस कार्ड हाथ में दे देती है और उनको बताया जाता है कि आप अपने लिए और हमारे लिए कमा के लाइए। मैं बड़े अखबारों की बात कर रहा हूं। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, मैं इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मास कम्युनिकेशन का डायरेक्टर जनरल था। उस वक्त प्लेसमेंट के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अखबार समूह आया। मैंने उनसे पूछा आप क्या सैलरी दोगे हमारे बच्चों को? उन्होंने कहा 8,000 रुपये। मैंने उनसे कहा कि 12,000 तो मेरा ड्राइवर लेता है, आप एक जर्नलिज्म के बच्चे को, जो लोकतंत्र का चौथा स्तंभ है, उसने अपना मास्टर्स पढ़ाई करके जब वो निकल रहा है, आप उसे 8,000 रुपये दे रहे हो, आप उससे क्या एक्सपेक्ट करोगे? हम पेड न्यूज़ की बात करते हैं तो जिला स्तर पर वो उसे पेड न्यूज़ कहते हैं। पेड न्यूज़ नहीं, पेट पालने का न्यूज़। जर्नलिस्ट, बहुत चंद अखबार और चंद चैनल्स है जहां जर्नलिस्ट आर पेड वेल, बट मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द प्लेसेस दे आर paid very poorly and they are expected to work day and night, and they are not no more। हर जगह कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम आ गया है। जिसके चलते जर्नलिस्ट का कलम आज न निर्भीक है न स्वतंत्र है। वो वही लिखता है जो उसका मालिक कहता है। और राजनेता भी अब पत्रकारों से बात नहीं करते हैं, मालिकों से डायरेक्ट बात करते हैं। वो जानते हैं कि जब मैं मालिक को जानता हूं तो मैं नौकर से क्यों बात करूं।
यस सर, यस सर।
और उनको जो छपवाना है वो छपवा देते हैं। तो ये जो गरीब जर्नलिस्ट जो है, मुझे लगता है कि वी शुड डिस्टिंग्विश बिटवीन मीडिया एंड मीडिया पर्सन्स। दे आर डिफरेंट एंटिटीज। Media is owned by, majority of the media is owned by big media houses, big corporate घरानास, जिनके लिए अपने बिजनेस को एडवांस करने के लिए, अपने बिजनेस को एक शील्ड प्रोवाइड करने के लिए मीडिया इज ए वेपन एंड जर्नलिस्ट आर merely pawns। ये बेसिक चीज है। बाकी मैं एग्री करता हूं कि कुछ छोटे स्तर पर कुछ पत्रकारिता के नाम पर कुछ लोग दलाली भी करते हैं, कुछ लोग ब्लैक जिसे कहते हैं कि आपको जो है ब्लैकमेल भी करते हैं।
सर मेरी एक किताब आती है जर्नलिज्म में, मैं तो स्टूडेंट लाइफ में थोड़ा फैसिनेटेड था, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में कुछ दिन लिखा था
जी।
तो उस समय मैंने जो महसूस किया, दो आई वाज स्टूडेंट ऑफ साइंस बैकग्राउंड, तो मेरा मन था लिखने का। तो उस समय मैंने जो महसूस किया, आगे चल के मेरी एक किताब आई, ए लॉजिकल फिलोसफी इन जर्नलिज्म।
अच्छा।
तो वो किताब मैं आपको दूंगा और चाहूंगा कि आप
Please.
उसकी समीक्षा करें।
I'll be happy. I'll be happy.
और आप मैंने ये उसमें बताने का कोशिश किया है कि अब अखबारों के एडिटोरियल मालिक निर्धारित करते हैं।
I totally agree.
बल्कि किसी अखबार का संपादकीय क्या होगा, ये संपादक जी डिसाइड नहीं करेंगे, ये उसके मालिक डिसाइड करेंगे कि जीडीपी को।
संपादक का संस्था खत्म हो गया है लाल साहब।
खत्म हो गया। नाउ ही इज ए मैनेजर।
Yes.
He is a manager, how to circulate the newspaper and how to collect the advertisement and how to make people happy who is surrounding the malik, so called the head of the property.
Yes.
So sir, बहुत अच्छा लगा and we are very much happy.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure. My apologies once again for joining.
No. On behalf of our director, Professor Manju Sharma ji, whole fraternity, our chair professor and others, we are thankful to you, sir. Your very nice delivery, very meaningful, very emergent delivery. And हम चाहेंगे कि आपका आशीर्वाद हमारे।
बिल्कुल। I look forward to visiting your university.
Yes sir, sir. और कभी आप जयपुर आए तो आए, हम पत्रकारिता की छात्राओं से मिले। And we are planning to move to your institution with our students to see something, to your library and some other aspect.
Sure.
जर्नलिज्म के स्टूडेंट आपके इंस्टीट्यूशंस में भी एक बार जाने की इच्छा रखते हैं।
You are most welcome. You are most
We are
welcome.
dealing with the
आपका
girls.
delegation आए और हमारे यहाँ पूरा विजिट करें। We will be really happy to receive.
हाँ। और हमारे पास JVTV है, we have JVTV and we have needkhabar.com, that is the digital version daily newspaper, and we have Jyoti Darpan, we have 90.2 community radio station also.
Very good, very good.
तो हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं उस क्षेत्र में, और आपके जैसे योद्धाओं का सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन मिलेगा तो
always it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
तो बहुत अच्छा लगा कि आपने हम लोगों के आमंत्रण को स्वीकार किया और हमें किरदार किया। अगर आपके पास थोड़ा समय हो तो आप प्रोफेसर रवि ईश्वरप्पू को भी सुने।
Sure.
या रवि, सो
निवेदन करूं?
हाँ, यस। Chair Professor Vinay Mohan sir is trying to say something.
सर, प्रोफेसर सुरेश जी ने एक लार्जर मुद्दा जो उठाया है, इसे सिर्फ जर्नलिज्म और ओनर्स के ये में नहीं देखा जाए, इन्होंने बहुत ही लार्जर और अहम इशू पे जोर दिया है बिटवीन द ओनर मैनेजमेंट एंड द प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट अक्रॉस द स्पेक्ट्रम, अक्रॉस द बोर्ड। किसी इंडस्ट्री में किसी भी तबके में आप जाइए तो ये चीज है ना, एक बहुत फाइन एक लाइन है, डिवाइडिंग लाइन है, वो इन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात है ना कही है। साधुवाद सर।
Now, Professor Ravi, please continue, sir, please. If you have PPT.
Thank you, sir. I'm so happy that I've let Professor Suresh ji talk before I did, because very thought-provoking and, of course, inspirational, sir. Really, I'm honored, and I'm so happy that I'm part of this, that I could listen to you before getting into my own session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I continue. So I will just share my thing. My screen was. It's asking to upload the file. Just a minute. Can I directly share it? Oh, share screen. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, okay. I'll just go to just a moment.
Please press
Yeah.
F5.
Is that okay, sir? Now?
Yeah. Full screen.
Okay.
Please share full screen, please.
Yeah, I did. I made it full screen. Is it still not going full screen?
Okay. So please continue.
Yes, sir. Okay. I think now we got into the afternoon. Very good afternoon, sir, Professor Lalji. So, how much time do I have so that I will?
Yeah. This is afternoon. Okay, you are right.
Yes, afternoon. But 20 minutes, half an hour. What's my time limit?
You 10 to 15 minutes, please.
Okay. Since I'm in the startup space. Okay, of course, I'm in the incubation center, and have been as I said, I'm a late entrant into the startup space, late 30s. My last corporate role was as chief of quality for Tech Mahindra. Before I decided to go on my own, just because of my love for being in the place where I born, which is Vizag. So I've come back here, started my first healthcare startup, had a successful exit, and with that money, started another 4 startups, one in the IT, one in IoT, one in the HR tech space, and one is the medical tech space. It's been about 3 years, 3 years journey in these 4 startups. 2017-18, I can say 4 years now.
You please run your slide.
Yeah, I am. So it's basically, I'm just giving a prelude of background so that people understand where I'm coming from. So these 2 topics, which I'm now talking of, is based on my experience. So these 4 startups are basically now thankfully profit making. 2 of them are likely to go for a Series A funding this year. So quickly, just what entrepreneurship. So I'll talk about startups, simple ideas that can become startups, which I will talk about 2, 3, or 4 experiences from me being incubating student startups and making them successful, with even taking them to the funding stage. So, and in fact, I've invested in a few student startups. So I will give those examples so that it would create some level of idea as to what sort of things that students can do getting into startups. 2 is also on the geospatial stuff, analytics, which I worked along with for General Motors and GE as clients. I was in the consumer analytics space using geospatial analytics. So I'll just give a few examples there so that it covers the theme also that I'm talking of. Okay, entrepreneurship, it's basically, it's a process. What you do is you identify an opportunity in the market, you create or build something that is of value. People have seized that there's something of value and are ready to pay for it. You put all the resources together, money, manpower, material, machinery that's required. you develop and implement a business plan, and then which of course involves a lot of uncertainty and an acceptance of a high amount of risk, which leads to eventually success, leading to wealth creation. So most of the students would, or even people after grown up would say, should I try startups? Is this something that I should go for it or not? Why you should go for it is if somebody is there who's ready to take a calculated risk. This is like not taking very assumptions. This is similar to working in the stock market, investing in the stock market. Whether you do a calculated risk or you are very speculative in nature. If you are very speculative in nature, your chances of failure are very high. So you have risk taking, but it is very scientifically and calculated risk. You have a high amount of desire to control your own destiny. There's a high level of independence and a very strong desire to achieve. You're passionate and a very strong desire to achieve something big in life. And who is not ready, who is actually not ready for startups or an entrepreneurship, is somebody who has a high fear of risk, of course, and high fear of failure, because research shows that people actually succeed the third time around. We also talk of research where 90% of the first time startups fail. So the mantra today in the startup world is you start. If you think that's not working, we call some term called pivot, make a change. Or if you think that the idea is completely not working, take it off, get out of it and get into something new. We say fail fast. If you're thinking that it is not something working, you immediately take a decision. Don't be emotionally connected and move on to the next idea. So that's there. So there should not be fear of failure, and your continuity is there. So you don't give in to peer pressure, because a lot of students, most of them get jobs on campus. People go settle down. Some people move to nice places in cities and outside the country, and then you are still continuing and struggling to set up your startup. And there's also family pressure. So if you give in to those things, startups are not for you. Then you can't see the long-term opportunity cost. See, today's your friends might start off with 5 lakh, 6 lakh, 3 lakh, whatever packages people run after those things. And then you might start off with you spending money more than earning anything in the initial stage, bootstrapping startups. But eventually, over a period of time, you should see that I'll give you an example. One of the startups that I have, a student startup which we started in 2017, didn't earn a rupee till probably 2020. But today his net worth his stock in the company is worth about 4 to 5 crores. So you should be you should put in that long hours and be ready for it for a long period of time, so that you see that opportunity cost over a longer period of time. Just like I said, in stock market, you invest in this long term, you're like a long-term investor. You invest, wait for a certain period of time for the fruits to bear, and then enjoy them. What's just that? Do I have it in me? Am I a person that who is ready for startups? Yes, it means, just like the picture says, you work with teams, you have great leadership skills, you're very assertive, you're tolerant to risk, you have good business knowledge. It's just not because today student startups fail either because it's a bunch of computer science or engineering students trying to do something without the management skill, or a bunch of management skills not having the technical or product knowledge as to how to make it. So ensure that you have a mix of both. You have good knowledge about the domain that you're working on, and there is a continuous innovation. Please understand that one-time innovation, one-time product, technology keeps changing. One-time success doesn't mean continued success. So you have to ensure that you are in the game for a longer period of time. So your mindset is high level of achievement, very individualistic. You have a lot of control over things, very focused and optimistic. You are a very confident person. Your interpersonal skills are very good. And your social capital, that is, as we say in business, your network is net worth, and you are highly risk tolerant. So these are things. And I said, as a team, sometimes you might not have all of them in you. You actually choose a team which complement each other, and ensure that you have in total something that where you're ready to do a startup. So when do I start up? like when I was talking last time, when I just started before, I said when we were young, there's something like, if you said startups, you're probably a loner. After 2015, Startup India and other stuff, it's no more anything like a lone cowboy myth. You're not the only person. People understand, people would accept if you say you're getting into startups. And then there is that experience myth. People say you have to be experienced enough to, you see the corporate, you should have known something about that specific domain before you really get into it. No more, that's no more accepted norm. So people without experience getting into it over a period of time learn and start up and then start earning also. If you're only in it for money, no, you have to be really passionate about success. There are a lot of other things. Money is only a byproduct of a startup and doing it well. And if we are saying I'm there in startups just for sake of money, it's not there. One other thing that I would also caution students, a lot of students that I've seen, after they start up, after they appear for placements, either they didn't get a good one or they don't get into any placements, then they come up with suddenly saying that, okay, I'll start up and become a CEO of my own company. And I'm sure that is something that is a sure shots, a point for failure, because you're not there to really do things, but you found it as just a reason to continue to tell people that I'm trying to do something on my own. Please don't do that. It's a big waste of your time, money, and effort too. Entrepreneurs are gamblers. No, they are not. They're very calculated. I said calculated risk. So they are not gambling with life for money. They are doing everything. The assumptions are proven before they go and enter it. The other myth is entrepreneurs don't have to worry about numbers. No, every day it is numbers. Please don't go with assumptions. Somebody said this, somebody said this will work. This is like a computer science student saying, I will do this certification, I'll get a job. So that's, it's not qualified by numbers. If you don't, somebody says, I'll go and do testing, learn some testing in some city and then I'll get a job. No, don't ever go into a startup without having your numbers ready. What is the market? What is the opportunity? Do your surveys, market research, and then properly get into it without just jumping into it based on some assumptions. And a lot of people say, I'm not able to start up because there's no funding, which is again not true, because you will have to, if you watch this program called Shark Tank, you would understand that initially, yes, there is struggle, but it's just not money. But once you show a little bit of revenues and the promise, money would automatically come in. And if you think it's only the funding that is keeping these huge, big startups, which we talk of Flipkarts and or the Paytms and others with a lot of funding, that's the only reason that they're there. No, it is not. If there's no market need, whatever amount of money that you put in, it is going to fail. Enrons, there are a lot of big cases like that. And finally, if you say, I've got a secret and I'm not going to discuss about my startup because it's purely confidential, unless it is a patentable idea or a concept, there's nothing secret about it. Today, what Amazon does, what Ola does, where Uber does, or what Paytm does, PhonePe, what all these big Razorpays and big guys, or what Google does, of course, their patented stuff is their algorithms, but what they do is everybody knows it. It's nothing secret about it. But can you do it better is what matters. So discuss it with a lot of people before, who will tell you what is the right way to do and whether to go into it or not into it. So finally, what you have to do, a little bit of validation, internal, I call it internal validation, and external. Internal validation is about your own self. Do I really believe in this idea? Have I got the potential? And is it so important for me in my life that I want to do this? And why am I wanting to do this? Is it name, fame, money, or is it a combination of all those things? And can I really do it? Do I have the team? Do I have a long-term commitment? Am I in this for long-term, or it's just a short-term thing and I don't have the patience? You have to have a persistence and patience becomes very important. So with all this internal validation, if you say yes, then do your external validation of the idea, whether it is a promising idea, whether there is a need in the market, and are there people, because one of my startups, which I first started after maybe 15 odd years in the industry coming, and 5 of us from the industry with an assumption thinking that students will do this, because we come up with something called Interview Buddy, which is helping people prepare for interviews. We launched it in 30 campuses with campus ambassadors, directly reaching B2C, which is directly to the students. And we did not even, in 2 months, we did not have 24 people. We had 24 people who actually paid. But when we did our market research, when we went to the students and did a little of finding out, people said paying about 1,000 rupees for an interview where I'm going to have it within 2 or 3 days with an expert who is from the same company or the industry will be very helpful, and I'm ready to pay for it. And they gave a price range of anywhere between 1,000 to 1,500. We launched it at 700, no takers. So be very careful. With people saying yes, it is required versus people, yes, I will pay for it, is a lot different. So that's one more experience I can tell you. And is the problem that you've taken up, or the idea, is it worth solving, or is it big enough to make you that enough monies to take you towards the future? Now, this is for most of us on this panel. Universities, of course, in the US are the birthplace of most of the startups. In India, it is also happening, but I know it's currently related or largely circular, concentrated around the IITs, IIITs, IIMs, and the big ones, the Delhis, which are institutions again concentrated in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, and maybe Ahmedabad and Calcutta and other places. But soon this is going to spread into the tier 2 towns. It already has, and there are also success stories coming out from there. So universities will keep playing a bigger role going forward in the incubation of initial startups, are putting that seed. See, for example, we put a seed into the student, goes out, works for 2 to 3 years. Most of them are these. If you see the examples below, these are people who went out, worked 2 or 3 years in the corporate.
Mr.
Yes.
Ravi, please sum up. Please sum up. Ravi,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So just that I'm talking about 2, 3 examples that I'm talking of. This is basically 2 guys in the university who have actually first come up with an idea saying that we will, because most of the students prepare 1 day before the exam. So we will give them everything that makes it easy for them to prepare for the exam. They started, but the issue was, again, they went for a mentoring. And then in the mentorship, what they said is the people will come to you only in March and September. How do you extend that program? So they went into other forms, which is edutech. Again, they didn't go to the regular stuff, which is soft skills and computer science stuff. They went into civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, and started creating content for that. Again, in the local language, making it easy. And they are now funded. They are 3 crores valuation, and they are funded by the government of India, startup from the STPI. So further examples, again, who can do it, who cannot. These are actually law students working on a aqua related startup. Again, went to London for a 2 months fully accelerator program, and then they have set up their startup and already sold it and getting into the second one. This is what I was talking about, Interview Buddy. This guy is from the campus. His experience in facing interviews on the campus and campus interview led to forming this thing. So ideas come in within the institution. So it's basically your ability to question the facts and then what is happening and seeing the opportunities around and taking it forward is what it is, and it's all in your hands. So do I have to even talk about experience in geospatial stuff, or should I close it here?
Okay, sir, it's fine. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And
okay.
And we would again like to listen you. If you will give us permission after 4 p.m. Again, we would like to listen a little bit part that has been left by your presentation again. So
okay, please let me know if it's still required. Then I will come on board and talk about the geospatial stuff of my experience in creating analytics around. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
So thank you for this presentation. Really, it was very nice. If you have any question, any viewer, if you have any question, can put please. Anyone, any question? No question. Now it is time to request Professor Dr. Sunil Kumarji, who is the Associate Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering in BIT Sindri. BIT Sindri, that is the, one of the oldest institution of Bihar, Bihar Institute of Technology, that established in 1934. So far I recall. And one thing I would like to share, that when I was assistant director in an engineering college in Jharkhand, Dr. Sunil Kumar was my colleague. He was working there with me. And today I am seeing he is here as a guest. So welcome Dr. Sunil Kumarji. And so far the candidature of Dr. Sunil Kumar is concerned. He is PhD in mechanical engineering, and he has done his PhD from Vinoba Bhave University, Hazaribagh, Jharkhand. And he has supervised 11 MTech students, and 4 still are, pursuing vegetation with him. One student is also pursuing PhD under his supervision in hybrid solar and wind system. He has published 13 research papers in different referred international and national journals. He has presented 11 research papers in international conference and seminars. Out of these, 1 paper has been presented in international seminar on recent development on renewable energy and sustainable development in Royal University of Bhutan. And so he has a very good foreign exposure also, and he's supposed to be a very good expert of, startup and sustainable and other engineering aspect that is very much, relevant to the society, to the humanities. So I request Dr. Sunil Kumarji, that please express your view and give your presentation and say something about the topic you have been assigned. Dr. Sunil Kumar. Sunil Kumarji. Dr. Sunil Kumarji. सुन पा रहे हैं? टेक्निकल टीम, प्लीज कनेक्ट टू डॉक्टर सुनील कुमार.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, please. Start, please.
I am sharing my screen.
Okay, sir. Firstly, you open your webcam. कैमरा ऑन किया जाए. Yes, sir, please.
अनम्यूट करिए अपने आप को.
Yes, Sunil sir, please share your PPT.
Yes, I am sharing.
And for your kind information, our chair professor, Professor Dr. Binay Mohan sir, has also been alumni of BIT Sindri. Sir, am I right? Binay sir? Am I right that you are product
Yes, sir.
of
Yes,
BIT?
sir.
विनय सर, आपने भी बीआईटी सिंदरी से पढ़ाई की है, ये मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ?
Yes.
ठीक है. इतनी पार्शियलिटी तो चलती है.
हाँ, yes.
Okay, I am facing some problems, so I am telling. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, sitting on the dais, and my seniors. Myself, Professor Sunil Kumar. It gives great opportunity to be here among the distinguished personalities to say something about International Conference on Space Data Analytics and Startups. Although this topic was selected, was very nice, and it is the now in which area the area is blooming today. Now we are facing of this machine learning, data analytics, and all other things also. So for the time being, startup, as my topic is future perspectives of young engineers. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please.
My
Sir,
topic was
Sunil sir, if you are unable to share, then you can mail your PPT to Sunita Bhati ji and she can share from this side.
my PPT is being shared, sir.
It is not visible. It is not
Okay.
visible.
Okay, I am trying. Huh?
Yes, now it is visible. Yes, it is visible, sir. Now scroll. This is the first slide. Come on
Yes,
the second slide. Yes, sir. Yes. The action or process something in motion. Yes. Yes, sir. Please continue.
As we know that the startup, what you mean by startup? We are talking about a startup means the action or process something what it is in motion. Earlier it was said that anything we are starting, it should be come up on for a startup. But nowadays that startup means that work whatever it has been done for the society, for the benefits of the society, and also for the country. But the idea behind it is how it will come. So there are 2-3 relations. First of all is innovation. There should be, from where innovation will come, some good new idea, from where the new idea will come, there only the innovation will come, and to this idea should be implemented, then some entrepreneur should to implement that idea. There should be for the benefit of the society, for the development of the product, as well as the services also. Innovation, which is the instrument of entrepreneurship, as it may be utilizes the new capacity to create wealth. Earlier it was shown that some if you are creating new ideas, it should be some wealth to create wealth itself. But nowadays, when we are doing for the social service, when we are doing some rural service, we are getting self-satisfaction, and there we are not getting wealth. But if you are earning self-satisfaction, that is also a kind of wealth. Education, which is the fundamental of achieving full human potential, developing equitable societies, and promoting national development for achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today, youngsters, what we need, that for their career opportunities, they are establishing they are joining startups, because these young professionals are paid high salary package. But this they are doing for oneself itself. What for others, what the jobs for next generation, they have not been thought. Earlier it was also given that you should be job creators, or not job seekers. So here that concept is being changed. Engineering, it is the application of scientific knowledge, science of understanding, together with the facts, and applying laws of principle for the benefits of the society and thus for the country, which sometimes it is also recognized as the art of utilization of these facts, laws of principle to create this system. These peoples are problem solver, harnessing their expertise to come up with rapid, sustainable, and for the corporate solution. A startup is a company or a project undertaken by an entrepreneur to seek to develop and validate a scalable business model. Top startups are looking for the focus for hiring talented in the company for coming future, as they are expanding their teams to pursue for the growing their business. Engineers have massive career options in startup for coming futures. A term is coming entrepreneurship. It is a special program to build engineering students entrepreneurs skill, which expert advise, guide its academic opportunity, including high impact seminar, workshop, resource design to empower connection to the large entrepreneurial community. So, a relation between the innovation, entrepreneurship, and engineers. If these all interrelations are being completed, then a startup is being generated. Engineers are essentially inventors for the future. As we are knowing that innovation and entrepreneurship are the key element for today's engineers, for which they push for sustainable product technologies which require today more and more. So when it comes to innovation in engineering, it's never been the crucial and by mistaken for thinking engineering to all about working with a rational and logical process. So innovation is a great influence to the growth and survival of today's engineering world, such is that why it is important in higher education institute and committed to the teaching of innovation and entrepreneurship. It raises the standard of the life on global cadre. Innovation has the potential to add value to practical in everything and anything. It doesn't always have to monetary value, which plays important role for engineers. It can strengthen market, uptake the raw material solution, and build a bigger platform for greener future. Engineers work to improve society and not just for the benefit for the local community, but for the whole the planet. Over the last few years, there has been a race in developing sustainable innovation solution for e-mobility, new battery technologies, sustainable cities, alternate energy sources, robotics, sustainable mining technologies. Without innovation in these areas, modern life would not be possible. So engineers are trained and are able to use the entrepreneurial mindset to design, to create, to implement, and to favor future economic, social, and environment friendly. Why we should start? Why should we work on a startup? Because some flexibility schedule should be required. Variety of tasks is being accomplished to create environment to professional growth for the team friendly team and as well as the career opportunity. These all are the environmental attitude attributes we require the startup. What are the steps? Some steps maybe I am not the startup fellow, but I have tried to do some ideas and implement on the business plan. So whatever the problems I have been raised, I have given some of them. Work on innovative idea to develop a business plan to ensure one have adequate capital, choose right people, survey for the location and marketing, ability to learn digital marketing technology, develop leadership quality, be polite to your customers. Here, students are able to work in diversity team to nurture their entrepreneurship mindset and learn how to bring a product or services that has potential to growth of the market. So one can learn to understand and appreciate all aspects of engineering industry. It may be chances of securing the post-graduation job will increase exponentially. It also happens in the moving forward in today's technology and regionalized world. There are some of the case studies from that the motivation is being came and the initially they have initiated that we are everyone is knowing that the founder CEO of Infosys, Dr. N.R. Narayanan Murthy, which comes from the middle class family. He was also a son of teacher, which is having a member of large family, 3 brothers and 5 sisters. He was interested to take admission in IITs, but he could not afford and went to some another in degree another college which degree and got a degree in electrical engineering. He completed post graduation in electrical engineering from IIT Kharagpur in 1969 and he took job, but he was not satisfied with his job. He he started to take some taking decision. Earlier decision also was taken that he tried to take admission in IITs, but he couldn't take due to some lacking. So again he take another decision. He started his career in computer science, which was not which where at that time there were not any jobs in this field. He joined as a system programmer at IIM Ahmedabad, where the process of installing HP micro computer, a French software company to build operating system to handle air cargo and the Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. He received a scholarship for pursuing PhD in the USA and Israel, but he went to Paris to attend master degree in French language. He left his PhD even after getting his scholarship also, because he wants some new changes in his life as well as in his career. So he has taken some new decision. After successful completion of the project, he returned to Pune and joined as the mentor professor who was setting up a system research institute, which was also non-profit organization. He also worked for Patni Computer System at Mumbai based. So now what he is, we are seeing is. So here I want to say that if something new idea you are having, one should have, and you should not having to take decision on right time, and also to implement how this decision should be implemented. He cannot be a entrepreneur. Another is women entrepreneurship. Women entrepreneurship, when women move forwards, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation moves. This was told by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru itself at that time itself. And a woman entrepreneur who is confident, innovative, capable of creating, achieving self-economic independence individually, generates employment opportunities for others, in imitating, establishing, and running the enterprises by keeping pace with personal, family, and social life. The government of India has defined woman entrepreneur as an enterprise owned and controlled by a woman having minimum financial interest of 51% of the capital and giving at least 51% of the employment generated in the enterprises to the woman itself. Function of the woman entrepreneur. She explores of the prospects of starting new business enterprises. She undertakes the risks and handling of economic uncertainties and involved in business, in introduction to innovation, coordination, administration, control, supervision, and leadership. All these key posts are being headed by women itself. Some problems are also faced by women entrepreneurs. Financial problem, scarcity of raw material, stiff competition, limited mobility, balancing family life, lack of education, male dominant society, low risk bearing ability. In India, we are having we are having male dominant society. So here the females are not freely work. Even they are interested to work, even they are having some ideas, also they cannot work independently. Also they have to balance their family life also. Developing women entrepreneurship. Some of the societies, some of the industrialization came forward to develop the women entrepreneurship. The government of India has shown importance to the development of women's entrepreneurs in sixth five-year plan for proposing to promote female employment in women's own industries. The government of India moved a step forward in seventh year plan for introducing special chapter on integration of women in developing by treating women as a specific target group in all development program, by diversifying vocational training institute for women to suit their needs and skills, by providing technologies to improve their efficiency and skills. Everybody should have the name of Shahnaz Hussain, world famous woman entrepreneur, belongs to royal family, received her schooling at an Irish convent because of father influence who was chief, justice. She loves poem and literature. She developed interest in beauty treatment, but she loves in the beauty treatment. Why she decided to study cosmetology. She learned harmful effect of chemical on the human body. Then she innovated her idea and turned her attention for Ayurvedic, which was ideal alternatives to chemical cosmetics. She trained extensively as cosmetic therapy for 10 years in some of the leading institutions such as London, Paris, New York, Copenhagen. When she returned India, she started her one saloon with an initial investment of 35,000 rupees. Now here the turning point came. The turning point was that her business came at India, that in the midst of the Festival of India in 1980, which was the team encounter in the periphery section in London. She managed to sell her entire consignment in just 3 days and broke the store's record for the cosmetics for in the year. Lessons on her entrepreneurship. Her dedication was continuously hard work. It is important to have a dream and to believe in the magic of the dream. She believes true entrepreneur is a person who has independent of spirit. She says that one should have innovative and willing to try every avenue towards success. Rural entrepreneurship. As women being half of the population of India and for the development of women entrepreneurship, it requires the three-fourths of the population lies in the rural areas for the development of the people residing in the rural areas of the entrepreneurship. So the relationship between traditional agriculture and modern industry is the dependency structure which puts rural sector at greater disadvantage. In such a situation, industrialization through rural entrepreneurship plays important role in accelerating the process of rural development. Rural development is essential to economic development of the country. The village industry are grouped in the 7 major categories: mineral-based, forest-based, agro-based, polymer-based, engineering and non-conventional-based, textile-based, and services-based. Why we need rural industries? By providing employment of the people to the village, these industries have high potential to income generation. These industries become encourage dispersal of the economic activities in rural areas. It develops of industries in the rural areas to help to build village republics. Rural industry being environmentally friendly and lead to develop without destruction. Problems faced by rural entrepreneur: inadequate flow of credit, use of absolute technology, machine and equipment, poor quality product, inadequate infrastructure facilities, inadequate market, lack of awareness and knowledge, whereas delay time. Case study 3: Greenway Smart Stove. India is estimated to have a third of the world's poor. According to the Tendulkar Committee 2009 accepted by Planning Commission, 37% of India 1.2 billion population lives below the poverty line. In 2006, Ankit Mathur and Neha Juneja, undergraduate from the Delhi College of Engineering, and an idea came behind it that the slum outside the college give, gives on the idea to develop low cost efficient products. Based on the feedback of the village women, some changes are made in the name Sudha brand name Greenway Smart Stove. Motivation comes from the with the now low LPG penetration approximation. 30% of rural India, about 160 million household, depends on the mud chulha. This creates opportunity for Neha Juneja. She develops a product and project targeted from towards fulfilling the rural infrastructure needs through the network and extensive research focused on high immediate impact solution. The village who buys our product later becomes marketing agent, which is a revenue earning method for them. We build a network for customers for reaching new people constantly. Benefits for the environment, benefit for the problems using this, and this stove is low is the problems of issue of high fuel consumption. Agripreneurship.
Sir, we are already late, so please
Okay.
conclude your presentation, please.
Okay.
Mr.
Right.
Abhishek Acharya is waiting for his turn, so please.
Right. Okay. there are one more case studies. So I will, after that, I will conclude.
Okay, sir.
So India cannot be a developing economy without the development of the backward and underdeveloped department sector economy as an individual as a whole. This was a statement given by Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. The need of significance of agriculture development is the availability of land for agricultural purpose, low requirement of funds for agriculture activities, lack of employment. So some challenges faced in the development of agripreneurship: lack of skilled labor, lack of infrastructure, problems of marketing network, lack of awareness about career, insufficient equipment, unresponsive government policies. So after creating awareness about agripreneurship, development of required skilled manpower, promotion and protection of the government, announcement of the separate industrial policy, we can we can develop some agripreneurship. So next one is each of all of Indian Tobacco Company. So earlier in the rural areas, some people sit together and they discuss about their benefits, what they've done today, what they will do tomorrow. So like this, they come to the each of all, and from there also some ideas being generated, and they are working for that. So the benefits of good financial returns are this, that each and every peoples are get freedom to tell their ideas, discuss on their ideas, and each and every being implemented and being get some monetary also. Now one social risk entrepreneurship. So these all entrepreneurs are being, we can conclude that the startup is not being a single decision maker. The person having entrepreneurship ability should be good leadership quality, good technical innovative, technically sound also, and some always behaving towards poor people. And one thing that he should be dedicated. Unless and until if you are not dedicated, so you cannot be a good startup owner. So
जो मेल्स आ रहा है वो जनरल मतलब कि एक ही लाठी से सबों को हाथ रही है, एक ही लाठी से सबों को हाथ रही है. जैसे
one of the extra is the Grameen Bank Women's Association was also working for the social services, which was also empowerment. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Any question by any viewer, any participant? By Professor Sunil Kumar, sir? Any question by anyone? No question. Thank you. Thank you, Sunil sir, for your very beautiful, very meaningful, very, a spark-bearing presentation. We are very much happy to see you, and we are expecting that in future we are going to listen a lot by you on the same topic, startup. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for sparing your time. Thank you to you and to your institution, BIT Sindri, Jharkhand also. Thanks a lot. And to your department, Mechanical Engineering Department, and to your HOD SC Rai specifically. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it is time to request to another speaker, that is Dr. Abhishek Acharya. Abhishek sir, are you connected?
Sir. Yeah, sir, you are audible.
Please try to be visible.
Yeah.
And thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Since morning you are connected with us, and we are getting information.
No, sir. It was a wonderful opportunity me to listen all those intellectuals.
No,
In
really.
fact, I'm thankful to you for that.
Really, thank you very much.
Especially Professor K.G. Suresh and Professor Ravi, then Professor Sunil. And in morning session, we had Hiralal ji. So it was really a great opportunity for me to listen all those eminent speakers.
No. Very nice. Thank you, sir. And now a brief introduction of Dr. Abhishek is Dr. Abhishek is presently working as Senior Assistant Professor at Sardar Vallabhbhai National Institute of Technology. Sorry for my, wrong pronunciation in the morning.
No problem.
MNIT, I use that term. And actually, he is working in Sardar Vallabhbhai National Institute of Technology, Surat, Gujarat. He had completed PhD in Microelectronics and VLSI from IIT Roorkee. He has been involved in teaching, training, research, and administration for the past 18 years. He has rich experiences as organizer, convener, coordinator, co-coordinator, and participant in various international conferences, FDP, National Workshop Faculty Awareness Program, STC means short-term course, expert lecture, technical event, NBA and NAC accreditation process, distance learners and training program. He is also a reviewer of multiple journals. There are several reputed publications to his credit, including books, monographs, research papers, popular articles, etc. He is actively associated with professional and social organizations like IEEE, CSI, and others. So thank you very much to Dr. Abhishek Acharya to see you here. And now we request that kindly you share your view with all participants.
So thank you, Professor Lal, for inviting me once again and for this introduction. In fact, what I believe is that whatever I have listened so far is all from eminent speakers, and I'm nothing in front of them. But still, I'll try my best to share my views on the design thinking pertaining to the startups. So without wasting much of your time, let me share my screen. So is this screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm changing the slide. Let me know whether slides are changing or not. Slides are moving?
Moving, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So once again, I congratulate all the organizers for organizing this wonderful conference. And the talk of my presentation is "Listen, everyone, follow no one," especially from the context of Indian design thinking concept for the startups. So let me give you a brief introduction of the contents which I'll be discussing over here. So first, what is the motivation behind the design thinking process pertaining to the startup? Then follow no one approach, learn from everyone approach. Then what is the different tenets of scientific temper? Then we'll discuss story, little story of cup of tea. Then the Indian culture, especially from the lessons from our heritage. Then I'll try to correlate the design thinking process of ancient Indian concept with the modern concept of design thinking. Then we'll discuss some of the case studies regarding that. But before starting my presentation, I would like to just ask that how many time I have been allotted for this.
Okay. Since we are trailing back,
we are already running late. That is why I'm asking.
Yeah, I hope that your presentation is of around 25 minutes. No?
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So please continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. So let us start with the motto, because when I'm saying that follow no one and listen everyone, this is basically a motto, and motto is nothing. It is a simple statement adopted as a guide to one's conduct. And whenever someone want to achieve full potential in life, then he or she has to follow this particular approach. I mean, follow no one and listen to everyone. There are three tenets of full potential in life. One is originality of your idea. The second one is your open-mindedness, and the third one is integrity. So when this is related to open-mindedness, then we are saying that we should be adaptable to learn from everyone. And when you are showing your integrity towards certain knowledge or certain concept, then it is what the acknowledgement. And the originality comes from follow no one. For example, you want to do certain research or you want to do start certain startup, then the first important aspect is that you should not follow anyone. Although you should acknowledge them, you should learn from them, but you should not follow everyone, follow no one. So I'll try to give more examples in my talk. So let us have a look at the Indian versus Western concept of full potential in life. So on the right hand side of my slide, you can see a superhero. This is Batman, normally the character portrayed by the Western country. And on the left hand side, you can see we have Hanumanji Mahavira. So what is the difference between these two characters? So if I am trying to differentiate between these two characters, superhero is the man who can destroy anyone, and no one can destroy him. So this is what the character of superhero as far as the Western country is there. Now let us come to the concept of Mahavira. So Mahavira is Hanumanji, nothing else, and the concept is again same. He is a super powerful man and he can do anything in the world, but he is not mean to destroy anyone. He is always there for the well wishes of for the farewell of welfares of the community or for the society. So this is a basic difference between the Indian versus Western concept of self fulfillment or of your needs. This is nothing. This is Maslow hierarchy. If you go from bottom to top, you will find that what are the different stages of one's life. So at the top of this triangle, you will find that this is the state of self-actualization, and Mahavira is the great example of self-actualization. He has devoted his life for the welfare of the community. Now let us move ahead with the concept of follow no one. So it means, before going into the detail of follow no one, I would like to highlight that what is the restriction to this particular statement. I mean, follow no one. So it does not imply disagree with the others all the time. So I'm not saying that you should always disagree with the others every time, or you should not disobey the authority every time. Meaning we have to follow whatever the rules and regulations are being imposed by say government or the other bodies. So we are always abide by those rules and regulation. So the statement follow no one is not in context of those rules and regulations. And at the end you can see that I have quoted one line over here: Siddhavanam labde jnanam. A kid always learn by imitating. Since I'm repeatedly saying that follow no one, but you may quote this example that a kid always learn from imitating someone. Okay, so that is why I'm saying that what are the restriction to this particular statement? I mean, when this term should not be taken into the consideration. Now similarly, the second statement of my talk is learn from everyone. So learn from everyone is not applicable to certain cases, and what are those cases I have noted down here. So it does not mean that you have to cut and paste, you have to follow a cut and paste approach, because we are saying that we have to learn from everyone. Okay, so learn from everyone doesn't mean that you have to always take the content from some others, or you have to always take the idea from other and then you have to implement. So here I would like to narrate one story of this zoology professor. So some of you might be aware of this story. So this zoology professor was discussing with his student, but the student were not happy with the professor's attitude, because he was teaching all the time to his student. So one day they made a plan to make the zoology professor fool. So what they did, they collected different part of different insect, and then they made a hypothetical animal over there, and then they asked the professor to this question that would you please tell us that what kind of animal this is. But the professor was very intelligent. He suddenly thought that they are trying to make him fool. So he eventually asked to their student that this is not a bug, this is basically a humbug, you are trying to make a fool to me. So what I mean to say is that when we are saying that we have to learn from everyone, so it doesn't mean that we have to take some part of X and take some part of Y and then club those part always. You should always come up with your idea. And the last sentence of this is acknowledge to. So it was recently attributed by Professor S. Karmalkar of IIT Madras. So he added this term acknowledge to. So what he is trying to say that never claim that something you have taken from other. All right, so you should always acknowledge them, and that is where the concept of plagiarism come into the picture in the research or in other domains. So we must acknowledge always whatever we have taken from the others. Now let us have a brainstorming session for say 1 or 2 minutes. You see that there are 4 songs written over there. Okay, and I have given 4 options to those 4 songs. So my question is that who is the singer of those 4 songs? So first option is all are sung by the same singer. The second option is 1, 2, 3 are sung by the same, but 4 is from the different singer. Likewise, 1 and 2 are sung by the same, and 3 or 4 are from the others. And the last option is all the singers are different. So you can go through those songs for a while that I have noted down here. 4 very classical or beautiful song of Indian film industry. So the first song is Jab Dil.
Very nice, Abhishek. Very, very nice research. Good. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You are correlating with the ancient literature.
Yes,
the
yes,
modern
yes.
concept. Yes, yes.
So,
Please.
sir, I'm trying to make my concept more easy. So that is why I have introduced this.
Yes. Nice, nice. It is very
So,
practical approach.
So if you look at the 4 songs, actually what is happening here, the first 2 songs are sung by KL Sehgal Saab. And the third song is sung by Mukesh Saab. But the third song was imitated by the Mukesh in the voice of KL Sehgal ji. And I'll try to narrate one incident to you also, that one day KL Sehgal was listening this song, Dil Jalta Hai To Jalne Do, and he was not able to recognize. And somebody asked KL Sehgal Saab that who sung this song. So eventually he replied that this song was sung by me, but I don't remember when did I sing this song. So the way Mukesh was imitating KL Sehgal was fantastic, and nobody was able to discriminate between those 2 songs. But later on, what happened? Naushad Saab came into the picture, and he tried to make Mukesh understood this concept that he has to develop his own voice if he want to stay in the industry, because we have already one KL Sehgal and industry don't want other KL Sehgal. So later on, Mukesh developed his own style, and the last song, Kisi Ki Muskurahaton Pe Ho Nishar, was actually sung by Mukesh in her own genre. So what I'm trying to explain from this brainstorming session is that we should always learn from others, but it doesn't mean that we should not acknowledge them and we should always copy them. Ultimately, we have to develop our own skills. At the same time, I would like to mention one more story of Swami Vivekananda. So Swami Vivekananda was a great disciple of Ramakrishna Paramhansa. So what was happening? Ramakrishna Paramhansa was a great saint, but Vivekananda developed his own style of narrating the Indian or Hinduism in front of his disciples. So what I'm trying to mention here is that since Vivekananda has not copied Ramakrishna Paramahansa, he has developed his own style of explaining the Hinduism among the people of world. So that is why he got popular. Otherwise, if he could have copied Ramakrishna Paramahansa, but in that case, it may not be possible that the Swami Vivekananda itne popular ho pate. At the same time, I would like to this story of Pandit Bhimsen Joshi ji. So Pandit Bhimsen Joshi, as you all are aware, that he was a great classical singer. So and he was a great fan of Kesar Bhai Kelkar, who was from the Gharana of one of the Gharana of Rajasthan. So he was a great fan of Kesar Bhai Kelkar. So one day he was performing in some concert. So Kesar Bhai was also sitting in the audience. So after completing his concert, Kesar Bhai came to Pandit Bhimsen Joshi ji, and she told Bhimsen ji that you are only copying me. Although Bhimsen Joshi ji was not copying to him, but this is what the perception of Kesar Bhai ji, that he is trying to copying him. But Bhimsen Joshi never argued on that. He always acknowledged that he has learned something from Kesar Bhai ji. Although he was not imitating Kesar Bhai, he has learned a lot from the Kesar Bhai ji. So with these 2 or 3 examples, I would like to explain once again that we should not copy from others. We should always learn from others, and we should always acknowledge them, whatever we have learned from the others. The similar approach you can see in the academia also. Whenever we are writing some research paper, we always acknowledge in the reference section whatever we have taken from the others. Now let us come to this Indian culture. So this is a very good Vedic mantra. Let me read this mantra first. Ano bhadra kritvo yantu vishwata. So meaning of this line is that let the noble thoughts come to us from every side. So this is what the Indian culture was. We were always inviting the noble thoughts from everyone. Okay, we were not copying, but we were inviting noble thoughts from everyone, and accordingly we were developing our own ideas in the past also. So we must have willingness to learn from everyone, but at the same time we should not copy the content from others. So this is very important aspect. You can apply this concept to startup also. If you are copying the idea of other startup, you will never be successful in your life, or your startup will ultimately end up with a tragedy. Now let me discuss something about the scientific temperament. Nowadays, scientific temperament is very high among the audience, or very high among the people around the world. So what is the meaning of scientific temperament? First I'll discuss that, then I'll come to the examples. So the meaning of scientific temperament is we must ask questions always. You should not be a passive listener. Then the second aspect of scientific temperament is survey. You should always read the literature and observe, or you must always experiment. Okay, then we have to explain whatever we have learned from the literature. So that is what your hypothesis and theory is. And then we have to verify those concepts, whatever we have learned, and then ultimately you share those concepts with the research community. Now let us have a look at the image which is shown in front of you, left hand side. So this is an image of Aristotle. He was a great philosopher his time, and you know what was his belief? His belief was that women are not wise enough than the men. I mean, he was having idea that women are not wise enough. I'm sorry. Let me repeat this. He was in belief that women are not having 32 teeth in their mouth. So it was his belief that women cannot have 32 teeth. So that is why they are not as wise as men. So at that time, I mean, in the centuries of 1400 and 1500, people were following this idea, and they were totally agree with the Aristotle that yes, women does not have 32 teeth in their mouth. But if you ask this question in the current time, no, everyone will reject the idea. Everyone will ask with the scientific temperament. I mean, why you are saying that 32 teeth are not there in women? Women do not have 32 teeth. So everybody will ask such kind of question. But at that time, people were following this guy who is Aristotle, because he was a great philosopher of his time. But now the scientific temperament is very high. So in order to explain that scientific temperament of current era, I have also shown the picture of Shockley, the man who can see here. Let me take my pointer. Yeah. So the man who can see here, he is Shockley, a great scientist. Okay. All right. So he was given Nobel Prize for his certain research. So I'm not going to that research part, but what I'm trying to narrate you is that Shockley was having one belief that black people are very fool. It was his belief that black people, because at that time racism was there in the US and other European country. So it was his belief that black people do not have as much as intellectual as white people have. But this idea was completely rejected by the community, because at that time, because the time I'm talking about was somewhere around 1960s or 1970s. So by that time, I mean 50 or 70 years back, people were having significant scientific temperament. So they were not ready to accept the idea that blacks are fool and white people are wise enough. So what I'm trying to explain you is that nowadays what is happening, everything we have to consider with the scientific temperament, and it is very relevant from the startup perspective. If someone want to start certain with certain idea, then he should go. He should follow this scientific temperament. I mean, he should ask certain questions, that why I'm going to start this particular idea, or what will be the aftermath of this idea. I mean, everything he has to, justify with the scientific temperament. You cannot start anything at random. So this is what the scientific temperament, or the role of scientific temperament in the current scenario is. Now, let us discuss this story. I mean, a cup of tea. Some of you might have read this story. So in this story, what happens? There was a researcher, and the researcher was, very intellect. But the problem was that after entering into the research, he was, facing some sort of depression. So his friend the friend of this researcher were very, anxious about the behavior of his friend. So they asked, or they tried to counsel his friend, and they asked a certain question to that researcher, that why you are feeling depression nowadays, even if you have so much intellectual in you. So he was not able to answer the question, and he simply said that I'm trying to learn so many things, but I'm not at all, able to conclude whatever I have learned. So the friend suggested that you should meet some counselor, and the counselor will help you that what is going in your mind, or how to cope up whatever situation you are facing right now. So there was a Zen master in Japan. So he met with the Zen master. So Zen master discussed with him, and he asked a simple question. He asked him to pour the tea into the cup. You can see here, this is a white cup over here. So Zen master, who was a philosopher in the Japan, so he asked this researcher to pour tea into this cup, and the condition was that he has not to stop unless until the Zen master is not saying. So that researcher was continuously pouring the tea into the white cup, but ultimately, what happened when the level of cup was about to, overflow, then he thought one question in his mind. I mean, the researcher thought one question in his mind, that why I am pouring this tea, and if I continue to pour this tea in the cup, ultimately this will spread, and ultimately this will, ruin everything which is nearby this table. But since the condition was that he cannot stop until the Zen master asked him to stop, so he continued to pour the tea. But later on, what happened, you know very well, that the tea spread all over the table. You can see in the second figure that the tea is spread all over the table. So he was continued to pour the tea into that, the full cup of tea. But at the end, the teapot was empty. Now, Zen master asked him one question, that what you learned from this particular incident which we have just discussed right now. So what is, the conclusion of this story is that if you want to learn something, first you have to empty the cup. That is very important. If you want to learn something, you have to empty the cup. Now, let us suppose this cup is half filled with the water, and you are continue to pour the tea into that cup. So ultimately it will, overflow. So what is the necessity for all those who are thinking about the startup? They have to first empty their cup, so that idea will be invited to come into their minds, and then only you will be come up with certain solutions. So this is how a cup of tea problem is very, popular among the design thinking researchers. So whatever you would like to do, first you have to empty your cup. I mean, you have to empty your mind from the negative thoughts, and let the positive thoughts come into your mind. Now, let us have a discussion about this Gurukul strategy, because this is a great example of, this design thinking process, and this new education policy. I must say that we can learn something from this picture which is in front of you. So in this picture, what I have shown here is this, and this is a picture of Guru Dronacharya, let us suppose. And Guru Dronacharya is, teaching all his disciples, I mean Pandavas and Kauravas. So what is the specialty of Dronacharya? What was the challenge with the Dronacharya? So what kind of design thinking process was involved in his mind while teaching all the student over there? So he has to, he had to teach in such a way that all the students should be should be what I should say, all the students should be pioneer in their fields. For example, Arjun is pioneer in Dhanur Vidya, Bhim is pioneer in Gada, and likewise Duryodhan is pioneer in Gada. So likewise, he tried to explain the concept to all the students. So definitely we must learn whenever we are in the class, or especially I'm talking from the perspective of teacher. Whenever we are in the class, we should always think from the perspective of Guru Dronacharya, that you have so many students with you, and everyone cannot have same intellectual. So according to their skill ability, or according to their skill set, you have to train those students. And that is how Guru Dronacharya became famous at that time. Now let us have a learn from a lesson from our past. So here I have shown an image of Bhaja cave. It is situated in Pune, I mean 60 to 70 kilometers from Pune, and this is very beautiful place if you get ever any opportunity to visit this place. And here you can see that this is the statue of Gautam Buddha. So why these two images are shown together? Because Buddha meditated at this particular place, Bhaja caves. He meditated at this particular place, and after a lot of meditation, when he came back, then then 5 disciples of Gautam Buddha came to him, and they asked Gautam Buddha to enlighten them with some knowledge which he has gained during his meditation at the Bhaja caves. So Gautam Buddha asked, or Gautam Buddha narrated those 4 noble truths in front of them. So the first noble truth is dukkha, that is suffering. And what is the meaning of this first noble truth? That we have to acknowledge the suffering. I mean, suppose somebody is suffering from cancer, then he must acknowledge first that he is having this disease, and then only he will be able to cope up with the situation. The second novel truth was the samudaya, and samudaya is nothing, it is the English meaning is community. So to find the root cause of suffering, so first you have acknowledged that this is a problem, then you will try to find out the root cause of suffering, and for that matter you require the community. Your parents, your friends, your other circle will help you to find out the root cause of that particular problem. So in this case of disease, your doctor will be the appropriate person to find out the root cause of the problem. Likewise, the third novel truth with which Buddha narrated at that time was nirodha, and that was cessation. And what is the meaning of this nirodha? To put the end of suffering. I mean, once you have acknowledged that you have suffering, and once you have found out that what are the root cause of suffering, then you will be able to put a cessation on the suffering. And the last part is the marga, that is path. How will you mitigate from the suffering? So let us try to understand those noble truths, because later on I'll try to correlate these noble truths with the design thinking process, which is being used by the researchers nowadays. So let us have a first part, that is dukkha. So what is the meaning of dukkha? It can be due to anything. It can be due to death, disease, promotion, failure, or product of service, or anything. It can be related to service industry, it can be related to product industry, whatever it is. But first you have to identify, or you have to acknowledge that this problem is there. Okay, for example, if you look at the government policy, so what government does first, they normally do the survey, and they try to find out what is the problem with the people living in that particular city or in that particular village. So accordingly they make certain policies so that the people will get benefited. So the first part is acknowledge the suffering. If government is not able to acknowledge that no problem is there, if suppose government is saying that no problem is there, then they will not be able to overcome the suffering of the citizens over there. So first we have to acknowledge the suffering. Then after acknowledging, we have to find out the root cause of the suffering, and for that matter you require the community. And what is the community? Your family, your friend, your counselor. Okay, you can meditate under certain expert, or you can talk to some expert in order to find out the root cause of that particular problem. So after having analysis of root cause, you will move ahead with the cessation of that particular suffering. And again, your friends, family, counselor will help you how to end up with the suffering over there. Okay, now you might be wondering that why I'm continuously showing those pictures, because those images are uh, uh, almost 2000 or 3000 years old. You can see some of the picture over here. So it is the picture of some uh, horses are there, and this is the picture of Lord Surya over there. So with the help of these images, you can understand that what kind of ancient knowledge we were having. And these images are almost 2 or 3 thousand years old. Now let us come to the marga, that is how to mitigate the suffering. So after having idea about the last three truths, I mean those noble truths we have discussed, the fourth one is set a path to mitigate the suffering, or meaning to put an end to the suffering, or these are the paths to liberation or nirvana. So nirvana is the ultimate goal, that is what your moksha is. Okay, so if you have ever gone through the process of design thinking, these four noble truths are adopted over there. Now try to correlate these four noble truths with the design thinking process, because these are the ancient Indian concept of design thinking process. So let us have a comparison, one-to-one correspondence between the ancient concept and the concept of modern era. So here, this is the concept of modern era. People are very much talking about design thinking process, but what I am saying is that the design thinking process was available in the India in the thousand or more than that years back. So if I'm talking about dukkha or suffering, that is basically related to empathize. So in the design thinking process, first you have to empathize that what the problem is. For example, I told you that first government has to study. First government has to acknowledge that yes, the roads are not in the good condition. Then and then only they will be able to build the new roads over there. The second part is samudaya. Samudaya is the community. Your friend circle will help you. So here the process is analysis of what you have empathized in the previous step. So after having this acknowledgement that the roads are not good, you will try to analyze that how can we build a good roads over there, or in what conditions those roads will remain better in conditions. So all those kind of analysis has to be done in the second step. The third part in the noble truth, of the noble truth, was the nirodha, or the cessations, or I mean the put to put the end of suffering. So here you will have the third step of design thinking, that is solution. Okay, so after analyzing everything about this particular problem, now you will come up with the solution. And after having solution with you, you will try to do the hypothesis, or you will try to test that particular solution. So this is the last step, and the last step here is the marga, or we can say that this is how you will mitigate the problem which you have identified in the first step. So the modern design thinking process is exactly copied from the ancient Indian concept. This is what I'm trying to say you. And why I'm talking about this design thinking process, because every time whenever you will be talking about a startup, this design thinking process is very important. So once you are able to go through these four stages of design thinking process, you will be able to come up with some good startup. I am not saying that it will always guarantee for a good startup, but definitely you are not going to fail in your goals. Now let us discuss something about this design thinking process. This image, if you see, this is Nicholas Copernicus, and he was a very famous scientist of his era. So what was his theory about the space or about the universe? So Nicholas Copernicus was saying that Earth is the center of the universe. So it was his belief. But later on, when the space study was, or the study around the universe was happened, then the idea came into the picture that the center of universe is not the earth, it is the sun. But at that time people were adopting whatever he was saying. Now why I am saying why I have quoted this example over here, in design thinking process it is always a human centric. Okay, like the universe, the sun is the center, not the earth is center. But as far as the design thinking process is concerned, it is always human centric. All right, so whatever ideas being innovated, for example, you have Zomato, you have other delivery services. So the idea was totally human centric. Whenever you talk of any product or whenever you talk of any service, so idea is always human centric process. If it is not human centric, please understand this, if it is not human centric, your idea is not going to be succeeded. So with these words, I would like to end up my session, because we have to start the presentations of the conference. So although I have a lot more to discuss, but some other time we will discuss all those aspects. So at this point of time, I would like to end up over here, and I would like to hand over the session to the organizers. And,
Okay, Dr. Abhishek Acharya, very nice presentation, and
thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
we are delighted to see that as per NEP, National Education Policy 2020, and as per the ideology of central government, UGC, and other statutory body, they are trying to, say to be local, vocal for local, and to, correlate your ancient Indian literature with all the, modern and other existing aspect of researches. So I would like to share one thing with you, since you are very young and dynamic, that in our university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, around 300 scholars are pursuing PhD in the different disciplines.
Very good, sir.
And for PhD in our university since 2015, as per the university guideline and notification, it is mandatory aspect for all the scholar to add one specific chapter to correlate your this topic or concept with the ancient Indian literature.
Right, sir.
Whatever may be the discipline, whether it is computer science, whether it is EEE, ECE, whether it is fashion, education, humanities, social sciences, journalism, whatever may be the discipline. But scholars are bound to correlate their hypothesis, their logic, their problem of study with the ancient Indian literature.
Right.
And one thing I would like to also share with you that our university has a peer-reviewed journal. Its name is URRJ, University Resource Journal.
Okay.
URRJ.in. After typing on Google URRJ.in, you can see the page of our international journal. And when you download the format of our university research journal, then you will find that in that very format there is also a column that correlation with ancient Indian literature. Whatever you are writing as a review.
Indeed, sir, this is need of ours.
Yeah. So through these examples, I mean to say that we faculty members, we and our scholars, even in this international conference, even our students of diploma final year, computer science, are writing research papers. UG students, excluding first year, they are writing research paper. And after this session, after lunch, you will see and you will be happy that our students, how they are reflecting their intellect through their different presentations, and they are correlating their concept with the ancient Indian literature. So it's my opinion that your presentation is the need of hour, and we should proceed. You should recognize our ancient contribution. And one thing I would like to say, on the different platform, people used to say that Newton was the first who recognized that why apple is falling down on the earth. For your kind information, that Newton came into existence in 14th century, and in 5th century, Aryabhatta was the first Indian scientist who proclaimed from the soil of Patna, right, that earth pulls something toward its center. So
Yes.
900 years back to that of Newton. But since the princes of England given Newton has, the name, surname, Sir Isaac Newton. So Newton, the scientist of England abroad, was became so highlighted among the academia of Indian circle that everyone give this example that Newton saw why apple is coming. The students are reading in the story, but they don't know who are what. There is a place Taregana in between Patna and Gaya. There is a railway station that's name is Taregana. तारे को गिन लेना. आर्यभट्ट was the first astronomer जिसने वहां से खड़ा होकर के तारों को गिन लिया. That place is existing. And for your kind information, APJ Abul Kalam, when he was the president of India, तो सूर्य ग्रहण के समय सारे वैज्ञानिकों को लेके पूरे दुनिया के, आपको याद होगा, लेके उसी जगह पर पहुंचे थे. You are recording perhaps. It is the story of, I hope, 2014 or 15. उस समय महासूर्य ग्रहण हुआ था कि उस जगह से कैसे आर्यभट्ट ने देख लिया. तो there are so many things to study and to recognize the contribution of our ancient, legend. But हम लोग तो बस क्योंकि फॉरेन के साइंटिस्ट ने कह दिया इसलिए बात बड़ी होगी, इसलिए उसको हम लोग साइट करते हैं.
सही बात है.
Why we are not citing the concept of our people? So, Abhishek, again, thank you very much. And
thank you, sir. Thank you. Indeed, it was a pleasure for me to listen all of you, sir.
no. हम तो सब एक दूसरे से सीखते हैं और लाइफ इज ए एवरीडे लर्निंग प्रोसेस.
सही बात है.
जैसे फुल स्टॉप होगा, अभी आपने कहा कप में से कोई चीज को निकालेंगे नहीं तो फिर उसमें रखने की जगह नहीं होगी, तो देयर शुड बी सम वैकेंसी. इसमें कुछ जगह खाली होनी चाहिए, हम सबको सुने, उसमें से जो चीजें काम की है उसको हम आगे लाएं. तो वी आर वेरी मच हैप्पी दैट डॉक्टर अभिषेक हैज कोरिलेटेड the different concept of design thinking and different concepts that are existing in different Veda, Upanishad and different stories of our religious books. So we are very much happy, and we are again thanking you for sparing your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it is the time for lunch. So I request Chair Professor Sir and Director Professor Manju Sharma ji that allow us to proceed for lunch, and after lunch we will reassemble at 2:10 p.m. and then Abhishek Acharya is also joining us to see the presentation of our scholars.
Right, sir.
And Sunil Kumar ji is also joining us. So some scholars are already connected, but due to some changes in sequencing, due to some late joining of our some esteemed speakers. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Professor Binay sir, please allow us for lunch. Professor Binay sir.
Permission granted, sir.
Granted. Okay, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Again, we shall join. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
शेयर करो, ज्यादा ज्यादा शेयर करो, खूब शेयर करो, कराओ उसको 3।
Welcome you all in our next session, Startups and Career Perspective of Young Engineers. So we have among us Dr. Hira Lal, IAS, Additional Mission Director, NHM, Additional Program Director, UP State AIDS Control Society, and Honorary Mentor, Model Gaon. Okay, welcome you, sir. Welcome you all. I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So we will start our next session, and the presenter of this session is Miss Geeta Bisht. She is PhD scholar of our university. So let's start her presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, ma'am.
Continue.
Hello? Hello? Um, Ma'am, my presentation is visible? Hello?
Yes, presentation is
Hello?
visible. Yes, you,
Okay,
you may
ma'am.
start.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and respected teachers present over here. My name is Geeta Bisht. I am a research scholar in Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. My topic for the presentation is sentiment analysis in startup business growth, which I have prepared under the guidance of Dr. Shobha Lal sir. As we all know, we are living in a developing country, so all type of startups, either medium or large startups or established businesses, all are playing a significant role in country's economy. And They are very helpful and playing a very important role in country's economy. For if we talk about successful business perspective, sentiment analysis techniques are very helpful. Sentiment analysis is the computerized study of people's perception and emotions about products, brands, services, etc. The main aim of my paper is to identify and study the key factors in user generated content on social networking sites for successful and sustainable startups. Research outcomes. The study of my paper gives a wide range of practical results that will be helpful for startups and established businesses. With the help of this study, CEO and startup leaders can understand the visibility of their brand, services, and goods and consumers. They can easily build the marketing strategies and marketing tactics for their consumers. Introduction. The study is about the analysis of the comments made by users on Twitter user generated content for success of startups. Firstly, LDA model is used. LDA is a method of modeling the topic information of text data with good mathematical basis and flexible extensibility. This model is used to find the topics of a database made up of extracted tweets with hashtag startups on Twitter. In next step, Vader, that is Valence Aware Dictionary and Sentiment Reasoner tool, is used to divide identified topics into positive, negative, and neutral. This is the summary of sentiment analysis methodology process, where Twitter data is processed under LDA model and then Vader tool to get the sentiments according for the Twitter data.
The- 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 the-
Review of literature. Jostraman Sora in their paper identify the key factor on UGC with the help of SVM algorithm, and then these topics are divided into negative, positive, and neutral sentiments. And after that, textual analysis is done using NVivo software. And Susan Jia, in his paper, a text mining of yoga centers, yoga consumer, and their interaction, used 25,120 online reviews and ratings from 100 yoga centers from Shanghai, China, and done text mining using LDA model. Material and method. In this study, I have used 1,000 Twitter data is with hashtag startups from Twitter API. There are two phases to the process. That is, step one is LDA model will be used to analyze tweets with hashtag startups. Firstly, we randomly choose a distribution of topics. Then from these topics, choose a final topic. And next step, we randomly select a word from different vocabulary. And step two, weighted tool is used to divide the topics into positive, negative, and neutral sentiments. This is the summary of sentiment analysis methodology process. Here, data collection is done from Twitter API, that is user generated content, is processed through LDA model for topic identification, and those topics then processed through weighted tool for sentiment analysis, that is positive, neutral, and negative. Results and discussion. In the LDA process, the standard procedure is to name the topics manually. In the LDA process, the words were automatically categorized into topics. This is the output I got using first step, that is LDA model. In this, I have select 5 ranking words, and after analyzing the group of words, I gave a meaningful topic name to it. That is startup ideas, startup team, startup jobs, tech-based startup, and startup investment plans. And in second step, the topics obtained with the help of LDA model then processed through Vader tool, and I got these sentiments for these topics. Conclusion. This research used a two-phased methodological process which includes LDA model and Vader sentiment analysis tool. This methodological process is used to extract the main topics about startups in Twitter. Then sentiments of these topics are identified. These sentiments are positive, negative, and neutral sentiments. According to these sentiments, we can understand the sentiments of reviews given by users. This overall information is very helpful for the creation and development of successful startups. Startup leaders can improve their strategies and rethink their tactics for their consumers. If we talk about correlation with ancient Indian literature, as we all know, our Indian literature, Mahabharata, is divided into 18 parvs. These 18 parvs are divided. If we talk about sentiment analysis perspective, we can divide these parvs to either positive sentiments group or negative sentiments group according to the reader's feelings. As Adi Parv begins with positivity, but Sabha Parv with game of dice brings lots of negativity. One Parv brings positivity because despite of exile, Pandavas makes lots of friends and lots of achievements. Virat Parv again brings negative sentiments because they have to live in disguise doing lower jobs. In Udyog Parv, both sides were optimistic and enthusiastic towards winning the war. Then Bhishma Parv, Dron Parv, and Karn Parv brings lots of negativity with deaths of elders and great warriors. Shalya Parv with Duryodhan's death brings positivity in Pandava's camp. Again, Istri Parv brings negativity when Gandhari mourns for dead people. Shanti Parv brings peak of positivity with coronation of Yudhishthir, and Anushasan Parv when Bhishma gave his last sermons to Pandavas. After that, Ashwamedhika Parv to Swargarohana Parv, sometimes readers feel positive sentiments and sometimes negative sentiments. This is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. So thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Geeta.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Thank you, sir.
sorry for delay. Dr. Hiralal sir, I am a little bit delay because uh, due to some otherwise engagement. So now it is the time to again listen our one of the best technocrat turned IAS and Dr. Hiralal And in the morning, we have already given his brief introduction. Let me now to share again about him. Hiralal, as we know that he is the special guest for this engineering conference, and by the blessing of uh, one of those who have blessed to this conference is one of them is Dr. Hiralal ji, who is the technocrat turn IAS from Uttar Pradesh. So let me allow to share a little bit about him. Hiralal was born in village Basti, district Basti in Uttar Pradesh on 1st July 1967. Initially, childhood, he lived in a deep rural area and farming environment. He acquired BTech in Electrical Engineering from GB Pant University of AG and Technology Pantnagar, Uttarakhand in 1990. He has a master's degree in Public Administration from Maxwell School of Aircraft University, USA. He completed PhD in role of ICT in achieving good governance with reference to Uttar Pradesh through a study of select government program from Dr. APJ Abul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. Duration of research is 2015 to 2019. He has started his career as engineer at NTPC in March 1993. He has started working as PCS in July 1994 and as IAS in 2010. He has served in many positions at Government of UP like Managing Director, UP Small Industry Corporation Kanpur, Special Secretary Culture and Director Culture, Managing Director UP DESCO, Special Secretary Rural Development, Regional Food Controller Faizabad Division, Special Secretary Labor and Special Secretary Home Guard. He was District Magistrate Banda for 1.5 years. He received many awards for his innovative work and out-of-box working style. Currently, he is Additional Mission Director, National Health Mission, Uttar Pradesh, and Additional Project Director, Uttar Pradesh AIDS Control Society, Lucknow. He is having outstanding record for many successive running administration in different positions and locations using IT-enabled services. He is currently also an honorary mentor of Model Gaon based on his celebrated development experiment in Banda as district magistrate. Model Gaon is his brainchild. Model Gaon is a non-profit initiative which aims to transform Indian villages into model Gaons, model villages. The vision of this project is to work towards the holistic development of villages. This will be achieved by setting an agenda for rural development through Village Manifesto. Develop change makers who will lead this transformation and handhold FPCS, empowering small and marginal farmers to convert agri into agri-business. Model Gaon is playing a significant role in transforming the thought process of farmers and villagers on the whole. And this is the brief description, you can say bio of Dr. Hiralal ji, who is one of the best IAS of Uttar Pradesh government. So, sir, we again request you for the as for the session, a startup and career perspective of young engineers, session 3, theme 4. So, I request Dr. Hiralal sir that kindly start your presentation, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, I would like to welcome all the participants, all the panelists, and Dean Sahab, Lal Sahab. Uh, I am I am getting some internet. To welcome all. I am getting some internet problem. So, if you are
No problem, sir. Please continue.
okay,
We
so
are
I
waiting.
think there, yes, some net problem is from my side. I hope so.
Okay, you are visible and you are audible also. Please continue,
Okay,
sir.
so could you give me the sharing option? Sharing so
Yes,
that
yes,
I,
you can share.
yes. So I would like to share my slides. I do have. क्यों ये स्लाइड डेस्कटॉप पे क्यों नहीं आ रहा? सुनो, ये डेस्कटॉप वाली स्लाइड, यू हैव नो स्लाइड्स, ये डेस्कटॉप वाली स्लाइड क्यों नहीं मिल रही है? देखो, ये स्लाइड डेस्कटॉप वाली शेयर करो, ये डेस्कटॉप वाली स्लाइड क्यों नहीं आ रही? शेयर ऑप्शन है ना, ये स्क्रीन से, ये शेयर स्क्रीन है, इससे होगा ये, इससे आएगा ना विंडो। हाँ, ये आ गया, ठीक है। ओके, सो आई हैव shared my slide. Is it
Yes, sir.
visible?
Just. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay. सुनो, ये देखो क्या है। So, as per the discussion regarding the startup, in the morning inaugural session, I was present over there. So, I'll connect from back from the starting inaugural session that your topic of discussion is data analytics, data in current days. Data, you might have heard our PM told that we have big data, good data. So data is a data mining, data processing, data analytics. There are around data word, there are so many suffix and prefix. Okay, so data and startup, these are the two topics. These are the two topics on which we have to speak. So I am going to take up the startup. The model gaon is basically a startup. The idea of model gaon has come from the बांदा। आई वाज डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट। मैं इसको हिंदी में कन्वर्ट करूं तो ज्यादा अच्छा बात होगी।
प्लीज जी बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि गांव की बात अगर हिंदी में इंग्लिश में करेंगे तो वो बहुत मजा नहीं आएगा, है ना?
ठीक है सर, ठीक है जी बिल्कुल।
ठीक है, तो देखिए ऐसा है कि बांदा में मैं कलेक्टर था 1.5 साल, वहीं हमने बहुत सारे प्रयोग किए और उस प्रयोग से हमें एक चीज ये बात समझ में आई कि गांव के विकास के बिना हमारा देश विकसित नहीं हो सकता। तो हमने वहाँ बहुत सारे प्रयोग किए और सारे प्रयोग सफल रहे। उसी प्रयोग को एक स्टार्टअप के रूप में आइडिया जो वहाँ हमने किया, जो बातें हुई वो अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड था। एज कलेक्टर आई डिड द वर्क इन एन अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे। अब जो वहाँ से अनुभव जो मिला उसको ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में हम लोग गांव के विकास की बात कर रहे हैं। अब आप एक चीज ये देखिए कि जब से हमारा देश आजाद हुआ तब से हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम गांव का विकास करेंगे। इसके लिए भारत सरकार, राज्य सरकार, बहुत सारी ताकतें लगी हुई हैं और हम जो विकास चाहते हैं गांव का वो नहीं हो पाया। दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल। जो हमने सोचा कि हमारा गांव, महात्मा गांधी जी ने जो सोचा था कि रिपब्लिक विलेज होना चाहिए, डॉक्टर APJ कलाम साहब ने सोचा था कि पूरा कई एक स्कीम लाए कि गांव विकसित हो, संपन्न हो, समृद्ध हो, खुशहाल हो, सामाजिक रूप से, आर्थिक रूप से और विभिन्न रूप से। वो नहीं हुआ। इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि गांव का विकास नहीं हुआ। इट डजंट मीन कि गांव का विकास नहीं हुआ। गांव का विकास हुआ लेकिन जितना होना चाहिए नहीं हुआ। तो अब आप बताइए, जो काम इतना सब ताकत मिलके नहीं कर पाई उस काम को हम कैसे कर लेंगे? तो देखिए, हमने ये, हमारा मनोबल यूं बढ़ा हुआ है क्योंकि हमने बांदा में किया तो हमें रिजल्ट मिला। तो ये टेस्टेड, ट्राइड, वेरीफाइड मॉडल है। और हमारा ये देखो, ये नारा है कि हम मॉडल गांव किसानों की आय को 2 गुना कर सकता है और गांव को आत्मनिर्भर बना सकता है। ये 2 गुना आय करने वाली बात हमारी नहीं है। भारत सरकार का एक स्कीम है कि हमें किसानों की आय 2 गुनी करनी है और आत्मनिर्भर भारत, आत्मनिर्भर गांव, आत्मनिर्भर आदमी, आत्मनिर्भर, ये भी वहीं का है। गांव मेरी शान, गांव मेरी पहचान, गांव को धनी बनाएंगे और देश को खुशहाल। कोई ये कहता है, अरे कहते हैं देहाती है, मतलब गांव में अगर रह रहे हो आप तो वो कोई बहुत बढ़िया शान की बात नहीं है, उसको हम लोग कम आंकते हैं। तो ये जो हमारी सोच ही खराब है, जब हम गांव को कम आंकते हैं, गांव में रहना बुरा मानते हैं, जब वो जो हमारी चीजें हैं उसको हमने लोअर कर दिया, तो हम क्या काम करेंगे और कैसे करेंगे। तो पहले हमें ये सोच बदले है, इसीलिए हमने कहा एक नई सोच, एक नई पहल है। तो हमने क्या नारा दिया है हम लोगों ने, गांव मेरी शान, गांव मेरी पहचान। ठीक है, आज के 20 साल पहले या 10 साल पहले गांव को में रहना मतलब गरीबी का द्योतक था, शहर में रहना अमीरी का द्योतक था। ये जो सब हमारे दिमाग में बातें हैं, इसको चेंज करना है। अब ये बात आई कि ये बात समझ में कैसे आया कि ये मॉडल गांव शुरू होना चाहिए, कैसे होना चाहिए, कहाँ से। देखिए, जो मैंने मैं वहाँ डीएम था और 20-22 प्रयोग किए और उसके सबके अच्छे रिजल्ट रहे। तो ये जो मॉडल है ये आजमाया, परखा, प्रमाणित मॉडल, टेस्टेड, ट्राइड, वेरीफाइड मॉडल है। होता क्या है, आप लोग सुने होंगे, अरे साहब वो तो दिल्ली दौलताबाद में बैठ करके एसी कमरा में प्रोग्राम बना के भेज देते हैं और गाँव में लागू नहीं हो पाता। ये उल्टा है, ये टॉप डाउन नहीं है, बॉटम अप है। और देखिए, जब आप कोई काम करते हैं, कौन है? अगर कोई काम आप करते हैं तो उस काम को करने में आपको बहुत कुछ ट्रिक और टेक्निक्स लगाने पड़ते हैं। अगर वो ट्रिक और टेक्निक आप नहीं लगाएंगे तो आप समझिए कि आप कुछ डिफरेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे। ये हमारे 3 ट्रिक टेक्निक्स हैं जिसको मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी में हम वो काम करते हैं जिसमें कास्ट या तो कम हो या बिल्कुल ना हो। जैसे हमें पानी पे बात करना है तो हम एसी कमरे में बात नहीं करते, हम गांव के किसी बड़े तालाब के किनारे जाते हैं, उसका किनारे, तालाब के किनारे जो सबसे बड़ा पेड़ होता है हरा भरा, उसके नीचे जमीन पे बैठते हैं, जमीन पे बैठ के दरी पे बात करते हैं। तो टेंट लगाने में, फूल माला में और लाउड स्पीकर में जो खर्चा होता है वो बिल्कुल रिड्यूस होकर 0 हो गया, समझ गया। तो हमारा ये स्टाइल है, नो कास्ट लो कास्ट, मतलब देसी देहाती तरीके से ताम झाम नाटक नौटंकी से दूर करके हमने कास्ट को घटा लिया। दूसरा क्या है, जो भी कुछ फंड और रिसोर्स या इनपुट आइडियाज है, हम उन सब उसको मिला करके ही काम करते हैं। ये नहीं कि हमें ये काम करना है तो ये बजट बना दो, इतना रुपया चाहिए, ये चाहिए, नो। जो कुछ उपलब्ध है, कोई दिमाग देता है तो कोई फंड देता है तो कोई कुछ देता है, उससे करते हैं। और जो तीसरा हमारा टेक्निक्स है, इन्वॉल्विंग ऑल स्टेक होल्डर्स टू टेक ओनरशिप। ये नहीं पूरे गांव के सारे लोग जो है, पूरे गांव के सारे लोग इन्वॉल्व हों, ये नहीं कि कुछ लोग इन्वॉल्व हों, सबको इन्वॉल्व होना पड़ेगा। तो गांव में एक जन आंदोलन खड़ा हो जाता है इससे, और हम लोगों का काम बहुत बढ़िया होता है। गांव का चौमुखी विकास हमारा ये क्या है, विजन है। और विलेज मैनिफेस्टो हमने एक बनाया हुआ है, उससे हम गांव में विकास का एजेंडा स्थापित करते हैं, गांव में चेंज मेकर बनाते हैं और गांव का सर्वांगीण विकास करते हैं। देखिए, कोई चीज जितना आसान होगा, जितना सरल होगा, उतना ही लागू करना आसान होगा। अगर आप कोई चीज को 1 पेज में लिख दो तो कोई भी समझ सकता है, उसको 500 पेज में लिख दो तो ना पढ़ने का फुर्सत, ना समझने का फुर्सत। हम लोग चीजों को बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स, कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बना करके उसको अपनी शान समझते हैं। अरे भैया, 500 पेज का वो बना हुआ है क्या प्रोजेक्ट, अगर आप उस प्रोजेक्ट 500 वाले पेज को 1 पेज में बना दो तब आपकी बहादुरी है, 500 पेज में बहादुरी नहीं है। तो ये विलेज मैनिफेस्टो हमारा है, इसमें चेंज मेकर है। देखो, बिल्कुल सिंपल थिंग, हर गांव वाले को विलेज मैनिफेस्टो से हमें जोड़ना है, हर गांव में चेंज मेकर बनाना है और प्रत्येक गांव को कृषि उद्योग में बदल देना। अभी लोग कृषि करते हैं, हमें कृषि नहीं करने देना है, कृषि व्यापार करवाना है। तो ये विलेज मैनिफेस्टो की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी? हम लोग खेती को उद्योग नहीं समझते, किसान को हम उद्यमी नहीं समझते। मैं आपको बता दूं, ये जो मैंने नारा दिया है कि खेती सबसे अच्छा उद्योग है, किसान सबसे अच्छा उद्यमी है, यही सही बात है जिसको हम नहीं समझते हैं। जब तक हम ये नहीं समझेंगे तब तक हमारी बात बनेगी नहीं, तब तक गांव विकसित नहीं होगा। ये जिस दिन समझ में आ जाएगा उसी दिन गांव का विकास शुरू हो जाएगा। गांव का विकास हुआ क्यों नहीं, ये समझने की जरूरत है। जब हम किसी डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं बीमारी लेके तो क्या बोलता है, खून की जांच कराओ, पेशाब की जांच कराओ, मतलब इस तरह से वो कई जांच कराता है, थूक की जांच कराओ। तो ये अगर आप गांव वाले से पूछो किसी से कि विकास क्या है, तो या तो विकास पता ही नहीं होगा, पता होगा तो आधा अधूरा। फिर पूछो विकास में कितने बिंदु पे काम करना चाहिए, तो कहेगा नल, खड़ंजा, नाली, स्कूल, ऐसे 10-12 पॉइंट, 5-6 पॉइंट बताता है, जबकि विकास के हम लोगों ने 25 पॉइंट लिए हैं। और किसी गांव वाले के किसी के पास ये नहीं है कि वो गांव का वो होना चाहिए, क्या गांव का विकास होना चाहिए। गांव के विकास की कोई मांग नहीं है। देयर इज नो डिमांड फॉर द डेवलपमेंट फ्रॉम विलेजर्स। कहीं आपने सुना नहीं होगा कि गांव में धरना चल रहा है 5 दिन से, क्या किस बात को लेकर कि गांव का विकास नहीं हुआ, विकास की मांग को लेकर धरना नहीं है। तो ये जो विलेज मैनिफेस्टो है यही करता है, विकास की जानकारी देता है, विकास के सारे मुद्दे बताता है और विकास की मांग पैदा करता है। फायदा क्या होगा इससे, क्या होगा, गांव का हर आदमी मजबूत होगा, उसका अपना रोजगार होगा, नौकरी या कमाने खाने के लिए बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा, गांव समृद्ध होगा तो नाम रोशन होगा, सभी खुशहाल होंगे, धनी होंगे। तो ये जो विलेज मैनिफेस्टो है यही मेन बात है। क्या हम लोग इसको ऑनलाइन बनवाते हैं और इसके 25 एजेंडा पॉइंट पे बात करते हैं और पूरे गांव में एक माहौल, जैसे चुनाव होता है प्रधानी का तो क्या होता है, पूरे गांव में एक माहौल होता है, उसी तरह से हम लोग एक विकास का चुनाव खड़ा करते हैं गांव में। और हर आदमी विकास के लिए काम करता है, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करता है डिफरेंट तरीके से और उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करता है। ये 25 मुद्दे हैं। देखिए क्या कह रहा है, मॉडल गांव गांव की गरीबी और बेरोजगारी को कम कर सकता है। पढ़ाई, सफाई, पढ़ाई, दवाई, कमाई, बिजली, ये सारे हमारे 25 मुद्दे हैं। इन 25 मुद्दों पर गांव पे एक साथ काम करना है। ये नहीं सफाई, पढ़ाई, 4 मुद्दा काम किया है, जब तक इन 25 मुद्दों पे हम एक साथ काम नहीं करेंगे ये बात नहीं है। ये विलेज मैनिफेस्टो ऑनलाइन कोई भी हमारे साइट पे जा करके बना सकता है, ठीक है ना। चेंज मेकर क्या हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट है, नॉलेज इज पावर। हम लोग गांव में जो अच्छे लोग हैं उनको सेलेक्ट करते हैं और उनको उसी जिले में, जैसे मान लीजिए उसी जिले में कोई सब्जी का अच्छा काम करके वो बहुत धनी हो गया है, कोई मुर्गी पालन करके धनी हो गया, कोई जो है कोई सब्जी पैदा करके धनी हो गया। किसी तरह का गांव में जो सफल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेज है, गांव के अच्छे लोगों को ग्रुप में वहां भेजते हैं, जाओ देख के आओ, सीख के आओ, अपने गांव में लागू करो और तुम भी धनी हो जाओ। तो हम लोग जो ये अच्छे लोग हैं उनका नाम, उनको सेलेक्ट करके और उनको वहां भेज करके उनको नॉलेज दिलवाते हैं, उनकी शक्ति बढ़ाते हैं, क्योंकि ज्ञान शक्ति है। इनको हम लोग चेंज मेकर बोलते हैं अपने इस मॉडल गांव की लैंग्वेज में। तो चेंज मेकर बदलाव का वाहक है, भ्रमण कर व्यवसायिक ज्ञान लेंगे, वही मतलब जाएंगे भ्रमण करेंगे और वहां से व्यवहारिक ज्ञान लेंगे, ज्ञान शक्ति से विकास करेंगे और जब लौट के आएंगे तो सीख के वही आए हैं तो वो पूरे गांव खुद करेंगे, पूरे गांव में कराएंगे। तीसरा क्या है हमारा पार्ट, हम लोग कहते हैं गांव में खेती नहीं करना है, खेती व्यापार करना है। क्यों? खेती घाटे का सौदा है, इसलिए मत करो उसको, कृषि को एग्री बिजनेस में कन्वर्ट कर लो। और इसके लिए भारत सरकार, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का कॉन्सेप्ट लाए हैं कि सभी लोग मिल करके फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी बनाएंगे गांव वाले, और गांव वाले ही मिल के फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी चलाएंगे और कंपनी के मालिक हो जाएंगे। आज टाटा, बिरला, अम्बानी, अडानी का क्या नाम है, वो कंपनी के मालिक है। तो सरकार ने कहा, भारत सरकार, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, जैसे हमारे यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने कहा कि सभी लोग गांव वाले भी कंपनी के मालिक बने। बहुत बढ़िया सोच है। इसमें कई तरह के फाइनेंशियल, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव, डिफरेंट वैरायटी के हेल्प भी हम लोग देते हैं। तो हमारा यही कहना, खेती मत करो, खेती व्यापार करो, गांव वाले मिलकर फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर पर कंपनी बनाओ, चलाओ, गांव का नुकसान फायदे में बदलें, एक कंपनी का मालिक बनकर लाभ लें। तो ये बेसिक इसके 3 पार्ट हैं। अब देखिए ये स्टार्टअप के नजरिए से, स्टार्टअप मतलब कोई चीज नया, तो क्या, अब हम लोग इसको लखनऊ में बैठे हुए हैं, राजधानी में उत्तर प्रदेश को, पूरे प्रदेश, देश विदेश, दूसरे प्रदेशों में पहुंचना है, तो हम लोग सेलेक्ट करते हैं, जैसे उस गांव का किसान कौन है तो इसका नंबर मिल जाता है। देखिए आज के डेट में टेक्नोलॉजी ही सब कुछ है, और टेक्नोलॉजी में पहले डेस्कटॉप था, फिर लैपटॉप आया, अब मोबाइल टॉप आ गया है। मोबाइल, अब डेस्कटॉप का भी जो है जमाना चला गया, लैपटॉप का भी जमाना धीरे धीरे जा रहा, मोबाइल का जमाना आ गया। तो सबके पास मोबाइल है और मोटा मोटा सब में कनेक्शन है। किसान, हम उस गांव के किसान का फोन ले लेते हैं, प्रधान, महिला, वो जो BLE CSC होते हैं, नेट वाले लोग, युवा शिक्षकगण सबका नंबर लेकर के यहाँ से मॉडल गांव का पूरा चीज उनको भेजते हैं, वो पढ़ते हैं और पढ़ने के बाद हम उनका वेबिनार करके उनको सेंसिटाइज करते हैं। हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे मैं आपको कर रहा हूँ, तो धीरे धीरे इन स्टेप्स ग्रेजुअली हम माहौल बनाते हैं, लोगों का माइंड सेट चेंज करते हैं। उसी में से 2 4 6 10 लोगों के समझ में आ जाता है, फिर वो इंटर्न गांव वालों को समझाते हैं और एक शुरुआत होती है, माहौल बनने लगता है और हमारा जो मिशन है उस दिशा में हम चल जाते हैं। अब गांव, मॉडल गांव से जैसे आप ही लोग हैं, स्टूडेंट हैं, आप कहते हैं कि भाई हम अपने गांव को मॉडल गांव बनाएंगे, या हमारे मामा का गांव है या किसी रिश्तेदार का, तो मॉडल गांव से जुड़े कैसे? देखिए, हमारा मॉडल गांव की साइट है, रजिस्टर करिए, घोषणा पत्र बना लीजिए, मॉडल गांव से आप जो है मेल कर दीजिए, सोशल मीडिया हमारा सब जगह है, मोबाइल नंबर है, ये तीनों जो पार्ट हैं उनमें जिसमें आपकी रुचि हो उससे काम करिए। अगला स्टेप यह है कि मॉडल गांव क्या करें, तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि देखिए, ये मॉडल गांव की जो साइट है उस पर आप क्लिक करेंगे तो आप वहाँ लैंड करने के बाद आप चले जाइए कहाँ, विलेज मैनिफेस्टो में, और विलेज मैनिफेस्टो पे क्लिक करके आप उसमें आप डाटा भर दीजिए सर, वो बिलिंक करता है, ठीक है ना। और करने के बाद आप उस पर अपना डिटेल डालिए, फोटो अपलोड करिए। तो अभी जैसे हमने आपको दिखाया था, हर आदमी का इसी तरह से आपका फोटो लगा गांव घोषणा पत्र आपको सॉफ्ट कॉपी बन जाएगा। अगर आप मान लीजिए जो मुखिया, देखिए हमारे यहाँ प्रधान बोलते हैं, ठीक है, कहीं पे मुखिया, जैसे बिहार में मुखिया बोलते हैं, कुछ जगह पे सरपंच बोलते हैं, बात वही है। तो जो गांव का मुखिया, सरपंच, प्रधान है, जितना उसका एरिया है उसी को हम गांव कहते हैं, मतलब पंचायत डेवलपमेंटल एरिया, नॉट रेवेन्यू एरिया। तो जितने भी गांव में, मान लीजिए आपका गांव 500 आबादी का है, उसमें 3000 लोगों के पास क्या है, मोबाइल फोन और नेट है। तो जब 3000 लोग इस तरह से अपना फोटो लगा बनाएगा और उस पर ये सारे 25 बिंदुओं पे चर्चा करेगा, फिर हम लोग क्या करते हैं, मोहल्ला मीटिंग करवाते हैं। 10 घर के बीच में आपस में बैठ के मोहल्ला मीटिंग करो, ये 25 पॉइंट रटो। फिर हम उसी गांव में से 25 अच्छे लोगों को ले लेते हैं, जिसके अंदर सोशल काम करने का जज्बा हो, जो ये, और फिर क्या करते हैं, उन 25 बिंदुओं पे एक एक बिंदु का प्रभारी बना देते हैं। जैसे किसी का सफाई में बड़ी रुचि है तो वो सफाई का प्रभारी हो गया, किसी का दवाई में रुचि है तो इस तरह से उसके इंटरेस्ट के हिसाब से 25 प्रभारी बना देते हैं। हम लोगों ने 25 पॉइंट के एक एक पन्ने बनाए हैं, व्हाट टू डू। हम उस प्रभारी को वो पन्ना दे देते हैं और वो प्रभारी उस पन्ने में जो भी कुछ लिखा है, टू डू लिस्ट है, वो घूम घूम के पूरे गांव में एक बिंदु पे, अपने उस प्रभारी वाले बिंदु पे गांव वाले को प्रेरित करता है और धीरे धीरे एक पूरा गांव के विकास का एक माहौल खड़ा हो जाता है और गांव में विकास की एक मांग पैदा होने लगती है, पूरे गांव की एनर्जी इकट्ठा हो जाती है और धीरे 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 समय लगता है इसमें, लेकिन ये माहौल बिल्डअप हो जाता है। हम लोगों को कई जगहों से, हम लोगों ने ये प्रोग्राम जनवरी 21 में शुरू हुआ है, 1.25 साल हो गए, कई सारे अवार्ड मिले, ठीक है ना। नीति आयोग के चेयरमैन साहब, जो वाइस चेयरमैन थे, उन्होंने 2 जून 21 को ये ट्वीट किया, हम लोगों का उनको कहीं से पता लगा तो उन्होंने ये ट्वीट किया। ये सारे मीडिया वाले छापते रहते हैं। देखिए, एक चीज़ और भी हम लोग इसमें नया लेके चल रहे हैं। गाँव में 20 साल पहले खुरपी कैसे था, फावड़ा कैसे था, घर कैसे थे, हम अपने जो विरासत है गाँव का उसको संरक्षित नहीं कर रहे हैं, इस पर लिटरेचर नहीं है। तो हम लोग ये भी कह रहे हैं भाई ये संरक्षित होना चाहिए, हमें अपना इतिहास भूगोल पता होना चाहिए। एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है, एग्री टूरिज्म। अब आदमी शहरों से ऊब गया है, पंचतारा होटलों में नहीं रुकना चाहता। देखिए, ये बांदा एक जिला है, प्रेम सिंह है, इनके साथ वो बर्मी कंपोस्ट में अंग्रेज आकर के इनके उस एग्री टूरिज्म पे रुके हैं, इनके फार्म हाउस पे, और वहाँ इनके साथ काम करते हैं। देखिए, ये मधुमक्खी अब्बास सीतापुर है, एक जिला है हमारा, एक मछली, मतलब ये एग्री टूरिज्म अपने फार्म हाउस में बनाया है, वो मछली का सैर कराते हैं। तो कहने का मतलब अब टूरिज्म का भी चीज बदल रहा है, ये गांव के लिए बहुत बड़ा व्यवसाय ला सकता है एग्री टूरिज्म, इसलिए हम लोग इसको बहुत प्रमोट कर रहे हैं मॉडल गांव में। ये सबसे, जितनी स्लाइड पे मैंने बात किया सबसे अच्छी स्लाइड यही है, और ये सबके जीवन पे लागू होता है, चाहे वो चपरासी हो, चाहे वो वीसी हो, चाहे वो प्रोफेसर हो, और चाहे वो आईएएस हो, चाहे कोई हो, ये सब पे लागू। नए और अच्छे काम के लिए हमारे दिमाग में है क्या चाहिए? पद, पैसा, पावर चाहिए। सच्चाई ये नहीं है, सत्य ये नहीं है। क्या चाहिए? एक अच्छी नीयत, नीति, नेतृत्व, सोच, इच्छा शक्ति और लगन की जरूरत होती है। उदाहरण, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, उनके पास कौन पद, पैसा, पावर था? आज कहाँ है? दूसरा उदाहरण, बाबा रामदेव। बाबा रामदेव योगा गुरु जो हैं, उनके पास कौन पद, पैसा, पावर था? आज कहाँ है वो? बताते हैं 5,000 से ज़्यादा करोड़ के उनकी जो कंपनी हो गई है। तो यही चीज़ काम आएगी स्टार्टअप में। कौन? स्टार्टअप में क्या होता है? रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी होनी चाहिए, और ना उसमें पद होता, ना पैसा, ना पावर होता है। लेकिन स्टार्टअप में क्या होता है? एक अच्छी नीयत, नीति, नेतृत्व, सोच, इच्छा शक्ति, लगन होती है। यही स्टार्टअप, ये पूरे स्टार्टअप का जोश, ये सार इसी स्लाइड में है। ये हमारे बहुत सारे प्रोफेसर्स हैं, पद्मश्री हैं, जो हमारी एडवाइजरी टीम है। तो ये हमारे कुछ पार्टनर हैं, मीडिया पार्टनर, ICSDAS फाउंडेशन हमें सपोर्ट करता है, इसकी एक छोटी सी ऑफिस है। ये हमारे कनेक्ट करने के, वो जो भी मैं बता रहा था, मोबाइल ये नंबर है, सोशल मीडिया है, ईमेल है। और ये लास्ट स्लाइड ये है कि गांव की तकदीर और तस्वीर बदलने के लिए सतत प्रयासरत हैं हम। तो देखिए, ये मोटा मोटा ये था मॉडल गांव, और ये मॉडल गांव एक स्टार्टअप है। तो अब आप कहोगे साहब आप IAS होके स्टार्टअप चला रहे हो, क्यों नहीं चलाएं भाई? स्टार्टअप तो कोई भी जोखिम भरा काम करो वही स्टार्टअप है। स्टार्टअप के बारे में मैंने बहुत अध्ययन किया। तो स्टार्टअप इनोवेशन भी हमने बांदा में किया। 135 स्टार्टअप पूरे देश से आए थे, ठीक है ना। साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के डिपार्टमेंट होते हैं, तो उनके सहयोग से हम लोग, वो उनका काम ही है। जिला, हमारे यूपी में एक जिला विज्ञान क्लब बना है, उसका काम ही है, तो हमने उसी के मार्फत इसको किया था। हम स्टार्टअप को अपनी परिभाषा क्या बताते हैं? कुछ अच्छे सोच के बढ़िया लोग, जिसके अंदर रिस्क लेने की कैपेसिटी है। 5-6 लोग, 10 लोग इकट्ठा होते हैं, रिस्क लेते हैं, और उनके पास ना पद है, ना पैसा है, ना पावर है, कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन है क्या? एक सपना है, एक अच्छी सोच है। वो कोई एक समस्या को उठाते हैं और उसमें वो काम कर दें, कैसे इस समस्या को हल करें, किसके में कास्ट कम हो जाए, समय कम लगे, आसान हो जाए, स्केल अप हो जाए। तो देखिए, स्टार्टअप जो है ये रिस्क लेने का एक बहुत बड़ा एक वो है, क्या ग्रुप है।
सर, हीरालाल सर, हमें अनुमति दीजिए, कुछ चीजें आपसे शेयर करना चाहेंगे।
जी बताइए।
ज्योति विद्यापीठ महिला विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना श्रीमान पंकज गर्ग जी के द्वारा 2008 में की गई थी।
जी
2008 के बाद से, मतलब सिंस इट्स इंसेप्शन,
जी
विश्वविद्यालय में सारे प्रोग्राम्स के अभी 116 प्लस प्रोग्राम्स हमारे यहाँ चलते हैं। जैसे 116 प्रोग्राम का मतलब एक प्रोग्राम जैसे BA हुआ या एक प्रोग्राम है, इस तरह से विश्वविद्यालय के अलग अलग फैकल्टी के कुल मिला के 116 प्रोग्राम चलते हैं। और सारे प्रोग्राम्स के गर्ल्स के लिए ये मैंडेटरी है 2008 से कि उनको एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी में भाग लेनी है। अब उसको हम लोग के यहाँ उसको बोलते हैं CDA, कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटी। और हमारे चूंकि आपके मॉडल गांव के से चीजें जो निकल के आ रही है और हम जो कर रहे हैं उसको हम आपके साथ को रिलेट करना चाहते हैं, और हम चाहेंगे कि आप हमारी आइडियोलॉजी को भी अपने साथ जुड़िए और पूरे उत्तर भारत में इसको आप आगे लेके जाइए। चूंकि एक आप IAS हैं, आपके पास एक अच्छी टीम है
जी।
तो मैं अभी थोड़ी आपका 2 मिनट समय लूंगा। तो जैसे कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटी में बच्चियां हमारे यहाँ UG से लेके PG तक की सारी बच्चियां डिफरेंट तरह के सोशल अवेयरनेस के कार्यक्रम चला रही हैं। अभी 2019, फॉरगेटिंग द एक्चुअल डेट, विश्वविद्यालय ने इंडिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में नाम दर्ज किया, जहां हमारे यहाँ जो आयुष है, मीन्स आयुर्वेद, होम्योपैथ, नेचुरोपैथी, यूनानी तो अभी नहीं है, मतलब आयुष के जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं उन्होंने विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा जो लोकल इंटीग्रेटिव हेल्थ सेंटर गांव में स्थापित किए गए हैं, इंटीग्रेटिव हेल्थ सेंटर LIHC उसको बोलते हैं, करीब करीब हमारे 18 या 20 LIHC हैं जहां आयुष के बच्चे जो डॉक्टरी की पढ़ाई यहाँ कर रहे हैं, उनके टीचर्स यानी जो डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर्स हैं वो सब वहां जाते हैं, गांव के एक एक मरीज से, एक एक बच्चों से, जैसे किस तरह से उनके इम्यूनिटी को बूस्ट अप करना है, कैसे उनको कौन कौन दवाइयां पिलानी है, क्या करनी है, मतलब वी आर सीरियसली टेकिंग पार्ट इन डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटी। और उसमें हम लोगों ने तो कीर्तिमान आयु स्थापित किया था कि सबसे ज्यादा एडमिनिस्ट्रेट किया हमारे ये पुष्य नक्षत्र पर हमारे छात्राओं ने, मैक्सिमम आयुष इंटर्न्स ने पूरे वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज्यादा एक साथ मेडिसिन को बच्चों को पिलाया। तो कहने का ये मतलब है कि उन्नत भारत अभियान का जो कंसेप्ट है, उन्नत भारत अभियान जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन का कंसेप्ट है, जो आपके कंसेप्ट से भी मेल खाता है, उस उन्नत भारत अभियान की सोच हमारे फाउंडर साहब ने, आदरणीय पंकज सर ने बहुत पहले सरकार को ये लिखा था, हम लोग उस टीम के मेंबर थे, कि भाई गांव के विकास के लिए इस तरह के काम किए जा सकते हैं। विश्वविद्यालय को भी गांवों को गोद लेना चाहिए। अगर कोई किसी क्षेत्र की, आप तो पंतनगर कृषि विश्वविद्यालय में भी पढ़े हैं, अगर किसी, हमारे फाउंडर साहब का ये कंसेप्ट था कि अगर किसी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जो एग्रीकल्चर की पढ़ाई करा रहा है और वहां पर भूमि अगर बंजर है, मतलब उस इंस्टीट्यूशन पर लायबिलिटी फिक्स होनी चाहिए कि फिर तो आपने किया क्या है, आपका प्रैक्टिकल आउटकम क्या है, व्हाट इज योर प्रैक्टिकल आउटकम्स। तो वी आर ट्राइंग टू कोरिलेट आवर classroom study with the livelihood of the common masses through the community development activity. So thank you very much that this project, this startup is taking its height. And Hiralal sir would like to request you that visit once to our institution, to our university, and we will give you a brief presentation of all our community development activity that we are conducting here with the students. And definitely this will be giving a role of a catalyst, positive catalyst to enhance your acceleration of this project.
हाँ,
So
मैं एक मिनट आपको यहाँ रोकूंगा। जो बात आप कहना चाह रहे हो, ये श्रीकांत, देखिए मैं आपको बताऊं, अभी एक पद्म श्री में अवार्ड मिला है, ये है श्रीकांत दत्तर सर। ये हार्वर्ड बिजनेस स्कूल के डीन है, इंडियन है। ये एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट लेके आ रहे हैं, बड़ा अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट है, और इनको मिला तो इनका एक इंटरव्यू छपा था तो मैंने वहां से पढ़ा। ये क्या कह रहे हैं, इनका ये कहना है हमारे यहाँ दो तरह का PhD होता है, एक पढ़ा PhD, एक कढ़ा PhD। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमारे यहाँ एक राम शरण वर्मा है, वो बनाना मैन के नाम से जाने जाते हैं, और वो कक्षा 8 फेल हैं। अगर आलू, टमाटर और केला पे कोई खेती पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में किसी को दिखाना होता है तो उस कक्षा 8 फेल के पास जाते हैं, IIM के लोग जाते हैं, PhD लोग जाते हैं। तो ये जो बात आप कहना चाह रहे हो वही बात मैं भी कहना चाह रहा हूँ, वो दत्तर साहब भी वही बात कर रहे हैं। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हम केवल MBA और PhD कर लिया, उसके बाद जो हम तो कंटिन्यूअस 24/7 जिंदा, जिस पल तक जिंदा रहते हैं, सीखते हैं। अब आपका इवेल्युएशन केवल वो PhD डिग्री तक होता है, ये ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि PhD के बाद आप पर डे सीखते रहते हो इन द फॉर्म ऑफ अनुभव, एक्सपीरियंस। तो वो क्या कर रहे हैं, वो एक प्रोग्राम बना रहे हैं कि पढ़ा PhD और कढ़ा PhD, अनुभव को मैं अपनी भाषा में कढ़ा PhD बोल रहा हूँ, जो कि रामशरण वर्मा है। तो वो दोनों को कंबाइन करना चाहते हैं। हमें भले ही इसका ये मतलब नहीं हम पढ़े कि वो करें, कढ़ा PhD जो प्रैक्टिकल आदमी है वो ज़्यादा बेहतर है एज कंपेयर टू थियोरेटिकल आदमी। तो दत्तर साहब इस पर एक कॉन्सेप्ट लेके आ रहे हैं कि कैसे दोनों का इवेल्युएशन किया जाए। और वही बात आप कह रहे हैं, आपने जो कहा कि हम लोग जब स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं तो खाली वो पढ़ाई करते हैं, थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज लेते हैं। हमें पैरेलल में जो है प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज भी लेना चाहिए। जो आप करवा रहे हैं उसको कई नाम देते हैं, कोई इंटर्नशिप नाम देता है, कोई एनएसएस नाम देता है, लेकिन हो क्या रहा है, उसका पीरियड और उस बहुत छोटा होता है, उसका महत्व तो कम है करिकुला में, इसलिए वो डिवैल्यूड है, ऑलमोस्ट वो थियोरेटिकल ही है। और जब हम थियोरी पढ़ के 95% नंबर लेके फील्ड में आते हैं तो हमें वो लोग कहते हैं तो कागज का टुकड़ा है, तुम्हें तो भैया प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज नहीं, और इम्प्लॉयबिलिटी कम हो जाती है। तो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी इस पर जोर दिया गया है, और ये बात उन्नत भारत उसी का रिफ्लेक्शन है। अभी हम उन्नत भारत आईआईटी रुड़की में गए थे, मॉडल गांव पे, वहाँ लोगों ने बुलाया था। उन्नत भारत आईआईटी रुड़की, आईआईटी कानपुर की टीम, आईआईटी बीएचयू की टीम, ये सब हम लोगों के टच में है। और जो प्रोफेसर हैं इसके कोऑर्डिनेटर आईआईटी कानपुर के प्रोफेसर विजय साहब, उनसे भी हम लोगों की टच है। तो मैं आपको बताऊं, ये बड़ी अच्छी शुरुआत है। और आप जैसा बता रहे हो कि आपके जो सर गर्ग साहब थे वो बड़े दूरदर्शी थे और उनका ये पहले से ही मानना था, तो ये आप लोगों के लिए बड़ी अच्छी बात है। और आप लोग भाग्यशाली हैं कि एक ऐसे दूरदर्शी व्यक्तित्व के सामने काम किया। अभी मैंने सुबह साथ बात नहीं कर पाया था। मैं अभी मेरी एक किताब में लिख चुका हूँ, वो 15 तारीख तक छप के आ जाएगी। उसका नाम है डायनेमिक डीएम। उसमें हमने 14 मुद्दे उठाए हैं कि प्लास्टिक को कैसे जीवन से हटाया जाए, प्लास्टिक से क्या नुकसान है, पानी कैसे बचाया जाए, माइल न्यूट्रिशन, जेल को कैसे ठीक किया जाए, स्टूडेंट को कैसे आगे बढ़ाया जाए। उसमें यही स्टूडेंट में यही प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज है। मैं एक दिन का अधिकारी बनाता था स्टूडेंट्स को अपने जिले में, जिससे वो प्रैक्टिकल देखे कैसे अधिकारी काम करता है, कैसे बोलता है, जैसे एक दिन का सीएम होता था। तो ये मुझे सुन के बड़ा अच्छा लगा, और मैं बिल्कुल आपके यहाँ आऊँगा। और मुझे सबसे अच्छी बात ये लगी कि ये महिला का विश्वविद्यालय है, फीमेल, ये सबसे अच्छी बात है आपकी। तो आप जब भी बुलाएंगे और तब मैं आऊँगा, बिल्कुल
धन्यवाद
आऊँगा।
सर, धन्यवाद।
और मैं डायनेमिक डीएम की किताब पे भी वहाँ चर्चा करूँगा, 2 सत्र
बिल्कुल, हम
रखे।
लोग चाहेंगे कि हम आपके किताब का लोकार्पण भी अपने यहाँ करें। विश्वविद्यालय के
बिल्कुल,
तमाम पदाधिकारी, हम अपने ऑनरेबल एडवाइजर, हम अपने चांसलर, सबसे हम आपके बिहाफ में रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे। और हम अपने ऑडिटोरियम में, अपने ये में सभागार में उसका हम लोकार्पण अपने चांसलर से कराने की कोशिश करेंगे। लेट योर बुक पब्लिश्ड, बेस्ट विशेष फॉर दैट। और अच्छा रहेगा, हम लोग साथ में मिलकर के चाहते हैं कि आपके अभियान को आगे बढ़ाएं। और आप भी, आपका ये जो मॉडल गांव का जो चल रहा है उसमें नारी सशक्तिकरण, जैसे अभी महिलाओं के आपका जो प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है उसमें सबसे बड़ी जो समस्या है जो हम लोग समझ रहे हैं, ड्रॉप आउट का प्रॉब्लम है। बच्ची 10th तक पढ़ रही है, 12th तक पढ़ रही है, उसके पेरेंट्स उसको रोक देते हैं कि भाई अब तुमको नहीं पढ़ना है, जबकि शी इज वेरी मच जीनियस। बीटेक फाइनल ईयर तक नहीं जाती है, उसकी पढ़ाई बीच में रुक जाती है। तो अवेयरनेस में, मॉडल गांव में ये चीजें, चूंकि जब तक महिलाएं सशक्त नहीं होंगी तब तक समाज सशक्त नहीं होगा। आपको दोनों आंखों से देखना होगा, तभी दुनिया साफ और सुंदर दिखेगी। एक आंख पुरुष की तो दूसरी आंख महिला की, ये हमारे शास्त्रों में इस तरह का कुछ उल्लेख किया गया है। तो सर आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगर आपके प्रेजेंटेशन के कुछ और चीजें हो तो आप कह सकते हैं, अदरवाइज आपने जो आज सुबह से हम लोगों को आशीर्वाद दिया है, इतनी अच्छी अच्छी बातें बताई है, वी आर वेरी मच pleased and we are grateful to you for your gracious presence in a spite of your very much scarcity of timing. आपके पास समय का इतना अभाव है, in spite of that, being an IAS, having so many responsibilities, you spared timing to encourage our participants, our scholars, our teachers, and we are thankful to you. And we request you that please be stayed because कुछ स्टूडेंट आपके सामने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहते हैं। तो सर, yeah, please continue with us. And now we have one of the very legend lady. She is from Karnataka and she is supposed to be my friend Renuka T. Ambaigar. She is professor in BBS Polytechnic, Karnataka. She is known for her extraordinary contribution in the field of machine learning, artificial intelligence, cyber security, and different aspect of computer science and engineering. So I hope, Madam Renuka, you are connected. Renuka, Madam Renuka, technical team, please. I hope there is some network issue from her side. Technical team, please connect with Dr. Renuka. Okay. Yeah, Renuka, Madam, please start your
Yes, sir.
presentation. Yeah, please continue.
Yes. Hope I am audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, all. I am very happy to be here in this international conference on at Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. I am very happy to be in this international conference on space data analytics and startups 2022. Respected dignitaries of this conference, the authorities over here, Chief Patron Madam Mithilesh Gar, Advisor Vedant Gar, the Patron Vinay Mohan, Convener Dr. Shobhalal Sir, the co-convener Dr. Manju Sharma, the organizing secretary Dr. Sunita Bhatt, and the coordinators and my dear participants and all the faculty members involved in the running of this conference. Thank you very much for inviting me. The topic given to me over here, the sub-theme which is given to me on this occasion is to talk on the spatial data science and geo AI. I think my presentation, yes, thank you very much. Yes, sir. So I'm very happy to be a part of this conference, and this topic, which is about spatial data science and the geo AI, I'm very happy to talk about this because nowadays we all know that data has become a very important part in our life, and then because of this data and because of the involvement of the computers to collect data, to analyze data, and to bring some knowledge or get some insight has become very important. So in my presentation, I will be covering the terms, some important terms. Then I will be comparing those terms. I will be talking about spatial data science, what it is. I'll just give a brief illustration of that, the importance of spatial data science, what is this spatial about this spatial data science and geo AI, the data types involved over here, some examples, functions of the spatial data, modeling characteristics. I'll be talking about the models also involved, and then we will go into the next topic, that is geo AI. Here I will be covering what is geo AI and the comparison of that with the standard AI, and then we will talk about the comparison of geo AI tools and the geographic applications. Then geo AI tools, I will talk about its application, challenges, and advantages. So this will be the outline of my talk, and I will find it very nice to talk about the data first. We all know what is data. Data is talking about the entities of any particular, you can say, thing or person. We are going to collect some data about that. For example, a bank account or any social media link given to us. and that collection of that data is going to be called as information. Now we are having information systems also. We are going to do some analysis and processing work on the information. Then, as computers began, we started to talk about the term called as digital data. After the digital data, we came to talk about the data set, database, and now we are just recently talking about big data. And today I'm very happy to talk about this spatial data. This is nothing but database. We came to know that it was just consisting of the entities of a person or a student or a bank account or some email information. Then we started with the big data, which is nothing but large amount of data, which has to be stored and which has to be kept for analyzing, and we have to get into some knowledge and get some insights. Then now today we will be talking about the spatial data, which is a multi-dimensional data. We are not talking about 2D data or 3D data. We are going to talk about n-dimensional data. That is nothing but the spatial data. Then we have come to know about many different analysis tools also. So we were first of all analyzing through Access or Excel. Then we started with big data analysis. Now we have to find some method for analyzing the spatial data. Now in this we had new technologies. The technologies started with data science. We were talking about data science. Then we started to talk about artificial intelligence. Then came in machine learning, deep learning, data mining, data exploration, and even visualization of this data.
But
So I
we should
just gave you the.
we should change the slide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. So now just to give you a brief account of what is this data science, it combines multiple fields. And what this data science is going to consist, even how we are going to analyze that. We are going to take the statistics of the data, and we have to use some scientific methods for analyzing the data. Then here comes AI, and of course, to get some value from the data. So, whoever is practicing data science, they were called as data scientists. They were collecting the data from the web, from the smartphones, from customers, through sensors and other sources. Then this data science is also including preparing data for analysis, which is including the cleansing of the data. So cleansing means we are having good data as well as bad data. So whatever is necessary, that will be the good data. So that we have to take in and get it ready for analyzing. Then the next one is aggregating. I have to aggregate the good data. And then we have to manipulate on this data to perform the data analysis. Analytic applications and data scientists can then review the results of this uncovered patterns and enable business leaders to draw informed insights. So we are going to get some sites from this. So next slide, sir.
Next slide, please. Technical team. Yes, please.
So fifth slide.
Next slide, please.
Fifth slide. Okay. So now we'll just try to understand the difference between data science. So the previous slide. Fifth slide. Okay, fifth slide. Difference between data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. That's right.
Please, going back, please. Fifth slide. Difference between
Data science, AI, and machine learning.
This is the right slide, madam?
No, fifth slide.
Fifth Fifth slide from serial number 1 to 5th.
Yes, sir. Yes, this is the one. This is the yes, yes. So now here we will just try to understand the difference between data science, AI, and machine learning. All of us know that AI means we have to find some information. We have to get some information from the data. So here this is called as artificial intelligence because we are performing the computation through the computer. So that is why it is called as artificial intelligence. Then the next term is data science. So this data science we have already explained now. It is nothing but going to include some methods for taking the statistics, scientific methods and data analysis methods. Now we have come to a new term called as machine learning. This machine learning is another subset of AI. It consists of the technologies for enabling the computers to figure the things and from the data and deliver uh, AI applications. The next one is deep learning. So deep learning is also a subset of machine learning. It is used for analysis of computers to solve. We are going to use computers to solve the pattern, the complex problems. Next slide, sir. So now we have come into the topic, spatial data science. Spatial data science is nothing but it is a subset of data science. So as it is a subset of data science, that is why I talked about data science. It focuses on the unique characteristics of spatial data, moving beyond simply looking at where things happen to understand why they happen there. So two things about the data, where it is happening, why it is happening. So this type of data about any thing or entity or event, it is going to talk about the spatial data science. It also treats some location, some distance, and spatial interactions as the core aspects of the data, then using some special methods and softwares to analyze it and to visualize and apply whatever learnings I get from it for spatial use cases. So to just get the illustration of SDS, next slide please. So in the illustration, we can see that if one hole is about GIS, Geographical Information System, and the other is the data science, the intersect will give us the spatial data science. So spatial data science is nothing but the combination of GIS and data science. GIS is Geographical Information System. It is going to talk about the geographical location, the details of that location. So it is a part of GIS, and whatever information I get, it is the data, and that together is going to create a spatial data science. So next slide, please. Next slide, yes. So this is the figure which is showing the combination of GIS and data science to get the spatial data science. Next slide. So what is the importance? Importance of the spatial data science and GUI, the topic which you all have chosen as one sub-theme over here. It is because we are having a lot. There is a big rise in the spatial and spatio-temporal big data, which is going to talk about the trajectories, the cameras, the remote sensing images, sensors, geosocial media. So these methods have created lot of information. They have created lot of information, and this information is leading us. It is leading us to a very you can say we have to really search for some big methods to analyze that data and to perform the knowledge preparation. So the next one is societal use case. We are going to use this knowledge gained by the data science, the data, spatial data. We are going to include that in agriculture. We are going to use that technique in agriculture, that is global crop monitoring. Then precision agriculture, location based services like navigation, rides, sharing, and then it is also going to be used in public health. For public health also, we are going to use this spatial data for monitoring the disease spread. So here one big example is about the corona. We used to know about how the disease is spreading in the country, not only country, in the whole globe. Then we can also talk about the environment and the climate change detection, then land cover classification. And just now, sir was talking about smart cities. So in all these type of examples, we can find the use of spatial data science and geo AI, because here all these are important fields: the agriculture, the location based service, the public, then health, environment and climate change. All these have become very important. Even when a child wants to go for the wants to go to school, you can keep track of the school bus. So in all such type of applications, we can talk about the spatial data science. Now the importance. Next slide, importance. Please make it as slideshow, please, so that you can see it on the whole screen. Yes. So here the importance of spatial data science and geo AI is growing with the rise of all these things. So here we are going to talk about classical data science and AI, that is about machine learning, which is going to perform poorly when applied to spatial data set because of the many reasons. The first reason is spatial data is embedded in a continuous space. So whenever I am going to collect data, I will be collecting the data with respect to space and time. So when I do that, to get the spatial data in terms of space, in terms of time, is very difficult. So we have to find some methods. The next reason why it is purely considered, it is the spatial data items have extended footprints. That is, I can use different type of line strings, polygons to perform the mapping of the data and implicit relationships, distance, touch, etc. Then the third reason is the high cost of the spurious patterns requiring the guardrails to reduce false positives. So when here one reason is to get the data. To get the data, it is going to be very costly for us, and because it is going to give the many dimensional data, so it becomes very difficult. So the next one is further spatial autocorrelation and variability violate the classical assumption of data samples being generated with the identical distribution. So here autocorrelation, I have to correlate whatever data items I get from my study, the watch or by touch. So whatever data I get, I have to correlate the data. The next slide. In the next slide, what is special about spatial data science and geo AI? So here you can see a simple type of figure which is telling what is special. So here the first one is we will talk about human-centered computing. That means people are using their brains, their common sense to get some information from the data. And then the next step is visualization. By looking at the things, by comparing it with other things which are viewed, it is going to turn as visualization. Then next we are having the visualization application domains. So to perform visualization in this computing world, what are the different applications? The next one is the geographic visualization. As it is on the environment, the geographical part of the visualization is very important. So geographic visualization. And to study all this, we are having information systems. We are going to have the different applications for information system. Then in this important thing is a data mining. So information system, we are having graphical information system, which is going to help us to give us some weather forecast, talk about the weather, talk about that land, talk about the crops growing there, talk about the different soil over there. So all this is going to be included in the GIS. Then this information system, it is also going to help us for getting some knowledge. For example, the health information system, any hospital's health information system will help us to know about what type of disease has been involved in a period of time. So this will help us to understand what actually is happening in that area. If any pond or if any water disturbance is happening, or if there is any soil pollution, one can know about the details of that place. So this information systems play a very major important role over here. Then data mining. So data mining includes all this data and how to analyze that data, how to get some insight to the data. All together is one word called as data mining. So this data mining is going to now lead us to the spatial temporal systems. Okay. So the systems will take in the help of the spatial data, and with the special technologies and tools, it is going to work on this data. So we'll be talking about that. Then the spatial data. How, next slide please. How we are going to store this spatial data. Next slide please. So here we are having two different types of data, two primary kinds of spatial data. One is the geometric data and one is called as the geographic data. So when I talk about the geometric data, it is mapped on two dimensions, only two dimensions, x and y. So for example, one example is talking about a floor. On the floor, whatever is on the x-axis and the y-axis, with those coordinates, whatever data I find, it is called as geometrical data. For this, Google Map is one example. Google Map is an example of this geometric data. So it is a Google Map is an application that uses geometric data to provide accurate direction. In fact, it is one of the simplest example of spatial data in action. So this Google Map is just an example of spatial data that is through two dimensional. Next, we will talk about the geographic data. So when this geographic data comes into our mind, the first thing which comes in our mind is global positioning system. We are all talking about the global positioning system, the GPS. So here this information is mapped around a sphere. We are not talking about a plane, we are talking about a sphere where there are multi-dimensions, not only x and y, we are having multi-dimensions. We are talking about longitude, we are talking about latitude, we are talking about the different locations. So with the help of all these parameters, I am going to get some details about my data. So this geographic data example is global positioning system. Next. So one example over here for this spatial data is a road map. So whenever we are traveling, we on the map, and in the map we have a road map, which is nothing but a two-dimensional object. It is going to be containing points, lines, polygons that are going to represent the cities, roads, political boundaries such as states or province. This radio map is also a visualization of the geographic information. So I am talking about some cities, say Jaipur. So if I'm talking about the city, it will be the visualization of Jaipur in terms of geographic information, in terms of 2D data. So that is one example of this spatial data. Next slide, please. So the function of the spatial data is nothing else. It is going to help us to make better predictions about human behavior and understand what variables may influence an individual choice. So if I get the information about Jaipur in this way, I will know more information, or I can get a better understanding of the surroundings of Jaipur. Then if I perform some analysis on that or communities, I can get the information about the neighborhood also. Whatever neighborhood is accessible, I can get the information about that and I can use it, or I can ask others also to use it. GIS is also another function. So just now I talked about it. It is nothing but the geographic information system. Here I can use a computer system to capture, store the information, check and display data related to positions on the Earth surface. So I'm going to talk about the Earth surface. I can know the kinds of data such as street data, building data, vegetation data. This will help the people to more easily see, analyze and understand the pattern and relationship. How it was today, how it was yesterday, how it will be tomorrow. They can make a study and talk about the future analysis. So here I just given an example of the GIS, one example. So here the data source is about the street data, the building data, the vegetation data, and the integrated data. You can see the different layers also. We are talking about the data which is on the plane, X and Y coordinates only. So you can see how the building is considered, how vegetation is considered, and how the integrated data is considered on the two-dimensional plane. Next slide, please. And then there is another thing, people draw maps. We can see that people will draw maps showing oceans as blue and then mountains as green. Whatever they watch on a plane, either from a helicopter or from any cameras, they can draw the structure of the land. They can draw the structure of the land, which is going to be called as a Martian map. And that is on the form of a grid. Grid is nothing but square graph paper. It is a graph paper. On the graph paper, you can draw with the help of directions and measurements. You can draw the layout of the land and try to understand about the vegetation, about the mountains, about the rivers on that land. So this is another function of spatial data. So now we'll talk about characteristics of spatial data. The characteristics here we can talk about spatial data and non-spatial data. So the attributes are concerned to spatial data attributes and non-spatial attributes.
Madam Renuka, how many slides you are left with?
I will be continuing next with GUI. Next slide.
So
another 10 minutes. Another 10 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Next slide, please, sir. Characteristics of spatial data. So here in this spatial data, we are having attributes like location information, and non-spatial attributes will be like which are not having any dimensions. We can talk about the price or about the quantity of rainfall. That is the non-spatial attributes of data. So these two have to be related to get a better understanding. So now I go to the concept of modeling. The next two slides. Please skip the next two slides and go to concept of modeling. So once I get the data, I need to model the data. So one is the modeling is done by the common sense, the user, and another one is the formal view of the data. So whenever I am representing the data, I will either draw something or I will make a picture of whatever I assume. So that is going to be called as a common sense view. The formal view will have some domains to be considered. Here we are going to consider the results of the analysis also, and that is why it is called as a formal view. For common sense view, we are going to draw a bridge to life even before its construction. So how a building will look, how a bridge will look. If I do that, it is nothing but a view of my senses. Next slide, sir. Another distinct view is absolute space and relative space. So when I'm considering the another dimension space, how it is going to help me to take the data. So we have to create space, put object in that space and get the information. In the relative space, you are talking about the objects and space created with the relative locations and interaction. Depending upon the interactions I get, I will make a study. So this example is GIS. We are talking about GIS. So data can be stored in the form of a relational data model. So already we know what is relational data model. It's a very old one, which is going to be considered by the databases. Then we are having field-based models. So next slide, field-based models. It is nothing but a collection of fields like temperature field, rainfall, wind speed, weather information. So these things are talking about the field-based models. So I will be sitting and in front of a system which is going to give me all this information, the rainfall in a location, the temperature in a location, etc. And depending upon that, I can prepare the model. Next slide, sir. Next slide. Object-based models. So once I get the data, I can put them in a type of object model. And this object is nothing but a entity which is going to be in this model. And this is useful for data from discrete spatial process. It is going to talk about rivers, etc. in a place, for example. Then we are having the spatial databases. Next slide, sir. Spatial databases. So here, spatial database is going to be a collection of geographic objects which are having two components, that is description, non-spatial attributes or spatial attributes, geometric attributes, topological attributes, and we are going to talk about the different countries. We are going to talk about the country, its name, its population, its region, how it is. So if I'm talking about that, then it is one of the spatial database. Then I can talk also about language in a place. What type of language, what is the name of the language, what are the different characteristics in the language, how the sentences are formed, and what place they are concerned to. If I'm doing a study of the language in a place, it is also going to help to create a spatial database due to my interactions. Okay, so then we can perform different queries on this database and get some useful information or knowledge depending upon the queries I put in. One important slide is about data exploration and visualization. So like this, by my interactions, I will go on exploring to get different types of data. And these data can be visualized. I can visualize data. That is a big part of understanding the data is nothing but the visualization of the data. And I come to know how a country is going to look or how a place is going to look with that data. Yes, sir. Next slide, sir. Now I completed the spatial data science topic. Now we'll move on to the Geo AI. Geo is nothing but the geographic AI. So already all of us know that AI is nothing but intelligence put in to analyze the data and get over the information. So here, how I'm going to get the information from Geo AI. Now this Geo AI is a multidisciplinary field that is going to encompass computer science, engineering, statistics, and spatial science, 4 topics. Because this subject focuses on real world issues. So GI is concerned to real world issues. It has a significant impact on society and the economy also. So here GIS is a broad context, fundamental questions of theory, epistemology, and the scientific method to bring AI and geography together. This connection has the potential to have far-reaching implications for the geographic study. So by using AI, I'm going to study the geography. So it is called as GeoAI. It is a combination of geography and artificial intelligence by which I can get some solutions. For what? For a variety of things to improve my land and get about smart cities, to use agricultural land in a better way, to study about the soil, etc. I can get. So key steps in successful geographical data analysis is integrating AI with GIS, Geographical Information System. So here, this is the main concept behind the GeoAI. So by this, I can collect geospatial data also. The data collected over here is called as geospatial data. This GeoAI plays a very important part in the developing conventional technologies. Then the nature of huge, complex, various and increasing geospatial data is considered georeference data. This is also an emerging scientific discipline. It is the molding together of AI and GIS. So here you can see the picture. So go to illustration of GeoAI. Next slide, sir. Skip some 2-3 slides to get the figure slide of illustration. Illustration of GeoAS. So here you can see the geospatial, the imagery, AI, all this together is going to give me the GeoAI. So here, then machine learning, how machine learning is going to help me, deep learning is going to help me for the collected data, and data mining is also going to help me to analyzing the data. Then what is the difference between the GeoAI and the standard data? So the standard data is, standard AI is nothing but, it is only a classic AI, which is going to be formally used by the study by students or by researchers. But GeoAI means it is mainly concerned with the geographical, artificial intelligence and geography. So here we are having some different tools mentioned, tools and applications. We are having the different data types of geospatial data. We are going to talk about space and time, the location. Then we are going to talk about data volume. That is nothing but the quantity of the data collected by sensors, different devices and satellites. So by this, whatever data I get, it is called as data volume. And that is also going to be higher dimensional data, not only plain data, XY data, but I am going to have different dimensions for my data. Then pre-processing for AI geospatial data, how I have to perform the, use the AI tools for processing the data. Then real-time applications. Real-time applications are nothing but the present moment. At this instant of the time, what data I can collect about the different geographical things, about the weathers, about the soil at that time, about rainfall at that time. So that is going to be called as real-time application, which is going to help to collect the data. Then hyperspectral. So here hyperspectral means it is concerned to the electromagnetic spectrum. We are going to get the information beyond the visible light frequency, infrared, ultraviolet rays. Beyond those systems, we are going to get the data depending upon the frequency bands of light. So depending upon the light of frequency bands, X-rays, then microwave, with the help of those, I am going to get lot of data also. So such data is going to be called as hyperspectral, and I can perform analysis with this data also. Then the tools, whatever tools are there, what I'm going to perform with the tools. So with the tools, what I have to do, I have to perform data preparation, I have to perform exploratory data analysis, training the model, performing the analysis of geospatial data, and then disseminate the result. That's the most important thing over here. Then whatever data I'm going to get, I have to present it. So this is just a simple example of the GIS, how the GIS is classifying the land, or how it is going to predict the information, how the clustering, what type of clustering it is using for the study. Then GUI AI tools, what are the different tools for study over here? So here we are using deep learning with the GIS, create training samples, perform inferences and post processing. After processing the data, what results I am going to get. So then I have to prepare the models after the getting the data and analyzing it. DL model, imaginary model and detection model. Next, sir. Now we'll talk about the applications. Applications, we are going to see where this GI can be used. It can be used in AI, it can be used for geographical data. So it is called as Geo AI. So for this also we are having different fields of applications. So what are the applications we are having? We are having the single shot detector, retina net. We are having the different models for this UNet classifier, PSP classifier. Then models we are using. Then different masks or models. Next slide, sir. Next. Challenges. So what are the challenges I have to adopt for this GI methods and technologies? So we are having the rising hardware cost, ethical violation, lack of experts, data quality is a challenge, data errors are challenges, data cleaning is a challenge, life cycle of geospatial data, security and privacy, geospatial data analytics and system, and then data visualization. So these are some of the challenges. Cost. I have to get the high performance computing, so it is costly to process the data. Then ethical violation. I have to get the information from many different, you can say, hide and seek places. So it is ethical. I have to use my ethics. Then lack of experts. We are not having enough people or experts to work with this data. Then the quality of data, which one is good, which one is bad, that I have to understand. Then there will be errors in the data. I have to collect the good data or I have to collect the correct data from the set of data. Then data cleaning is also a set of classifying the good data and the bad data. Then life cycle of geospatial data. What is the life cycle? So here whatever scenarios are included, they are considered with the real time. So real time data will be considered. Next slide, sir. Real data. Then security and privacy is also one of the challenge over here. Analysis and visualization. Already I've talked about it. Advantages. What are the advantages of spatial GUI data? So here the survey, sensing, social media will provide rich data source. Then whatever advantages of AI and geography are there, they will be considered. So these are some of the technologies used. They will be the advantages. So with this brief information, I complete my presentation. Thank you, sir, for providing me this opportunity.
Any query by any viewer, please? Any participant, you have any query on the presentation of Madam Renuka? Really, it was very, very exhaustive presentation. It was very, very meaningful presentation. And it was an example for those who are pursuing PhD, that if you are planning to give presentation, then you should try to give the exhaustive illustration of the fact as that doctor or as Renuka has tried. So, madam, thank you very much for your this nice delivery.
Yes, I am also very thankful to all the people at this conference who have given me this chance. I thank you very much, sir.
No, thank you very much. Please continue with us because some scholars are connected with us and they are going to give presentation.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Tanjila Jargar. Tanjila.
Yes, sir.
Tanjila.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please, your presentation, please start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tanjila is PhD scholar of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. She is pursuing PhD from this university so far I recall her topic. Her topic is, digital marketing and application of AI, like that, something. So Tanjila, please.
Yes, sir. Wait.
Yeah, Sunil Kumar sir, you have to see this presentation and you have to give your comment.
Okay, sir.
Madam Renuka Ambaigar also. Please see the presentation of this scholar.
So is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Tanzila Zargar. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon,
Yes,
everybody.
you
Myself,
are audible. Please
yes,
continue.
sir,
You
sir.
are audible.
Myself, Tanzila Zargar, pursuing PhD in Computer Science and Information Technology under the supervision of Dr. Shobha Lal, sir. And today my topic in conference is geospatial data analytics using machine learning. So first of all, what is geospatial data analytics? Geospatial data analytics is the field of data science that process satellite and images, GPS coordinates, and street address to apply to geographical models. So machine learning is basically a form of artificial intelligence that makes production from data. Machine learning has shown its importance in geospatial data like land cover classification, urban growth, disaster management, map visualization. Geospatial data has some unique properties like special dependencies, special heterogeneity, and scale that makes it easy to design an effective machine learning algorithms. The effectiveness and efficiency of a machine learning solution depends on the nature and characteristic of data that perform learning algorithms. Some of the machine learning algorithms are classification analysis, regression, data clustering, and feature engineering. What are the objectives? First of all, we have to analyze the influence of machine learning in geospatial field. Then we will include some special characteristics in machine learning. We have to find a representation for these characteristics in the observation matrix. Then we will identify the various types of machine learning algorithms which can be applied to enhance the intelligence or capabilities of an application that are designed for the geospatial data. What are the hypotheses? First of all, we have to analyze the influence of machine learning in special field, and then we will identify various types of algorithms which can be used for different applications. Then we will collect the geospatial data. Then which are the missing values? We will remove the missing values from the data. And then we will design the model using appropriate algorithms and feed the data to the model to enhance the accuracy of the model. So the accuracy will be get to enhance. Then what are the research methodology? First of all, we have to conduct machine learning of geospatial data. We need to first of all add location, then distance, and then topological relations to the processing of learning. Then we will categorize it into two sections. One is a special observation matrix and another is a machine learning algorithms. So in a special observation matrix, we include some properties. One is a special sampling, special features, this dimensional production, and missing of data. And in machine learning methods, some principles are like SVM, support vector machine decision tree, artificial neural networks, without making changes to the algorithm. Then we will process the special features in the existing machine learning algorithm. Then we will evaluate and validate the model. Machine learning algorithm which can be used in geospatial data analytics. One algorithm is decision tree. It's a popular machine learning method which is used for special problems, like to choose candidates tree node test is a raster special framework. There are more algorithms which can be used in geospatial data analytics. One is the graphical neural networks, which can be introduced to represent social and biological neurals in a grid format. Another is the adaptive resource theory, and which is based on networks as a family of neural networks. Another is a self-organized maps. These are among the non-linear clustering method that has been used with special and non-special data. Another algorithm is a support vector machine algorithm, which is usually used for classification and regression problems. What are the challenges in research direction? There is a need for further studies for learning in spatio-temporal domain. Deep learning is a combination of LSTM. LSTM means a long short-term memory. It's an artificial neural network which is used in the field of DI and AI. DL and air. Though first, there are some limitations. A lot of research has been done, and there are a lot of there has its own limitations and pitfall. First of all, we need a large amount of training data. Then we will have to then we have a computational cost of very expensive. Computational cost is very expensive. Thirdly, there is no limit to increase the complexity of the deep neural network because of the arbitrary nature of architectural design. What are the conclusions? We have conducted several survey of literature where machine learning cross-pollinates special domain in which data exhibit distinctive properties such as special dependencies, special heterogeneity, and scale. A successful machine learning model depends on both the data and the performance of the learning algorithm. The sophisticated learning algorithms then need to be trained through the collected real-world data and knowledge related to the target applications before the system can assist with intelligent decision making. Finally, we have to summarize and discuss the challenges faced and the potential research opportunities and what are the future directions in the area. Therefore, the challenges that are identified create promising research opportunities in the field, which may be addressed with effective solutions in various applications areas. These are the references. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, yes.
Please stop sharing.
Yes, sir.
Now, Madam Renuka and Professor Sunil.
Yes, sir.
You both are sharing this session. And
Yes, sir.
PhD scholars are here to, showcase their talent. This is Tanjila Jargar, and she has given presentation. So, if you have any suggestion, query, or any comment, please.
Yes, that her presentation is very good.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you, sir.
And you are working on the new topics, that is
Yes,
the
sir.
geospatial data analytics.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm working on machine learning basically. My main topic is the propaganda on machine learning. Yes, sir. Propaganda detection on social media using machine
One
learning.
question is mine,
Yes.
from myself. What is the difference between neural network and deep neural network?
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference between neural network or deep neural network?
Sir, neural networks. Sir, it's basically a fuzzy neural networks, and it's a. So wait a minute. Fuzzy. What are so? Please again.
Don't be confused. Aram
Yes,
se
sir.
batao. There is
Yes,
no
sir.
need to be fear. All
Yes,
are
sir.
your
Yes.
professors. They are
Yes,
here
sir.
to guide you. Yes,
Yes,
please.
yes, yes.
Yes. I hope in your BTech you have already gone through
Yes, sir.
the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
neural network.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir,
Yes.
yes, sir. Sir, आप please continue. Sir, फिर से पूछिए question, sir. So I got little nervous. That's why.
No, there is no need to be nervous.
No.
Don't be nervous.
Yes,
Be
sir. Yes.
confident. You have presented very
Sunil
well.
Thank you,
sir,
sir.
this Tanjila has done her BTech from Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, MTech from Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, and now she is pursuing PhD in computer science from Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. And she has been very, very obedient and good student
Thank you, sir.
in computer science.
Okay.
And I am fortunate that I have taught her in BTech as well as in MTech and now in PhD also. So you can ask question, please, so that
Yes,
she
sir.
can.
No question. Only what is
No,
the
no,
difference
okay.
between neural network and deep neural
Yes,
network? I
sir.
think.
Neural networks is basically it's a simple called neural networks are computing systems. It's basically a computing systems in the inspired the biological neural networks that constitute animal brains, like an it's basically artificial neural networks as well as neural network. It's same is based on a collection of it's based on a collection of collected or connected units or nodes called artificial neural networks, which is loosely models the neurals in a biological brain.
Okay.
Madam Renuka, you have any query?
Angela, please tell me what tool you are using for spatial data analytics and using machine learning. In machine learning,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
what tool you are using?
Ma'am, ma'am, in data analytics, ma'am, this topic, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
No. In your study of the PhD,
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You have
Ma'am,
collected some
regression.
data.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, my topic is basically propaganda detection using machine, using on social media using machine learning. So I'm using
Okay.
regression. Yes, ma'am. Regression tool.
That means
I'm working
R.
on. Yes, ma'am.
R
I'm working
program.
on it. I'm working on it. Yes, ma'am.
No, is it R programming?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it also similar? Is it same as R programming?
No, madam. Actually,
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
she is planning to develop an algorithm
Yes, ma'am. I'm planning to.
Okay, fine.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Regression.
you are
I'm planning
developing
to
an
work on
algorithm.
regression. Yes, ma'am. Regression.
Okay,
Yes,
you are developing an algorithm for the
yes, ma'am.
analytics of spatial data you get
No.
from the social media.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Propaganda. Yes,
Madam,
ma'am.
to
Using
detect the
regression technique. Yes,
propaganda,
ma'am. Using regression
to
technique.
detect the
Yes, ma'am.
propaganda
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
in digital marketing by using artificial intelligence, she is
Intelligence. Yeah.
very regressively, working to develop an algorithm.
Okay, fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Right?
Fine, sir.
Yes.
Fine, sir.
Yes.
By using
Fine.
machine learning application and others.
Yes.
So,
What difference will be there in machine learning and AI?
Ma'am, actually, it's same. Actually, machine learning, it's a form of artificial intelligence that makes productions from data. Ma'am, it's actually same. Machine learning, data science, as well as artificial data science. It's a combination of like machine learning,
Yes.
data science, and yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Go on.
very
Carry
nice.
on.
Actually, ma'am,
Carry
data
on with
science.
your work.
Yes, ma'am.
Carry on with your work, and I wish you all
Yes,
the best.
thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Angela, you say that Renuka ma'am, I will invite you during my PhD Viva in coming days.
Nice. Thank you, ma'am. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Nice to meet you.
I will be very happy to be there.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Actually,
And
I
to
got
sir
little
also.
nervous. That's why, ma'am. Actually, I little got
Fine.
nervous. That's why for facing
Angela,
interview.
Because this subject is new to all of us.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Completely new to me only. Actually, I had asked sir to give me big data, and suddenly sir has given me this topic.
And one thing, Tanjila, you have to note that Renuka is also going to be registered as a PhD scholar under me in coming days.
I don't think I'm so lucky, sir.
No. We are planning. She is requesting since last to register for PhD. But the problem is that she is sitting in Karnataka and in Jyoti Vidyapeeth, it is mandatory to take part in the coursework classes. So we
Yes,
are
sir.
getting
Yes.
one support.
No, I'm not afraid of that, sir. I'm not afraid of that. But just
No,
because of some commitments in the family.
I will do parby for you to our director admission, madam, that as soon as it may be possible to get your admission, confirmed. Right now.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Sunil sir. Also, now our another scholar is connected. Please
Yes.
stop. That is Raj Sinha. I hope Raj Sinha.
Good
Yes.
afternoon. Good evening, sir.
To everyone, not to me only.
Yes, sir.
To
Yes, sir.
everyone.
Good evening to everyone. Sir, am I allowed to share my screen?
Your session is being chaired by Madam Renuka and Professor Sunil.
Yes, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Good evening,
देखा
sir.
मैंने मुझे
Good evening.
Ma'am, am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes.
नहीं मैम ने बोला हाँ अब क्या हाँ बाबा मैंने इसको वही बोला बायोलॉजी का फिर इसने बोला ना मुझे मशीन लर्निंग और एआई में क्या है तो मैंने बोला मैम क्योंकि मैंने
No,
लिखा
Tanjila, please mute yourself. Tanjila, yes, now, please. Please, Raj, continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just sharing my screen, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Yes,
Not
it's
yet.
processing. Yes, sir. Processing is going on.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I, Ras Sinha, Research Scholar, Department of Science and Technology from Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, on this international conference on space data analytics and startup 2022 is going to give my presentation on cybersecurity, cyber physical system, and smart city using big data under the supervision of Dr. Shobha Lal sir at Professor of Mathematics and Computing, Departments of Science and Technology at Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. The following contents that I'm going to discuss during my session are abstract, objective of the study, keywords,
Please,
important
please,
terms,
please move to the next slide.
abstract. Some towns throughout
राज
some
स्लाइड को चेंज करिए.
सर चेंज तो मैं कर रही हूँ.
But first slide is visible only.
Okay. The
Yes,
follow Yes,
yes.
sir. Yes, sir. Following topic that I'm going to discuss during my presentation are abstract, objective of the study, keywords, important terms, introduction, big data in smart cities, cybersecurity in the smart city with big data, CPS system, review of literature, scope of future research, research outcome, conclusion, correlation with ancient Indian literature and references. Abstract. Some towns throughout the world are now adopting new technology and transforming it into smart cities. The quality of life for citizens is improving as a result of new technologies. Any use of technology, however, brings with it new concern and obstacles. A single vulnerable action by an individual or group in a smart city can put the entire city at danger. Because so many aspects of smart cities relies on information and communication technology, cybersecurity issues have an impact on how they operate. As a result, in order to respond to the enthusiastic adoption of global smart city technology, cybersecurity must follow suit. Also, around the world, a huge portion of the population is reallocating to metropolitan areas. Nations are collaborating on smart cities projects to improve the lives of their citizens. Smart city installation
Raj,
rely
please don't
heavily
read
on.
line by line. Raj,
Yes, sir. Yes,
please
sir. Yes,
don't
sir.
read line by line. You have to just now
Just I'm
explain
just
the PPT.
yes, I'm just telling the main theme. I just wanted to read the abstract. That's it. Yes, sir. Now, coming to the objective of the study, the basic purpose of this study is to conduct a survey and discussion on cybersecurity, smart cities, and the extent literature on security in that technology. Secondly, to discuss the essential components and difficulty which is involved in changing traditional cities into smart cities with a particular focus on cyber physical system in the Indian setting. Lastly, to focus on the infrastructure and technology to know the need of intelligence transformed traditional cities that were developed hugely owing to the overcrowding areas. The following keywords are there in my research paper, that is cybersecurity, cyber physical systems, smart city, and big data. Now, coming to explain one by one, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a well-designed techniques of protecting computer networks, program, and data from unauthorized access, modification, exploitation, or even theft or attack that are aimed for exploitation. The main goal, or you can say the basic goal of cybersecurity, is to maintain five pillars of information assurance, that is confidentiality, integrity, availability, authentication, and non-repudiation of data. Coming to the second one, that is cyber physical system. A cyber physical system or intelligence system is a computer system in which a mechanism is controlled by computer based algorithm. In short, enabling a smart and connected world. Coming to the third one, that is smart city. A smart city uses information and communication technology, that is ICT, to improve operational efficiency, share information with the public, and provide a better quality of government service and citizen welfare. The main goal of a smart city is to optimize city function and promote economic growth while also improving the quality of life for citizens by using smart technologies and data analysis. The value lies in how this technology is used rather than simply how much technology is available. Coming to the last one, that is big data. Big data is a collection of data that is huge in volume yet growing exponentially with time. It is data with so large size and complexity that none of the traditional data management tools can store it or process it efficiently. Big data consists of three V's, that is velocity, volume, and variety. Velocity is the rate at which data is coming in. Volume is the huge amount of data, and variety is different sources of data. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes, please continue.
Yes. Now, introduction part. The criteria for choosing what type of smart infrastructure a city should focus on are determined by its resident requirement. Some cities, for example, may require more smart transportation infrastructure than others, and as a result, that smart city may place a greater emphasis on enhancing its transportation system. Smart city can be developed and enhanced by few technologies like cybersecurity, CBS system, and big data. What do you mean by cybersecurity, CBS system, and big data that I have already dealt in the previous lecture? Now, this paper will explain the role of big data in smart cities in the first section. Second section, we are having the role of cybersecurity for developing smart cities, and in third section, I have kept CBS system. Last section will conclude the technologies that contribute for the development of this topic. Now, coming to the next one, that is the first one that I have already told, that is big data in smart cities. Big data has been employed for a variety of applications to make educated decisions and provide secure and privacy aware services. All smart city apps require robust data collection and analytics. Different approaches for securing smart city from hostile attacks or cyber thefts are required for different smart city applications. The above diagram shows the growth of big data in smart cities, how the data is being analyzed, and analysis will take part to the decision, and there we structure the data. Now, coming to the second one, that is cybersecurity in the smart city. Cyber dangers and criminally should not stifle technical advancement and the ability to use ICT for positive reasons. Smart city applications should benefit from cloud-based computing platforms that allow for real monitoring and a global view. The technical predicament of cyberspace in smart city is really important. Without cybersecurity, a good smart city cannot be established. Now, coming to the third point, that is CBS system. CBS is based on an embedded information processing system in a product such as car, plane, or other items. This type of computer system is utilized to complete specific tasks. Example, the ABS, that is anti-lock or anti-skid braking system, that in modern car we are going to see this application is an automobile, for example, is an inbuilt system that control the brakes inside a car. Sensors and actuators are used by this computer system to interact with the physical environment. This embedded system are no longer standalone. They instead exchange their data over communication server networks such as intranet, where data from several embedded systems they come and they get executed. Coming to the review of literature, the following smart city application need different methods for securing smart data from malicious attack or cyber criminals. The incorporation of CBS in smart cities aimed to enhance transport, infrastructure, healthcare, safety, and there are other mechanisms, but this enhancement results in an elevated risk and susceptibility. Moreover, linking additional device to the current CPS system introduce additional security threats, which is still on the research outcome. The rapid use of CPS in critical frameworks such as medical equipment and defense system is taking place. Now, scope of future research in because India is a huge country in terms of both territory and people, there are several potentials for smart city stakeholder because there are so many huge cities that need to be created from Bihar to the developed country to the developed states. There is lots of effort which is involved in planning, development, and maintenance. Furthermore, such initiative will provide employment possibilities for a variety of workers, including both skilled and unskilled employees. Apart from MNC, a plethora of manufacturing and construction opportunity will be provided for small and medium-sized business. The creation of smart city has two objectives. First, it reduces resource utilization, and secondly, the generation gap. Now, if we're focusing on 2010 and if we focus on 2019, that is in the above figure in the graph, we are showing the increasing academic interest over recent years. So, research in smart cities in combination with big data and cyber security is on demand. Now, research outcome. The research that we carried out showed that all the mentioned technology can be used to smart healthcare system in smart cities, smart transportation system in smart cities, and smart energy grid in smart cities. So we need a firm city planning and operation. We need a transportation analytics. We need an open cloud, and we need a proper water management so that the smart city should take place. Now, the conclusion part. The conclusion of the study of this paper is that if all the technologies like big data, cybersecurity, CBS system will be integrated as a whole by developing any framework or infrastructure, then we can build a smart city. Now, the left hand side figure shows security, privacy, and risks within smart cities. So 39% is use and adoption of smart services by citizens. Citizens are adopting these cities more and more. They are shifting from village to smart cities. And now coming to the next one, that is correlation with ancient Indian literature. A smart city means the way the city adopts methodologies to enhance performance in key areas like transport, health, hygiene, water, sanitation, secure in every aspect so that quality of matter how ancient can be deep, smart, as long as it adopted sustainable development to ensure infrastructure improvement that impacted its inhabitants in positive ways. Thus, the ancient cities like Indus Valley is an example of smart city of that era because all the basic amenities also happens there. Now, references following are the references with the help of which I took a clue to develop this presentation further. I would like to thank all those people who contributed and extended their valuable assistance in the preparation and completion of this study. First of all, I owe my respectful gratitude and sincere thanks to my supervisor, Sir Dr. Shobha Lal, Sir, for sharing their pearls of wisdom with me during the course of this research till now. I'm thankful for his expert advice and valuable suggestion all around the world whole paper writing and research work. It is great privilege to have been his student and benefited by his invaluable supervision and exemplary guidance during my paper writing and research work. I thank him from the core of my heart. He has taken in me to give the right perspective in research facility provided by him to carry out my research writing and research work. Thank you once again to each and everyone.
Okay, over to Sunil sir and Renuka ma'am.
Okay, sir. Mrs. Sinha,
Yes, sir.
in your work, I think you have mentioned somewhere sensor and actuators. What is the role of actuators?
Actuators.
Yes, in your study also you have mentioned. What is the role?
Yes, sir. Sir, actuator is basically a device which produces a motion by converting energy and signal going into the system. So, whenever means the motion it produces can be either rotatory or linear. So, basically, so whenever we are giving a command into a computer system with the help of CPS, then this actuator get activated by converting energy signals going into the system, sir.
Okay, 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 right. And what are the smart city apps?
Uh, s- Smart city.
Apps.
Uh, yes, sir.
Is there
Smart.
only what you have mentioned, that cyber security, cyber physical system, or as well as big data? Besides this, is there any more?
Uh, yes, sir. Sir, basically, so immediate information with tourist interest, which promote the commercial sector and generate value to citizens. So under a PP, that is a public-private partnership framework, city council will show their information and data to serve their citizen, and there is city open data will provide the valuable information for the citizen to qualify, or you can say to quality their life, sir.
Okay, okay, very nice presentation. And proceed
Sir,
for
any more
this,
questions, sir?
Madam Renuka.
Ma'am, any more
Yes, sir.
questions?
Good evening. It was a
Good
very
evening,
nice
ma'am.
presentation. Yes,
Thank
good
you so
evening.
much, ma'am. Thank you.
Have you really to collect the data? Have you collected real-time data only, instant data?
Ma'am, during this research paper you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, ma'am, I haven't collected any more data, but I have done a proper study
Okay, okay. That
because
means
this
you have.
subject is very new to me, actually. So I have
Okay,
done a
that
proper
means
study to the subject. I'm very
whatever,
thankful to my supervisor, sir, that he helped me a lot. Yes, ma'am. Coming up to the second question, ma'am.
whatever data you have considered,
Yes, ma'am.
you have taken it from some books or something.
No, ma'am, I haven't taken. I have not taken exactly everything. I have copied from the book. No, I first of all I have tried to develop a concept in cybersecurity, then CBS, and then big data, and then I have tried to merge all these terms into a new title. But there's the that I have done.
Okay.
How this
Okay.
title can be engraved into my research paper, how can it bring something, because research is every time something new. When you do something new, then only that is a proper research.
No, that's why I'm asking. That's why
No,
I'm
ma'am,
asking.
there's nothing copied, ma'am.
Madam Renuka, do you understand Hindi?
I understand. I talk in this, sir.
अच्छा, तो जैसे किसी को अपने सिर में दर्द नहीं हो रहा है और उसका सिर ऐसा है कि 1 साल से दर्द ही नहीं किया, तो हमारे ज्योति विद्यापीठ के 3 रिसर्च स्कॉलर से वो बात कर ले, उसके सिर में इतने जोर जोर से दर्द होंगे कि वो मतलब क्या बोलेंगे उसको। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आवर रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स आर वेरी वेरी टॉकेटिव, वेरी वेरी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव।
So if you
काफी
want to
डायनेमिक
be
है।
a good teacher, then you need to be talkative, sir, and you need to know how
ये
to
लोग
represent
काफी
yourself.
स्मार्ट हैं, दे आर वेरी वेरी स्मार्ट स्कॉलर्स।
Thank
ये
you, sir.
बहुत
Thank you
पढ़ते
for the
हैं
compliment.
और जितना
नहीं
पढ़ते
सर,
हैं
ये अभी भी जो मिस गर्ग ने बताया, वो रिसर्च तो अभी कर रही है, वो टॉपिक पे कर रही है ना वो।
No,
Yes.
actually she is working on cyber security, but what she is developing, she is correlating with some other aspect of computer science and engineering. So
That's why.
we try to correlate her that work with the present, topic of the conference.
Yes.
And
According
she
to
is,
the topic, ma'am, I have done.
yeah,
नहीं, इसके लिए वो प्रश्न क्या उठा मेरे सर में कि ये डेटा कहाँ से आया होगा, कैसे मिला होगा डेटा इसको, ये ऐसा
see,
सोचने में।
yes, Raj, madam is trying to know that you have given a comparative data from 2010 to 2019.
Ma'am, I
So
have
you have
searched
tried
a
to,
lot. I have searched a lot, like because so just give me 2 minutes. I'll explain everything, sir. Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
actually, yes, ma'am. Actually, my topic is cyber security, cyber physical system, and smart city using big data. So basically,
Hmm.
what I'm doing is that basically I'm trying to connect my topic with the topic of the conference, that is International Conference on Space Data Analytics and Startup.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
firstly, what I did is
Hmm.
I studied cybersecurity, cyber physical system, and smart city and big data, because these four things are in great demand if you are talking about. And then I just summarize this term and frame a title. That was my
Okay.
first base, and then after that I incorporated my thinking into a paper. That's what I did. I
Okay.
haven't
Fine.
done,
Thank
yes,
you.
that was I did. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, any more question, ma'am?
Madam, Madam, Madam Renuka, Raj Sinha is trying to say that she is the really innovator. She is the inventor. She doesn't believe on hypothesis. She directly generates the idea and she try to, put before the public in the public domain.
So research is all about putting your ideas into a new frame, isn't it, sir? So
Yeah.
that
So
basically
this
I
is the
did, sir.
good
I didn't
thing. This
copy
is
any
good thing.
material. I didn't cut, copy,
Okay,
paste. That
okay,
I did.
okay. So thank you, Raj. Thank you, and we
Thank you so
continue
much,
with
sir.
us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Raj, will continue with us.
Thank you.
Another
Thank you.
sponsor
Thank you, sir.
is also there, but now this is the time for our little champs, our little masters,
So my
and
time is
all
over,
our
sir. You
no,
told
no,
me
no.
that you're
You
going
should,
to give
you
presentation
should
for 30 minutes. So I'm about to give now. It's 4 o'clock.
no, 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 no. You have to continue. You have to stay here and to
Okay,
see
sir.
the
So good
presentation of
morning,
our.
everyone. So my next presentation.
No, 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 no. अभी next
Huh?
नहीं होगा. अभी रुकिए आप. अभी now
Okay.
बाद में next बाद में अभी
ठीक है
now
सर. Thank
we
you, sir.
have
So may I leave now or may I mute you
नो नो नो.
myself?
अरे भाई सुनिए तो. अभी आपको
Yes, sir.
लीव भी नहीं करना है. Stay here please. Try to listen.
नहीं सर, म्यूट कर लेते हैं.
आप म्यूट करके आप सुनिए.
हाँ भाई, कैमरा ऑफ कर लेते
Now
हैं.
the students of BTech Computer Science second year, you can imagine that how genius are they. You remember your days when you were in your PG during your dissertation. It was very difficult for you and for us to give, presentation before our supervisor and others. Now, the students of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Computer Science Engineering Department, Surbhi Gupta and Jolly Pal, these both second year students are here to give their presentation. So they will say about their topic and other things. Please, I appreciate your this event report, Jolly and Surbhi. Okay, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Namaste, Honorable Chairperson, Ma'am, Advisor, Sir, and all the dignitaries present here. I, JVN Surbhi Gupta from BTech CSE, Department of Science and Technology.
And I'm JVN Jolipal from BTech CSE Department of Science and Technology. Sir, can I present my PPT?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Sir, is this visible to you?
Yes, yes. And your two judges are here who are sharing the sessions, Professor Sunil Kumar and Renuka Ambaigar, Madam. Yes, please give your presentation.
Today I'm here to present my Today I'm here to present my PPT on topic and analysis of big data on impact on a smart city. In this presentation, we discuss about these topic abstract, introduction, history of big data, and challenges of big data, application of big data, and conclusion.
Yes, abstract. In general, a smart city is a city that uses technology to provide services and solve city problems. Smart cities make use of multiple technologies to improve the performance of health, energy, transportation, education, and water services, leading to higher levels of relief of their citizens. Introduction. What is big data? Big data is used to describe the massive volume of both structured and unstructured data that is so large is difficult to process using traditional technology, so big data is just what it sounds like, a whole lot of data. Big data can have an impact on various sectors of a city, including transport, public safety, sustainable growth, and more. We all use smartphones, but have you ever wondered how much data is generated in the form of text, phone calls, emails, photos, videos, searches, and music? Approximately 40 exabytes of data get generated every month by a single smartphone user. Now imagine 14 exabytes of data is multiplied by 5 million smartphones users. That's a lot for our mind ever process. In fact, this amount of data is quite a lot for traditional computing system to handle, and this massive amount of data is termed as big data. The data generated per minute on the internet, 2.1 million snaps are shared on Snapchat, 3.8 million search queries are made on Google, 1 million people log on the Facebook, 4.5 million videos are watched on YouTube, 188 million emails are sent. That's a lot of data called as big data.
Now we discuss about history of big data. The term big data was coined by Roger Mogles from O'Reilly Media back in 2005. In the 20th century, the first large-scale data project was taken by the IBM to develop punch card system to help track the information about 26 million Americans. In 1943, the first processing machine called Closes was developed by the British Jasper Nazi Code during World War II. This device detected pattern in interrupted message at a rate of 5,000 characters per second. In the 2005, Yahoo created the open source framework Hadoop with the intention of indexing the entire World Wide Web. Today, Hadoop is used by millions of businesses to go through colossal amount of data. In 2009, the Indian government stored fingerprint and iris scan of all its citizens in the biometric database ever created.
Now, types of big data. So you know that we are going to handle huge amount of data under this big data, and that's why it has become a subject. Now we are having mainly three categories of data. One will be our structured data, and the one will be our unstructured data, and the last one will be our semi-structured data. So structured data means that very data which can be represented in the form of rows and columns, and that is known as structured data. As an example, we can say that respective web flow, the different data which will be generated by the sensors. And say if we do any survey on our population, we will be getting our structured data. Structured data are having the example of database. In case of unstructured data, the data will be in the form of, say, data files, PDF, images, videos, or the images sent by the satellites and different machine generated data. Or the video could be treated under the category of unstructured data. So that is also a huge type. Structured data nowadays is having 20%, but unstructured data is nowadays having almost 80%. In case of semi-structured data, to some extent it is structured data and to some extent it is unstructured data. As an example, we can discuss, say, XML files, JSON files, and so on. So they will be falling under the category of semi-structured data.
Now we are discussing about some applications of big data on a smart city. The weather forecast. Weather forecasting is an important and indispensable in people's daily life. Evaluates the alteration happening in a current condition of atmosphere. Big data analytics is the process of analyzing big data to extract the concealed pattern and applicable information that can be yield better result. And next is media and entertainment. Big data help advertisers and companies to better understand the kind of ads consumers are willing to see. It also provides information about the type of content viewers watch at what time and the duration. This way, advertiser can create more personalized ads which increase CTRs and conversion. Healthcare. Big data allow doctors to survey patients in rural areas and other locations where a better medical infrastructure may not exist. Travel and tourism. Big data technology used effectively can translate to personalized offers tailored to their interests and needs. They can receive improved experience that are focused on the customer and their needs. And next one is government and law enforcement. Data helps police decided where to go and how to target, when to patrol, and how they investigate crimes. It's increased their surveillance power and helping them to see different pattern of crime emerging in society.
Now, big data challenges. Big data challenges include the best way of handling the numerous amount of data that involve the process of storing, analyzing the huge set of information on various data stores. There are various major challenges that came into the way while dealing with big data, which deal which need to be taken care of with agility. Some of them are data quality, data analysis systems, data error, heterogeneous data, data integration, talent care, security and privacy, timeliness, data cleanup, storage and network, interoperability, access data.
Now, conclusion. Big data play an important role in a smart city. Cities can process data from IoT devices and sensors to recognize pattern and needs. The analysis can reduce the number of road accidents and congestion and help drivers find a parking spot.
नहीं घर में है
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
थोड़ा देर में बात करते हैं
Yes, over to our session chairs, please.
Yes, sir. They both presented in a very nice manner. Very nice information was collected with good pictures and all that. Thank you, Anand. Yes, sir.
Sunil sir,
Yes,
any
sir.
query?
No query about her, sir. They have presented very nice way.
Morning shows the days.
Yes,
और
yes.
आज भगवान के होत चीखने पात ये बच्चे अभी इतना सुंदर प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं. Imagine
जी,
when
जी.
they during in their PhD, what they will be doing.
Future.
And we are fortunate that
All
we are
the best for her future.
these two
Thank you,
girls
sir.
are, you know this Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is a residential women's university, and since they are presenting because they are hosteler, no. Otherwise, after 4, no student may be, found in the any campus, and we are
Nice.
enjoying our,
hardworking students.
Yeah, and our campus is mobile-free campus. For your kind information, there is no mobile. Students
Sir, no
cannot.
mobile or no mobile applications. They are not applying mobile.
No mobile.
Okay, okay.
No mobile phones inside the campus. They can use that this system of phone like this. In every hostel, this facility is available, and they can talk to their parents on the registered number only. So they are, from radiation-free environment, and it is why their brain is, working properly.
Properly.
Okay, so thank you, Surbi and Jolly Pal, as your teacher, and as per the remarks of the session chairs, and the one from BIT Sindri, from Sunil Kumar sir, and Renuka Ambigar from Karnataka, Bagalkot.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, next, our girls are coming. They are Pande Kritika Priya and Jaya Kulsrest. Pande Kritika Priya and Jaya Kulsrest. Technical team, please. Yes. Pande Kritika Priya, they are, I hope they are third year students, BTech third year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Pande Kritika Priya and Jaya Kulsrest, These two students before you, they are student of BTech Computer Science third year from Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University.
Sir, how
Okay,
many are there now, sir?
madam, please
How many are there?
don't worry. Stay here for some moment. You can't count the number of students. This process is continuing till tomorrow evening. In
No,
this
no, till tomorrow. No, tomorrow it will be okay, but at present, how many more?
at present, there will be, three or four groups, and then there will be a PhD scholar. After that, we will be ending our session at 5:30.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so you can take, you are at your home, no problem, but we are unable to provide you hot tea and others because you are connected virtually. Otherwise, during, physical participation in our conferences of our university, whenever you visit, you can enjoy hot tea and other facilities. So we shall.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, so Honorable Priya and Jaya Kursrestha, you please start your presentation.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Advisor Sir, and all the higher dignitaries present here. My name is Pandey Kritika. I am from Bachelor in Technology from Faculty of Education and Methodology. Today, I am presenting my presentation on Special Data Science and Geo AI.
Please share your PPT.
Yes, sir. Just one second. Sir, is my screen visible
Yes,
to you
yes,
all?
yes.
So, my today's topic for presentation is road traffic monitoring by satellite. So, firstly, I would like to introduce that why traffic management is important. We all know that congestion of road network is growing day by day in every countries and in every cities. And this is a real life day-to-day problem. And to solve this problem, traffic planners need accurate, reliable, complete information to help users. And as we know that in traditionally, they collected the traffic related information by embedding the cameras on the road so that they collect huge amount of information of the traffic management system. So the next point is why ATM. So with the help of traffic management system, we are not only managing the road related issues, we are also managing the air traffic management system with the help of radar. So, coming with that point, my next point is why worry about traffic management? So, for example, we can take the example of if an ambulance have to reach the hospital as soon as possible. So, we need a traffic management so that a patient require good health position. So, the next point is what is the difference between ATM and data network? So, as I mentioned, that ATM means air traffic management. So
Please change
and
your
data.
slide. Kritika, you change your slide. Next slide, please.
So I am changing.
This is first slide that is visible.
Oh, sir, I have changed the slide already.
Technical team, please help.
On the screen, it has not been changed.
Sir, is it visible now?
No, beta.
It is visible, but your
Yes.
yeah.
Now it is changed. Change. Okay. Now share again. It has been removed from the screen.
Sir, just once. Sir, is it visible now?
No. Yes.
Yes.
So, sir, coming with the previous slide, I want to explain that why it is needed. Because we all know that accidental cases are nowadays increasing day by day. So with the help of these, we can troubleshoot our problems, we can solve our network related problems, and also the satellite optimize the data of traffic so that it provides the best traffic management system to us, and it is also needed for our safety purpose, because if there is less traffic, so the accident cases will reduce. So coming with that slide, now just I want to explain how do traffic satellite work. So first I would want to explain that how GPS works. So GPS stands for Global Positioning System, which was first introduced in 1973. So GPS does track station using radio signals. It provides the synchronized line, time, and orbital data. Also, GPS user compute location using orbital data. Coming with the next point, which is radiation. So in airline system or also in ships, the cellular data will not work. So with the help of radiation, with the help of radio frequencies, they contact with the airlines and ships. My next point is solar panel. So solar panel we need everywhere in traffic system, where the traffic lights are there. There is solar system, because we don't have to consume too much electricity. That is why we have put the solar panel to use the electricity as less as possible. Next point is cellular phone. With the help of cellular phone, we can find out that where the traffic is more and where the traffic is less, so that we can reach to our destination as soon as possible. So following with that, my next slides are related to
Yeah,
benefits.
please change your slide.
Sir, I have changed.
But why it is needed? The slide is only visible. Second slide is visible.
Sir, just 1 minute.
Yes, please. Major benefits include.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What are the major benefits of traffic management system using satellite? So it just reduce our journey time, and if there is less traffic, so air quality would be better, and also it reduce the delay and traffic speed control also there, and it also protect us from the accidental areas, driving risk. Following with that, I just like to explain the methodology of satellite. For example, there is two type of data. The one data is spatial data and the second data is non-spatial data. So spatial data is a data which have the information related to locations, and non-spatial data is a data which have the information appropriate related to location, but it is not exact location of data. So what satellite does, it just take the digital images from georeferencing. So georeferencing digital photo taking include air photos. It also predict the model, scan geological map, and with the help of this, the satellite provide us the route which is important for us and which is also less accidental areas. So the following slide will be introduced by my friend Jaya Kulshrestha. So I am just now hand overing this presentation to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Kritika. And now we present the resultant of this topic. This is a resulting in growing uses of satellite data in the development of connected vehicles, smart cities, and rise in the name space movement. All these factors expected to the offer lucrative opportunities for the satellite data services in the coming futures, and the improvement of traffic systems, evaluated time period, detecting a high density, and also the predictions mode in the planning domain. And now, the conclusion of this topic is the system can be tested in several traffic control scenarios to demonstrate its ability to anticipate goals in future work. Some advanced features like ability to learn how to anticipate goals with externally supplied goals, reactivity, generated ones or internally supplied ones, etc. And the references that we have to took our reviews studies. Thank you.
Very nice. Over to our session chairs, please, for their comment.
Yes, sir. The presentation was brief and very explanatory. Nice. Important points were taken into consideration.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Congratulations. Both of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
One question is there: why you have solar panels?
sir, because solar, sir, we need to reduce the use of electricity. That is why we use solar panels, because
Okay.
it just absorbs the sunlight, and so that we can reduce our electricity use. And because traffic system on 24/7, and we don't have that much electricity to waste on that. That is why we use solar panel.
Okay, okay. But one thing is there that as sun is available in plenty, wind is also available in plenty in nature.
Yes,
So
absolutely,
can
sir.
we use wind energy to reduce that?
Yes, sir, we can use wind energy to generate the electricity. This is
How you
also
will
we can
use?
use. Uh, sir, with the help of windmill, we can use.
With the help of
So windmill. Windmill.
windmill.
Yes, sir.
But where in the traffic system you will apply your GPS system, there windmill will available. You can.
Sir, with the help of windmill, we can just store the electricity and we can use there.
Okay, okay. Very nice presentation, both of guys.
Thank
My
you so much,
best of
sir.
luck for you.
Thank you very much. And I am happy
Thank you,
to
sir.
see the presentation of both of my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Means a
Yes,
lot.
this
Thank
is
you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
now Risika Rawat and Riyan Khan. Risika Rawat and Riyan Khan. Both are BTech CS second year. Risika Rawat and Riyan Khan, please. Technical team, please help her. Help them. Yes. Thank you.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am and Advisor Sir, and all the dignitaries present here. I am JVN Rishika Rawat from BTech CAC Department of Science and Technology, and my topic is link between cybersecurity and big data analytics.
Please share your PPT.
Yes, sir. Just so is it visible?
Not it.
No, you have not shared. Your PPT has not been shared. Ah, yes.
Yes, continue, please.
Yeah. So, cyber risk is a very complex area to study that combines technology, it combines human fields, it's very relevant and something that we experience every day. And I hope that the case study of how we set up and develop is kind of interesting from the perspective of how to embed data science into an organization that has a larger purpose beyond just selling data science. It's actually an operational entity. There are a lot of things trying to attack you, uh, whether it's the space environment or whether it's an adversary. So, what's the real business model in such a way that really delivers value to people? What are people really trying to purchase when they say they are interested in cyber analytics? In insurance industries, cyber risk, it's very difficult. Because where do you get the data? It's kind of naturally secretive. The people that are perpetrating cyber crimes, they are trying not to get caught because it's highly illegal what they're doing. People that are getting breached, they often have a huge amount of liability associated with them. That whatever investments they made that led them to the point where they are now. For example, if you are an officer or a director of a company and you know about a vulnerability and you don't fix it, and that vulnerability leads to a loss, you could go to jail. The threats which are analyzed are constantly evolving. The threats to an individual company are not just hardware based. It's not just about understanding the network. It's about understanding how do the humans in that system behave. In the early 80s, the people were looking at software reliability. And they said, what does it take to build software that's highly reliable? A software that doesn't break or crash all the time. Even in our ancient Indian literature, people were still aware about security issues. A lot of studies went into this, and what they concluded was it was so expensive to do that it basically wasn't worth even having software. So we just accept that our expensive phones crash. We just accept that Microsoft system is highly unreliable and we all use it. In the same way, we are just going to accept cyber risk. It's just a permanent fixture of our lives. Everything is digital, and there is a huge amount of data that we can get on companies. So we footprint and we look at the attack surface of these companies. That gives us some information about how their cyber systems are behaving, how often they are patching their software, and that will give us clues how sophisticated their cyber defenses are. And we can use that to predict future expected losses. Now, I would like to hand over to JV and Rian Khan to further explain on this.
I'm JVM Rian Khan. Now I present the result of this topic. When we think about the cyber ecosystem as a one of the external tools that we use to make sure that we are thinking about these holistically are just some of these external tech, techno, taxonomy that have been developed and tested by international organizations are very rigorous. We can look at the different threat type. A lot of data sets establish a collectively ex- exhaustive and mutually exclusive way of looking at things, looking at different attack vectors. How are people actually getting into a company and how they are exploiting it? What are the different category of cybersecurity control that comes from the really famous NIST framework from United States? But then how do we get data on all of those areas so that we are making sure we have holistic coverage of what you might call the cyber ecosystem, and these categories of data which have been collected speak to all those different pieces of it, and what you can do with that. You can take something like the wanna try ransomware attack, and you can trace not only create a fingerprint of how that attack happened, but also can begin to trace down what are the data sets would which would have been insightful. Now I explain conclusion. Security at the forefront of everybody's mind. You walk through the airport, you see cybersecurity. It's a technology problem to a degree, but it's also a people process problem. Philosophy has always been follow the data. The data gives us insights about where the variabilities are in a given company. The integration provide good measured metrics and graphs and analysis. Data science is behind pretty much everything that we do. Ultimately, what we wanna do is take a very complex process and make it as simple and clean as possible.
Cyber analytics is such a fascinating topic. Thank you for listening to us. We really appreciate it. Thank you again.
Over to our session chairs, please.
both the both of the guys has presented the presentation very appreciable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Madam Renuka? Your comment, valuable comment, please. Unmute yourself, please.
It was a nice presentation. The students are from third year.
No, they are from
Second.
second year.
Second year.
Yeah.
Then this presentation is okay, sir.
Since they are of second year, so it is okay. Otherwise, it is not okay.
Yes, sir, because so many practical issues. Mm. So only that much justice can be done.
Madam, any suggestion to improve their?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Everything is covered, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, Angel Verma and Nidhi, please. Angel Verma and Nidhi. Angel Verma and Nidhi. I hope they are BTech final year students. BTech Computer Science final year student Angel Verma and Nidhi. Miss Nidhi, please.
नमस्ते to all. I JV Ninja Verma, first year BTech.
यस, थोड़ी जोर से बोलिए, आवाज धीरे धीरे आ रही है.
Namaste, sir. Hello.
नमस्ते टू ऑल.
Namaste to all. I JV Ninja Verma, first year BTech CS.
आप इसको रख लीजिए यहाँ पर थोड़ा अपना माइक्रोफोन. यस, मुंह के पास लाइए. हाँ, यस, प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
Namaste, sir. I JV Ninja Verma, pursuing BTech CS final year.
Yes.
Namaste to all. I JV Ninja Verma, pursuing BTech CS final year.
Share your PPT.
I am presenting my paper. Is this visible you?
Yes, yes.
My topic is geospatial data analytics, a machine learning perspective.
Very nice.
Thank you, sir. Abstract. The advent of geographic information system has proven its efficiency in many relevant domains, but it still needs some more explorations. In this paper, a novel architecture towards the convergence of machine learning and GIS technology is presented. Firstly, furthermore, the limitation posed by the proposed framework and way to tackle the challenges are presented. Second is wherever required, a microserving map is provided to epitomize the perform risk analysis along with zonal classification. Keyword is geographic information system, and next is machine learning, spatial data, overlay analysis, heat map analysis, point cluster analysis. Next is introduction. Geospatial data analysis involves collecting, combining, and visualizing various types of geospatial data. It is used to model and represent how people, objects, and phenomena interact within space, as well as to make predictions based on trends in the relationships between places. First is thin clients, thick clients, and mobile clients. First is thin clients. What is thin clients? A common thin client definition is a computer that uses resources housed inside a central server as opposed to a hard drive. A thin client connects to a server-based environment that hosts the majority of application memory and sensitive data users needs. Thin clients can also connect to servers based in the cloud. Next is thick client. A thick client is a computing workstation that includes most or all of the components essential for operating and executing software applications independently. Next is a thick client may also be known as a heavy, fat, or rich client.
Third is mobile client. A mobile client is a technology designed to extend the features of a company's mobile telephone system. The technology makes it easier for employees to first is separate personal and business communication while using one smartphone. And second, manage business calls while out of the office. And third is transaction smoothly from using a company desktop computer to a mobile device. But who should use a mobile client? A mobile client is invaluable if your company has a largely mobile workforce or it has a team structure where people shift dynamically across mobile and desktop devices. Using this technology, your people can easily keep track of their communications, and your customer and clients will be present with a unfilled and consistent corporate face. Next is machine learning. Machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence where on providing input a specific problem, we get a problem as the output. Various operations exist in machine learning. Second is such as regression, classification, association, clustering, ensembling, feature extraction, dimensionality, reduction principle, component analysis, maximum likelihood estimation, and so on. Next is operations in GIS. First is overlay analysis. GIS provides a very effective tool for generating maps and statistical reports from a database. However, GIS functionality far exceeds the purpose of mapping and report compilation. Second is in addition to the basic function related to automated cartography and database management system, the most important uses of GIS are spatial data analysis capabilities. Heat map analysis. Heat map analysis involves analyzing heat maps generated from a recording tools such as mouse tracker, eye tracker, or even cameras. In case of traffic or football capture. First is change style and choose heat map. Second is adjust the area influence to adjust the sensitivity of the heat map. Third is the calculation of colors in a heat map is skill dependent. It varies based on what area you are viewing and how closely you are zoomed in or out. Third is point cluster analysis. GIS software allow you to not only visualize geospatial data but also to statistical techniques that expose spatial patterns that might not be visible to the naked eye. Second is finding areas with unusually low or high concentration of some kind of characteristics such as crime or disease can help inform individual actions such as knowing where to buy a house or collection actions such as public policy interaction, adverse environmental hardness, or causes of criminal activity. Conclusion. This paper presented the sorry.
Where and where is Nidhi presentation?
What, sir?
Nidhi is not, you know,
Actually, sir,
giving,
she is not well.
she is not prepared.
No, no, sir, she is not well.
Okay.
So, this paper presented the applicability of machine learning in the domain 920 of GIS technology by providing relevant implementation over the corresponding data sets. Second is the paper proposed a framework to converge machine learning with GIS technology for performing geospatial analysis operation on three specific data sets. Third is the result corresponding to geospatial visualization presented overlay analysis, heat map analysis, point cluster generation, and special clustering approaches. Thank you.
Okay, over to session chairs, please, for their valuable comment and correction.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, your presentation is very nice.
Thank you, sir.
But one question I am having, that you have used different types of clients
Yes,
for
sir.
different application. What is the decision factor? How you are deciding where mobile clients you will use, where thin clients you will use?
Mobile clients is used for this presentation.
You have also used thin clients.
I It
But
is
what is the
used for
decision factors? How you will decide what type of we have to use?
traffic signals.
In both, they are coming. Both are working in same principle.
No idea, sir.
Okay. Okay, madam.
Sir. Actually, what type of data was collected here? What type of data did you collect over here?
Sorry?
What type of data was collected
You have
or
collected
was
any
considered?
data?
Was considered
Spatial data
of what?
for machine learning.
That's what. What data did you collect?
No idea.
No
Okay,
idea.
no. Nice presentation, Angel.
Okay, good.
Try to improve your presentation in future, because whenever you are planning to give presentation, you should also try to think that there may be some questions from different corners.
Yes, sir.
So if you
Nice.
hear
Nice
yourself,
presentation.
Thank
You have
you,
to
ma'am.
study more deeply.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
now
Okay.
PhD scholar Pooja Jain. Pooja Jain, PhD scholar in computer science.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yes, please start presentation.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen. Good evening, Honorable Sir, Madam. Is it visible my screen?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. My theme is machine learning perspective,
Poonam, 1 minute.
which is related to data analytics.
Poonam Jain ji, you see the cursor, capital L, capital A, capital L. In my name, I hope there is some error. No,
Okay, sir. Sorry.
this means I'm not
Yes, sir.
Indian. If you are writing some words in Hindi, sorry, in English, in small letter and some in capital letters. Ram, RAM, small r, small m. If someone is writing Ram, a small r, a small m, means that Ram is either from Palestine or from Canada or from Switzerland. That Ram is not Indian, because in our country there is some grammatical rules that nouns are written
Yes, sir.
for the name. Noun is the name and the capital letter should be capital. So in my last Lal, you have written capital L, capital A, capital L. You should take care, because you are PhD scholar. You are not UG and PG student.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now
Uh, is it moving my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Uh, this paper is related to my research work. I am taking here NLP, natural language processing, which is a part of AI, and I'm using here for web mining. The purpose of this research is to entail machine learning, which make me easy for making the internet mining. As NLP is such a dimension by which unstructured text turns into utilizable data. Here, I have tried for using machine learning for NLP, which makes me extracting information about the policies I am taking here, education policies. When I take my attention on the introduction, text mining is one of the AI technique. It enlists machine learning, and by using the machine learning, when I search web pages, which web pages all are into the unstructured text, and by using the machine learning for NLP, these unstructured text I got into the analysis format, in the tokenized format. As we know, in the digital age, and unstructured data are inputted into the models to get predictions. As NLP and its component can be used to organize large amount of data, which perform various automated tasks and solve a variety of problems. It can be categorized as supervised machine learning because if the model put into the other text, it is considered as the supervised machine learning. And the second one is unsupervised machine learning, when I put set of algorithm that extricate meaningful data. When I correlate it with the government, the outcomes for the government by this research will be seen as it will provide the idea of the supervised machine learning for the web mining. And the second one is government will gain more ideas of extraction through this.
Pooja Jain, please see on the bottom of your slide, you have written Argovid Khurana Chair. Your conference is being hosted by C.V. Raman Chair. Arvind Khurana Chair is for education and methodology, for education, science, and others. So you should try to correct this. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Next one, please.
Yes, sir. I am also relating my research with the ancient history. I have taken Jainism history because in the present Tirthankars, the first Adinath Devs is considered to be the Tirthankar of the Jain history, and the year is considered as 84 lakh multiplied by 84 lakh. It is the age of Adinath Tirthankar at that time. And the 24th Tirthankar Shri Mahavir Swami Ji is considered into the BCs 6th to 4th century BCs. I am correlating with this because these Tirthankars also started wars of Ahimsa, Satya, Aste, Brahmacharya, and Aprigraha. As we want uh, make a new startups related to data science, but at that time they have started by preaching or starting wars of Ahimsa, Satya, Aste, etc. I'm sharing my methodology as when I start my research for this paper. I'm taking web pages randomly by the sampling method. I'm taking my web pages and I get unstructured mining because the pages are into the unstructured format. And after applying machine learning for natural language processing, I'm using the tool Python. Then I get the outputs into the tokenized format. Then it will be beneficial for me for starting my app or the new tool which will be built by me. If I get this type of coding results or the fruitful data, then I will stop my methodology. Otherwise, I will again start for searching the web pages because my research topic is web mining and applying the coding using the Python. This is some coding I have applied for machine learning. First of all, I have to import NLTK. The second one code is from NLTK dot tokenize import word underscore tokenize. These codings are already given by the uh, um, websites. But by using these codes, I want to build or start other tool which will be built by myself. But this is beneficial for me for making the unstructured data or the unstructured text for correlating it with the tokenized format. On the third step, I have taken a variable as education underscore policy. In that variable, I have inserting some sentences relating to education policies. I'm inserting these lines into the variable education underscore policies. Then next, the code is token equal to word underscore tokenize, and I am inserting the parameter education underscore policy, which is
Okay,
taken.
Pooja, please conclude. Pooja, please sum up.
Yes, sir. Yes. This is some other coding. My conclusion is that if I am using this type of technology, it will be integrate uh, me with the web mining for creating or making the effective uh, applications. And second one is unstructured data, which was collected through educational websites. It will give me for implementing the summarization. Third one is web text mining, which we are using here, serves a valuable task to find relevant information from the big data. At last, I want to say the principle of this research is to accumulate the generated description of complicated text, because everything we are seeing through the internet, it is into the unstructured format. We have to do and convert it into the structured format or the semi-structured format by using the log files. As because on the websites every data is into the complicated text. So principle of this research is to accumulate the generated description of the complicated text and present a way to bring out the fruitful product in the form of applications or the tools. Thank you, sir.
Over to session chair speech.
Yes, sir. I think this Pooja Jain, I think this research work will be a very nice one because so many technologies are being used over here. She has also done coding over here, taking the web pages into consideration, language processing. I will be very happy to see the outcome. Nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Very
sir.
nice presentation by Pooja Jain. And one, I want to ask that how you will correlate your research with the society, how it is fruitful
Because
for the
The web
society.
pages are
yes, sir. It will be beneficial for the society as I am taking the Rajasthan area and the Jaipur city. My research topic is related to web mining for the women's and the government policies of the women's. Then when we develop a tool by using the NLP or the machine learning, then after making a tool, it will be beneficial for the women or the society because women are not aware about the policies which are provided by government of Rajasthan or
Okay,
the
okay.
Indian government. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your nice
Okay, thank
presentation.
you. Thank you. Now,
Thank you.
Bhumika, Vartika, and Anisha. Please, Bhumika, Vartika, and Anisha. I hope these are BCA students.
Yes, sir.
BTech. They
Namaste.
are BTech final year. BTech CS final year. Bhumika,
Yes,
Vartika, and Anisha. Yes, please
yes,
start
sir.
your presentation.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Advisor Sir, and all higher dignitary. I, JVN Vartika Khandilwal, pursuing BTech CS 8th semester. First of all, thank you everyone for giving us this opportunity to present our presentation. Our topic is an empirical research on global positioning system. Next. Is this visible to you?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Here are the contents of our presentation. Abstract, introduction, fundamentals, how GPS works, application of GPS, review of related literature, future of GPS, conclusion and preferences. Abstract. Global positioning system is a part of satellites orbiting around the universe. It sends the details of their position in the space and back to the Earth. The global positioning system uses accurate, stable atomic clocks in satellites and on the ground to provide worldwide position and time determination. It has its utility in military, climate, vehicle location, farm, mapping, and plenty of different areas. Despite the above benefits, many challenges that also impede the transmission of signal still exist among the boundaries of GPS technology. The majority of those challenges include errors like inaccuracies related to the reported location of satellite, receiver clock errors, signal multipath, and several other visible satellites. Introduction. The GPS project was started by the US Department of Defense in 1973. The prototype spacecraft was launched in the 1978 and the full constellation of 24 satellites became operational in 1993. The GPS service is controlled by the US government, which might selectively deny access to the system, as happened to the Indian military in 1999 during the Kargil War, or degrade the service at any time. GPS receivers on the ground are fitted with computers that are capable of triangulating their senses once getting bearings from the other three of the four GPS satellites placed on a similar horizon. The monitor on GPS receivers shows a map whereby the position of the object may be drawn from the map. The studies has been initiated to fulfill the following objectives: to analyze the basic concept of GPS, to analyze the various applications of GPS. Now I further request my friend Anisha to continue the presentation.
Yes, sir. Fundamentals. The GPS receiver calculates its one multidimensional position in space-time based on data received from multiple GPS
Second, each satellite carries an accurate record of its position and time and transmit that information to the receiver. Third, GPS receivers have clocks as well, still they are less stable and less sophisticated. Third, at a minimum, four satellites should be visible of the receiver for it to calculate for unknown quantities, three position coordinates, and also the dimension of its on clock from satellite time. How GPS works? First, any instant of time, there are at least four GPS satellites in line of sight to a receiver on Earth. Second, each of these GPS satellites sends data about its position and also the current time to the GPS receiver and at fixed regular instance of time. Third, this data is transmitted to the receiver within the type of signal that is then interpreted by the receiver device. Fourth, these signals are radio signals that travel with the speed of light. The distance between a GPS receiver and the satellite is calculated by finding the difference between the time the signal was sent from GPS satellite and also the time the GPS receiver received the signal. Fifth, it needs a minimum four satellites to find the receiver three-dimensional position. Application of GPS. First, television and radio broadcast. This technology uses cable in several places because it is cheaper to install and in most cases no additional fee have to be paid for this service. Second, military satellites. Most of the communication links are managed satellite as they are much suffered from attacks by enemies. Third, weather forecasting. Without the help of satellite, we can't predict the weather. Several satellites deliver photos of the Earth using the infrared or visible light. Navigation satellites. All our navigation system, Google Maps, etc., provide the precise localization worldwide and with some extra techniques. The correctness is within the range of same meters. Use of GPS.
Please come on the conclusion part. Conclusion part, yes.
So here is the conclusion. To improve and better this application within the future, the subsequent recommendation is suggested. A reliable server with a RESTful API and generate a static IP address for each device. Organizationally specific map is placed in place of Google Map API. Optimize the appliance for reduced power consumption on the target device and incorporate multimedia features like videos, images, and audio to boost user expertise. Like the internet, GPS is an essential element of the global information infrastructure and revolutionary technology that changing and operate in the various fields of development. Thank you.
Over to session chairs, please.
Nice presentation, sir. The students have prepared GPS nicely.
Our
Lot of
students very genius. These are genius
details
girls.
have been specified
Yeah,
Nicely
nicely.
they have covered all the topics.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation. And the
Nice
last
presentation.
presentation, and after that, I would like to collect blessings of all. Swarnima Mitra and Akriti Singh. Swarnima Mitra and Akriti Singh. This is the last presentation of 2 days. Now nobody will be allowed after this. Swarnima Mitra and Akriti Singh.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Namaste, sir.
Namaste, sir.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Namaste, Honorable Chairperson, Ma'am, Advisor, Sir, respected higher dignitaries, and all my dear JVNs. My name is Sharnima Mitra, and I, Akriti Singh, pursuing Bachelor in Computer Application from the Faculty of Education and Methodology, are going to present a presentation on the topic Career Perspective for Young Engineers. Let's start. Following are the content which is included in this presentation. The first slide is about the viewpoint behind this paper.
Please
The
change your
paper,
slide. Move to
sorry, sir.
next slide, please. Move to next slide, please.
Yes, sir. The first slide is about the viewpoint behind this paper. The paper is all about the
Beta
perspective of.
Sharnima, please change your
The
first
slide is
slide.
not moving.
Okay, sir. Sir, now is it
Yes.
visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
sir.
yes.
Okay. The first slide is about the viewpoint behind this paper. The paper is all about the perspective of career for young engineer. Whenever a student choose her career, she should follow her interest first, and that interest will incline towards engineering field only when she will learn about that field. Now, perspective should have the aim to start the procedure of a unified idea regarding the interest of engineering to the young generation of today and the future. In terms of presenting a research question, it can be asked that what are the actual barriers when considering the young people in engineering. So there are so many processes are going on throughout the world which has the target to attract youth towards this field. Moreover, it has been also observed that students are pondering and not aware about the field. So they have to made understand their career object properly. Now, why to study engineering should be known. But before that, one should know what is engineering. So, engineering is the study of mathematics and scientific principles to solve problems. Engineers research, invent, and refine main processes across a wide range of fields, including mechanics, electrical, electronics, CS, and many more branches. Whenever you see your surroundings, engineers somewhere designed it. Now, why we study engineering? So, engineering is a very interesting field, as we know, where one can always explore and discover new things for the world. Engineers address the real world problems. They fix things which are broken, improve those that work properly, and make it working more properly to work and come up with new inventions. STEM is an acronym for the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Discussion of discussion on STEM-related program has become a presidential priority because too few college students are pursuing these degrees in these fields. But seek of engineering degrees are increasing day by day because they can prepare students to work in a variety of fields. With this, it teaches students both hard come soft skills to develop a good personality in professional plus personal life. The main key for an engineering job is logical thinking and objectivity and decision making, which will develop when one get enrolled in the engineering job profile. Nowadays, if you see the list of top CEOs, that is chief executive officers, then you will find that engineering is the most common degree among them all. So I want to continue this presentation by Akriti. No matter what field of engineering you are working in, it's likely a requirement to use computer to do your work effectively. So this is a great extra skill which is being provided by engineers. The skill which engineers learn during their studies may allow them to enhance their duties and or can also work as leader to operate and provide output efficiently. By doing many researches I found that there are many benefits by pursuing engineering. The main key to every invented thing in the world is engineering. Engineering is a word which defines itself as equal, as creativity, as critical, as thinking. Also, projects can be challenging, so a candidate needs to be reliable under stress. By highlighting your abilities to deliver in difficult situations, make you a good employer. In IT industry, skill as a teamwork is needed for ensuring as you can cooperate with your mates. Communication performs an important role to increase your position in your personal as well as your personal life. If you notice, you will find that the career expectations of teenagers have been changed since the start of century. But since the career aspiration of young people really matters, here you can see the data which shows the vast difference between the concentration on occupational expectations between 2000 and 2018. There it can be observed that the expectation in engineering field is really increasing year by year. Altogether, this study concludes that there is a big challenge which students face to choose their career. To incline students towards the engineering field, it is not a small challenge, but one must meet if we want a future that is both rewarding and supportable. The response have been to develop initiative to address and concern to raise their awareness and interest. The interested and creative students should be motivated by their teachers in school about the field of engineering. I want to sign off the quote by saying, whatever the job you are asked to do at whatever level, do a good job because your reputation is your resume. This is all about references. Thank you. This is all about my
Thank you,
presentation.
sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Over to session chairs, please.
Yes, sir. This was a different presentation which talked about career. So I think still more some more parameters have to be considered over here, like education. I think so have to be considered as one parameter.
Yeah.
Some more detailed data have to be taken for the study.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Fine then. Fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, you have given that you have presented that the career in engineering is nice or good.
Yes,
But
sir.
nowadays unemployment is going more in this field. What about this?
Yes, sir. Unemployment. I think it is all depend on
Sorry,
the.
one minute. Sorry over here. I think skills have to be considered. Skills.
Yes, ma'am. Skills is more important. If you have no degree, but if you have skills, then you will definitely get the job in this
Yeah,
field.
that's what. Skills have to be implemented.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
स्किल
Fine.
स्किल के बारे में मुझे हिंदी में मेरा लिखा हुआ एक लाइन याद आ गया स्किल के बारे में जो मैं क्लास में सुनाता हूँ इन बच्चों को भी कभी सुनाया हो
Yes, yes, sir.
तुम्हारे हाथ में जब तक हुनर नहीं होगा स्किल हुनर तुम्हारे हाथ में जब तक हुनर नहीं होगा शहर के किसी कोने में तुम्हारा बसर नहीं होगा
Yes,
Can't
sir.
survive if you don't
Exactly.
have skill.
Very nice.
And if you have skill, then you can give support to others to survive.
Yes, sir. Right. We can inspire others also.
Yeah. So thank you very much by my side
Thank
also. And as your teacher, I'm happy
Yes,
to
sir.
see presentation, but I was seeking the comment by the experts who are here. And one Sunil
Definitely, sir.
sir is the associate professor from
Yes.
BITC, Jharkhand. And Madam Renuka Ambagar, she is from BBS, Bagalkot, Karnataka.
Oh.
The two
Yes, sir.
experts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You gave me this opportunity to judge the presentations. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
No,
you.
madam.
Thank you.
Now this is time to extend my heartiest greetings and thanks to first of all Honorable Chairperson Madam JBN Mithilesh Garg ji, our Honorable Founder and CEO of this university, JBN Vedant Garg sir, other higher dignitaries of this university, other higher dignitaries of these universities, and Professor Vinay Mohan sir, who is the chair professor of C.V. Raman chair, Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, Mr. Ravi Swarappa, CEO Andhra University Incubation Hub, Professor Dr. Sunil Kumar ji, Associate Professor VIT Sindri, Dr. Hira Lal ji, IAS, Additional Mission Director, NHM, Government of UP, and Honorary Founder and Mentors, Model Gaon, Professor Manju Sharma ji, Director of this faculty, all the research scholars, all the students who presented their papers, all the viewers across the globe who are visualizing this international conference on space data analytics and startups. Members of University Transport, Canteen Cafeteria of this university, technical team for their very big support to connect all the intellectuals, all the experts virtually. On behalf of the whole fraternity of Faculty of Education and Methodology and the organizing team of this international conference of first day, again, myself, Professor Shobha Lal, convener of this international conference, I extend my heartiest greetings and thanks, and I request further to Dr. Madam Renuka and Dr. Sunil that we may request you for tomorrow also, because this is 2 days international conference.
Okay,
so please spare some timing. As according to our need, we may connect to you and we can request you to be joined, because tomorrow so many scholars and students are going to give their presentations. So thanks again. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
And this is the end of the first day session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.